Well, it is a pleasure to be here, and if I can, I'm just going to put the mic here because I need my hands to talk with. Do y'all talk with your hands here? And haven't been to Ohio for a while, but it's great to be here. And so we're going to take, we have a great journey planned today. I'm going to take you around the world. Is that all right? Yes, sir. I know you think you're in Ohio, but we're going to go all around the world looking at what the Lord is doing around the world and see if we can bring some of that great goodness back here. Let me just get a poll to see who's here. How many here love the Lord? Good, because I didn't want to change my whole whole message for the day. Okay, good. We have to start from a different place. Okay, how many pastors, senior pastors, are here? Good, we got a few. How about youth pastors or youth leaders? Good. How many are those that are interested in helping youth or ministering to them? How many don't really know why you're here? Somebody begged you to come or bribed you to come. You know, they manipulated you somehow to come. Well, so my name's Ron. On the count of three, everybody say your name. 1, 2, 3. Great. Now we're all friends. And so I got on fire for the Lord when I was a 16-year-old heathen in California. And I'll just tell you a little bit of my background so you can understand kind of where we're starting from today. And I grew up in a good Christian family, quote unquote, in California. We went to every dead, dry, boring, petrified, regurgitated form of Christian church there was in California. They were all dead, and I hated going to church. I thought I was going to prison every Sunday. Like it was a punishment. What did I do to deserve this? And in fact, one church we went to was so dead, you have to ask. It sounds like a joke. It's not really a joke. But it was so dead that they had somehow made poles with a little tennis ball at the end of the pole, and the ushers would patrol the aisles during the sermon to see if anybody had dozed off like that. And if somebody dozed off, they'd take that little tennis ball and push their head back up to keep them awake. Now, you know you're going to a dead church if you got ushers with poles in their hand to keep people awake, right? So this is my Christian background. My parents were married and divorced 3 different times, 3 different people. So that was my good Christian background, right? So I'm 15 years old. I run away from my mom to go find my dad. I hadn't seen him since I was like 7. The first night I'm there, my dad gives me this great advice. He goes, now son, if you're going to try any of that marijuana, you just be sure and bring it home so we can all try it together. This is great California parenting, right? And so I'm thinking I got the coolest dad in the world. And I remember the good book says you're supposed to obey your parents. Selective obedience, right? So I'm like, I felt obligated. So I went and found some weed and brought it home, and him and me and my stepmom start getting high together. So I become a heathen. I think I'm living the dream. About a year later, I'm 16 now, and a friend invites me to church. I'm like, sure, I'll go to church. God's cool. I'm cool. We'll get along fine, right? So you can see I'm arrogant. So I go to this church, and on the way in, the guy says, my friend who's bringing me, he says, I hope you're used to churches where they lift their hands. I'm like, what? Why do they lift their hands? Do they have questions or something? Like, I had no idea, you know. And he goes, oh, just come in. So I go in, and all these people, it's probably about as big as this building, they're crammed in there, and they're singing as loud as they can, like louder than the band. And some are crying, and I'm like, what happened to these people? And they're kind of looking up to the sky. I'm like, what are they looking at? I was in the back trying to see who they were looking at, and I guess they're looking on stage. And it sounds like they're singing love songs. These people are singing love songs to their pastor. They really love their pastor. They keep looking at him and singing and song after song after song. And finally I go, wait a minute. And I see some words on the screen that they were singing. I'm 16. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. And I'm like, they're singing to Jesus. These poor people. I thought this. These poor people, they think Jesus can hear them when they sing. And then something flashed through my mind. I wonder if he can. Isn't that weird? Like my whole life in church, it never even crossed my mind that maybe Jesus could hear us when we sing. So that's like resetting my whole thing. So then the pastor got up to speak. First sermon I ever heard in English. How many know what I'm talking about? Chinese, Japanese, Christianese. My whole life, I heard it sounded like all theological words that didn't make any sense to me, but very spiritual. Finally, this guy's just talking normal words. I'm like, whoa. And I was sitting there, I'm a total heathen, but I'm thinking, why didn't anybody ever tell me this before? I felt like I'd been in church my whole life and been lied to. So I'm like, no one has to convince me, I'm in. I make a beeline. I'm all for God, forget the world. I'm going back to my school on fire, trying to tell all my heathen friends about Jesus. How many ever tried to talk about Jesus when you had no idea what you were talking about? That's me, right? I don't know what I'm talking about. I just know Jesus has changed my life, And by the way, even if you don't know what you're talking about, it's okay. Because people can tell if something's intangible happened inside of you, and it's it's hard to communicate, but it's real. So I'm the guy going, yeah, we used to have to kill lambs, and then lambs because the blood and everything, we'd get too close to God, but now we don't have to kill lambs anymore because Jesus is like the big lamb and his blood gets on us. And my friends are like, what happened to you, dude? So then I would just repeat it just louder, you know how we do, right? And what is wrong with you? I'm like, just come to church. The guy that speaks English, he'll explain it to you, So this is the beginning of my whole Christianity. I'm reading my Bible. No one told me to. In fact, I didn't know if it was okay to read your Bible outside of church. I thought you might get in trouble or something, like the God police or something, I don't know what, and so I felt like I needed to read my Bible in a bag, like if you were drinking wine or something, so no one sees me, in case I wouldn't get in trouble. Because maybe you wouldn't interpret it correctly or something, I don't know. So I remember thinking, I don't care if I get in trouble, I'm going to read it anyways. That'd be a good problem to have if we had that problem in the church, right? So about 3 weeks later, I come home to my dad's house, and we lived in the country, not unlike this, in the country in California, and the door's locked. We never locked our door, and my stuff is on the front porch. I'm like, what's going on? Did they move and not tell me? I'm knocking on the door. It's weird to knock on the door of your own house. And finally, my younger brother, who's bigger than me, comes to the door. I said, bro, what's going on? My stuff's on the front porch. The door's locked. He goes, well, Dad says you can't come in. I said, what? He goes, yeah, Mom, referring to my stepmom, says you're too much of a Jesus freak. She said either she's leaving or you have to leave. Dad chose you. I said, leave? I'm like 16. Where am I going to go? I'm not even out of high school. I don't know. I just can't let you in. So I don't know what to know. So I picked up my stuff. Now when you're 16, what do you have? I had weights and a clock radio. Put them in my La Bamba car. I'm driving down the road and I'm crying. I'm like, God, they never got mad at me for living, partying and all of this. But now I'm trying to do the right thing, and I don't even know where I'm staying tonight. We sometimes send us the wrong message. As soon as you give your life to Christ, everything's a rosy, life. Everything's beautiful. I mean, you look at the disciples, they didn't quite have that. They had inward peace, but not so much outward circumstance all the time. So anyways, I ended up staying with a couple friends that I'd met at church, college-age guys let me stay on their couch. I couch surfed for a couple of weeks. It was summertime, it was between my junior and senior year. And my pastor had found out that I got kicked out, and my 17th birthday was coming up, so he invited me to his home to have a birthday dinner. And I thought, a home? Pastors live in homes? I didn't know where they lived. I thought they went to heaven every week and came back and preached. Or I didn't know where they lived, like a mansion up there somewhere. And I'm like, wow, to his house, and to have dinner with his family. So I don't know what I'm doing. But I'm thinking I got to be on my best behavior. Okay. And I had to watch my tongue because I, had a pretty foul mouth. I couldn't use any of the sign language I knew, and so I'm sitting here with this family, and it was weird, like a mom and a dad and 4 kids, and they all loved each other. Like, wow, a family. It freaked me out, and I thought I did pretty good until the next day when I was back at work working construction, my summer job. And I got a message at the office at my work that said, the pastor wants to see you after work today in his office. I'm like, oh no, what did I do? I'm racking my brain. What did I say? What did I do? And I'm like, his office? Like where he meets with God? Like the Holy of Holies? Did God tell him something about me? I was really afraid. And I'd been to the principal's office many times. How many been to the principal's office? I knew my way around there. I wasn't afraid of the principal. But the pastor? So I go there, and I'm literally all dirty because I'm working construction all day, and I had no idea what he wanted to say to me or talk to me about. And it was there that my pastor invited me to come live with him and his family for my senior year. This is a man of great faith because he had 3 beautiful teenage daughters. And he's inviting me to come live with him. And now they are all still dear friends, like part of my family. And it was because a pastor took a risk on a young person, changed my whole life. And that's the only way we're going to reach a young generation, is if the older generation takes a risk. It may not mean moving somebody into your house, but it is a risk. It's outside the margin of maybe what we're comfortable with. And so anyways, went from there and went to Oral Roberts University. One night at dinner, he said, well, if I had my way, all my kids would go to ORU. And I'm like, well, I don't know what that is, but if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for me. Then I went and found out what it was, and it turns out I went and none of them did. And I met my wife there. Well, actually, I met her boyfriend. And he was a guy on my floor. He kept bragging, my girlfriend's so beautiful and she's so godly. I'm like, I need to meet her. And then I met her and I agreed, and 37 years later, I still have the girl, and we don't know what happened to him. We got him out of the way. So we have 3 grown children now that are young adults. And so that's a little bit of my journey. Are we friends yet? Right out of college, we started this ministry that Pastor Yuri referred to, Teen Mania, and we started these conferences called Acquire the Fire conferences. And over the years, by God's grace, for 30 years, we had Teen Mania. 25 of those years, we did these youth conferences. We're privileged to stand in front of millions, literally millions of young people in arena after arena, stadium after stadium, all across America, 33 weekends a year for 25 years straight, just week after week, hundreds of thousands of young people each year. And it wasn't like we didn't really believe in just emotionalism. Sometimes when you think of youth ministry, you think like, oh, just get them all hyped. You know, they get all hyped. We were actually anti-emotionalism. Like, we were the ones that would do the altar calls that would say, no music, all eyes up, no dim lights, everybody looking around. It's time to become a follower of Christ, you know? And we would very plainly say, you know, this is not an emotional decision. This is a smart decision. Now, it might affect your emotions, because when you're turning your life around, it might be emotional, but that doesn't mean it's an emotional decision. We don't want it to be emotional. We want you to be in your right mind. We're not going to manipulate your emotions to get people to come forward. It's a big temptation for preachers to do that, right? Because everybody's got an ego, and you want to feel like people are listening to you, they're responding, and, you know, over the years, I've done a whole study on the metamorphosis of altar calls for the last 100, 150 years. They've gotten softer and softer and softer because people want people to come forward. You know, because it makes them feel good about their preaching kind of thing. And the problem is what it's done to Christianity in America. So how can it be that when like Barna or Gallup takes polls and they compare Christians and non-Christians, almost you can't tell the difference. How many think it's okay to lie or cheat or sleep around, or you almost can't tell the difference between Christian and non-Christian unless somehow whatever we've been preaching makes it okay in people's minds. I can call myself a Christian and still do what everybody else is doing. So anyways, we started this ministry, and by God's grace, it grew and grew and grew, and saw all these arenas. And one of the, literally every week, 1,000, 2,000, sometimes 5,000. It depends on, sometimes we did NFL stadiums, right? Maybe 5,000 or 10,000 young people coming forward, like all for the call, give your life to Christ, you know, and turn away from the world. And young people, you don't have to water down the gospel, you know, to get them to, we think we do, we don't. It actually, when you water things down, it causes them to disrespect it. Like if the coach demands more than Jesus does, something's wanky. That's why they give more commitment to the coach. Like, you're gonna sweat blood, you're gonna eat nails, like, yes! You know, they want that. Jesus never watered anything down when he talked to his disciples. So they were prepared for the persecution they got once, you know, he was gone. And so, it was so beautiful to see that kind of ministry. However, the most common question that I got from pastors, because sometimes pastors would sneak in with their youth group. A lot of times, of course, the youth pastor would come, but sometimes pastors would sneak in. Like, we didn't card people. Like, if you're not 18, you can't come in, or if you're older than that. No, pastors would sneak in, and they would come up to me afterwards and say, Ron, how can we do this? in our city? How can we do this in our church? Ongoing. I had nothing to give them. I had nothing to tell them because I'd never seen it. I'd never seen an example of ongoing, sustained youth revival decade after decade after decade. We had curriculum, some things like this, leadership training for youth pastors, but I'd never seen it with my eyes until now. I have. And I'm about to take you on a trip around the world and show you what I've seen. So all these years, we just kept doing what we knew to do. More young people, youth groups bring their groups together, bring unsaved friends, they would come to Christ, and we try to give them tools. But the last 5 years, I've been completing my doctoral dissertation, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what it's about because it's what's the whole content for the day is based on. So at Regent University, I studied what's called strategic foresight. Strategic foresight is the science of futuring, looking at trends and trying to interpolate what those trends might mean for this industry or that industry. So it's looking at the next 5, 10, 20 years of trends. And so, for example, a Fortune 100 company would hire a strategic foresight consultant to say, help us understand how the trends are going to affect our industry or our company. So they can prepare for that so they're not surprised, right? So I went into studying strategic foresight with what are the trends that are most going to affect the church in America and around the world, and how can we prepare for it? It's sort of youth ministry on the other end, because the young generation is going to be most affected by those trends, right? So if we can understand what's coming down the pipe and prepare, maybe we could prepare for things like COVID. Oh no, what should we do? How about we get a camera in our church? Like the whole kind of, the body of Christ was kind of in a drunken stupor trying to figure out what to do. What if we could actually see the trends that are coming and prepare and not be surprised by them? How many think that'd be a good idea? Be like the sons and daughters of Issachar, right? That understood the times that Israel lived in and what they should do. So what I want to do is take you on a journey. First of all, understanding some of the trends. So I hope you guys don't mind a little information today. A little information about trends that are coming our way that are already affecting the church. And then along the way, First I discovered in Singapore, then the Philippines, then in Africa, then in Bogota, then in Russia. Churches that are defying the trends in an extraordinary way. They're not just reaching more people. They're not just filling up buildings. That's good. But they're reaching and discipling. So they're not just growing wider, they're growing deeper, and they have ways of measuring the depth. Imagine that. Imagine it, wouldn't it be great if we had like a Holy Spirit meter, people walk in the door, whoa, well, you really need some help. How do you measure depth? Well, they figured out ways to start measuring maturity in Christ as people are on a pathway of growth. So what I want to do is take you on a trip to, as if you were there, to some of these churches where you can kind of see what I saw, and they're fundamentally different than anything I'd ever seen. I was kind of embarrassed. So we worked for 30 years with like 100,000 churches in America. I never saw in one church what I first saw in Singapore and then in all these other places. It was so fundamentally different, we gave them a different name. We call them exponential churches. Because exponential is a strange word. We're going to unpack it a little bit here. So if I could just engage your imagination this morning, I want you to imagine, whether it's here at Freedom Fellowship or whatever church you're from, imagine you're coming to church in 6 months. You get there about 45 minutes in advance, and you see groups of young people, a couple hundred, in small groups, all over the parking lot, and they're like in small groups, and they're praying for each other, they're ministering to each other, people are crying, they got their Bibles open, you're like, what is going on? You walk inside the lobby, and there's like 100 more in small groups, and they're praying, and they're crying, like, what? The church hasn't even started yet, what is going on here? Can you imagine it? And then church starts, and they explode. The young people rush in and explode with worship. I mean, they're making the old people feel ashamed that they're not worshiping more passionately, because these young people are ripping their hearts wide open, and the pastor gets up to preach, and he throws down the gospel, and the young people are the first to respond, repent, and get this part of their life right. Can you imagine it? Can you see it in your mind's eye? And then you find out that what's happened is all those small groups you saw in advance, they were all being led by 15 and 16 and 17-year-olds who've been trained to lead and disciple their own generation. Can you imagine it? I've seen it with my eyes, with my actual eyes all around the world. Welcome to the exponential church. The way they think about reaching and discipling is so fundamentally different than anything I'd ever seen here. It was almost like sliced bread, like the first time I ever saw it. Like, whoa, who invented that? It turns out the Bible invented what I saw. It was like seeing the book of Acts right in front of my face. I'd just never seen it that way before. So this exponential church model, we're going to try to work through this whole manual here today. But it's so different. It's a different operating system. It's just as different as a Mac is from a PC. How many of you guys are PC users? How many of you guys are Apple users? How many of you guys were a PC and then you converted to a Mac? An Apple. How many of you tried to convert to an Apple but then you had to go back to PC? That's me. I couldn't drink the Kool-Aid. I tried. You know, and in fact, one of the things I found is that come on, I'm working with young generation. I gotta work with an Apple computer here. I'm trying, and I found there's a computer program you can put on your Mac called Parallels that actually mimics a PC. So you're using an Apple, a Mac, but it works like a PC. After 2 years of doing that, I'm like, I'm just going back to a PC. What's wrong with me? So it's a different operating system. You know, when you look at these two, they look like, oh, they both have screens. They both have buttons. They're the same. They're not. How many know they're not? Every button means something different. It's a different operating system. It's the same with an exponential church. It looks similar. Oh, they got screens. They got microphones. They got seats. That's where it all ends. It might look like a little cooler version of church. So I went and met with these 10 different churches that I found around the world. Most of them don't even know each other. Looked under the hood, met with their leaders, met with their pastors. Like, what's really happening here that's fundamentally different? I finally found one in America, Pastor Jason Lozano. And he started a church in Los Angeles. And he said, Ron, after 10 years, I grew the church to 1,700, but I was wearing myself out. I'm worn out. My staff are worn out. We're going from meeting to meeting to meeting to meeting. I'm almost burned out. Now, he said, I've got a vision for tens of thousands, but I'm worn out with 1,700. What am I going to do? So he said the Lord spoke to him. Instead of thinking about 10,000 in your church, why don't you ask this question? What would it take to raise up 10,000 leaders? So that sent him on a journey around the world, like who's raising up leaders? And he ran into many of the same churches that I ran into. He brought those best practices back and implemented them in Los Angeles. And I'll tell you, over the years, kind of what happened after 2 years. They went from 1,700 to 3,000 people, all in small groups. Since COVID started, now they're at 4,900 in a place where you couldn't even meet as a church because they had systems and structures to keep growing. And one of the things he said to me that was shocking to me, this statement right here, Ron, do you know how hard it is to pastor 1,000 babies? Now, does that sound excruciating? It did to me. And isn't this a problem we've had in the body of Christ? Old babies. We got people coming to church for years, but they're still like gray-haired babies, right? If you're looking out on Sunday and this is what you see, you've got another problem. And I'm afraid we've gotten so used to this, like here's a little more milk, here's a little bit more milk. And remember Paul said, by now you ought to have some meat, but here's some more milk, because that's all you can handle right now. How many of you know just because somebody's in church doesn't mean they're mature? They haven't grown up in their faith. And so we have this issue. We all have heard this. We don't want a church that's a mile wide and an inch deep. But then when it gets 2 miles wide and an inch deep, we celebrate. And then when it gets 10 miles wide and an inch deep, we celebrate more. And we are, well, at least we got half of it right. It's getting wider. We don't know what to do with the deep part, so let's just keep making it wider. Hey, I got more campuses. Hey, I got more, hello. We just, more stuff. We like reassemble the shallow in different buildings. Somebody say, ouch. So today what we're going to do is, if you're an entrepreneur, they tell you, if you're the owner of the business, that you need to spend time working on your business, not just in your business. If you only work in your business, you'll never grow it. So today, we're going to work on the church, not in the church. Whatever department or role that you play in whatever church, forget about your to-do list. We're going to look at the big picture here. And we're going to try to walk you through this manual, and a lot of these slides will have numbers, page numbers on them, so you'll be able to stay up, hopefully. And so throughout the day, it's not just me teaching. We'll go through a lot of content. However, we'll have discussion. I'm going to suggest to you paradigm changes that are fundamentally different than what church looks like in America. And when you hear something that's a different paradigm, you might go, whoa, whoa, it's okay. Ask questions, push back. If you disagree, it's okay. It's okay. We're going to have a lot of discussion. I'll have discussion questions up here. You might have your own questions. That's fine. You don't have to wait for a pause. Lift up your hand. Hey, whoa, what was that? Okay, that's great. Okay, we're going to have a lot of discussion time, because when you're thinking about a new paradigm, you have to wrestle with it a little bit, and it's okay to verbally wrestle with it. But I don't think that'll work in America. Good. We'll wrestle with that out loud, okay? And it's okay. So if you're to think about a definition for these exponential churches, here it is. An exponential church identifies coming trends and leverages them to reach those most likely to come to Christ, and build them into multipliers. Somebody say multipliers. Say it louder, multipliers. So their church will continue to thrive during any global crisis, as they have great cause for hope for their future, with the passion of youth filling their pews. So, I know it's a run-on sentence, but it's intentional, okay? And wouldn't it be great if we could actually see the trends of change that are coming, and pivot in advance of the trend crashing you? And so you leverage the trend. So best practices are one of those things that almost every industry, they have conferences where you can learn the best practice of accounting or running a doctor's office. And in the church, we don't do that so much, because we go, well, God, he's just going to speak to me. I'm going to go to Mount Sinai. He's going to speak to me, and I don't really need, how about this? And we're not competing with each other. What if we could learn this? What's really, really working? And then go, okay, let's customize that for your city, your DNA of your ministry, your town, that kind of thing, your region. Are you following me? So you don't copy and paste, but we definitely get ideas, especially if they come from Scripture. A lot of times what happens is we know stuff's in the Bible, but this is what happened to me when I first saw the exponential church. I had no idea how it assimilated and worked in a church, in a local church environment, to cause exponential growth. So one of the churches I visited recently was in Nigeria, and Nigeria is in the middle of great revival right now. And I mean, when I talk about revival, it's like nothing we've ever dreamed of here. It's like 100 times bigger than whatever happened in the Jesus movement that everybody talks about. So there are 200 million people in Nigeria. That's the largest African country. They've gone from 20% Christian to 50% Christian in the last 30 years. Think about that. It means tens of thousands more churches. And this church I went to visit, Dr. Paul Aneche, he's there with me in the center. That's when he's building his latest auditorium. It seats 100,000 people. It's like an NFL stadium. On the left of it, that's when it's completed. I went back there and presented to his staff what I'm about to share with you today, this master class, because he said, Ron, we have a lot of people. They have 3 services a Sunday, 6 a.m., 8 a.m., and 10 a.m. every Sunday. People start showing up at 4:30 in the morning. I couldn't believe it. I'm there at 4:30 in the morning. People are walking, getting buses. They're filling up this place. He says, it's great, but except that we're not reaching the young generation. The revival, this great, is not reaching the young generation. In fact, the young people think, that church thing, that's my parents' tribal stuff. We're this generation. We're cool. We're all connected to all the youth around the world. We're the generation that's techno-driven. He goes, and we don't know what to do to get through to them. Now, wouldn't you think that would take a huge amount of humility for a guy like that to admit that and say, hey, we need some insight here. So we spent 4 days with his team, his staff there on the top right, 400 staff, to walk them through what this could look like in your context, in your nation. So this is what all these exponential churches do. This is you'll see this statement, some version of it, over and over again today. When we focus on reaching and discipling those most likely to follow Christ, we'll build an exponential church that is growing deep and wide and multi-generational. So the word focus is really interesting, because most churches are not focused. They got lots of departments and lots of stuff, and they have Sunday morning. But these guys focus like they're like a laser. They're thinking about how do we get to the future that we want. They focus on reaching and discipling, and you're going to see that phrase, those most likely to come to Christ. Do you know not everybody is on the same likelihood of coming to Christ? We'll talk more about what that means. So throughout the course of the day, let me just give you a couple thoughts in order to have a great day. Be open-minded to new ideas, even if they seem counterintuitive at first. Suspend disbelief. Like if you hear an idea or a concept or a best practice and you go, that doesn't work, or that won't work here. Well, just suspend it for a second. Just listen to the story, and you push back if you want. Ask questions. Withhold justifying why you may not be doing a certain thing right now, whatever that might be. As the Lord puts stuff on your heart throughout the day, write it in your manual so you don't forget. I'll never forget that. How many times we did it and then we forget it? Just write it down, whatever it might be. And don't be afraid of unpleasant truths. Okay? Because isn't that how change happens? When we kind of reckon with the truth and go, okay, I need to do something about this. The problem is this, is most people that they think about, I want revival, we want to change our nation, we want to change our county, we want to change our city. They don't know what that version of revival or church looks like. It's sort of like maybe what Henry Ford thought. If I were to ask people what they wanted, they would have just said faster horses. Because they'd never heard of some kind of a carriage that's powered by an engine. So I think when we say, yeah, we want revival, we want youth, we want a bigger church, we want to reach more people, we're like, yeah, we want it, but what might it look like? Well, we're going to get some glimpses of it from all around the world. And we call it anticipatory leadership. Like if you could see trends that are coming and play to that, you can anticipate and lead through it rather than feeling, oh no, what are we going to do? Oh no, what are we going to do? And as you're about to see, what they're saying is that so much is changing right now that every business that doesn't have an ability to scale their learning, that is, you got to learn like never before if you're in any kind of business, or you will go out of business. No, when I was in college, I had a friend whose dad was a doctor. He worked at the medical school at ORU. I'd go over to his house every once in a while and go into his dad's study, his dad's office at home. And he had all these big magazines, this whole stack of them. And he opened up with a real small print, hardly any good pictures. I'm like, what's this? And his dad said, well, they're medical journals. I said, medical journals? What are these for? He goes, well, I read them. I go, well, they look pretty boring to me, you know, like a little small print, no pictures. He goes, why do you read them? He goes, well, I have to keep reading them to stay up to date. If not, what I know about medicine will be obsolete. I'm like, oh no. You have to keep learning and learning and learning? And I thought, note to self, I'm never becoming a doctor. Because when I'm done with college, I want to stop learning. Well, the big news is right now, is that if we don't keep learning and, as they say, scale our learning, keep learning at a whole different levels, not only will we might go out of business, we'll be obsolete. We'll be irrelevant. We won't be able to connect. So today we're going to scale a lot of learning, and we'll try to learn as much as we can about the trends and about these churches. And so instead of being intimidated by accelerated change or all the changes that we're experiencing right now in culture, in the world, what if we could leverage that to impact even more lives? Can I have an amen, somebody? So that's what we're going to kind of poke around at. So the first thing we want to talk about is this whole idea of exponential. What does it mean to be, what does the word even mean? And like just talk about the concept of exponential. And so here we go on this journey. And so this is with the goal of leveraging accelerated change. So change is happening quicker and quicker. And you know, we keep getting this idea, you know, what's the new normal? Well, you better get an idea of it and everything changes again. So the definition here of exponential is rising or expanding at a steady or unusually rapid rate. So something that's growing like faster than you would have expected. Like remember, hey, there's some virus coming out of China. The next day, everybody has a mask on. How'd that happen? That was exponential, right? Like all around the world. Exponential is about growing so quick, like it's hard to even anticipate it. So take, for example, if you had just one page of your manual. You don't have to do this, but if you were to fold it in half, that's doubling. That's 100% growth in thickness, right? Imagine if you folded it again. That's quadrupling, right? So you're exponential again. Imagine if you kept doing that 50 times, if you could. You did it once and then twice and then again. How thick do you think that paper would be after 50 folds? 93 million miles between here and the sun. See, one time before that, it's like 46 million miles. And one time before that is 23 million. Are you following me? Because exponential starts, it's unusual because it multiplies. You don't think about addition, you think about multiplication. And exponential is sort of this thing, it's kind of a muscle. How many of you ever had this happen where you haven't worked out for a while and you start, I'm going to get into workout, and you start working out and you go, ooh, haven't felt that muscle in a while. How many ever felt that before? How many ever thought like, ooh, didn't even know I had that muscle? That's an exponential muscle. It's right here between our ears. And it's something that's been unexercised for a long time. We don't know how to think that way. Maybe we haven't thought that way in so long. And so we're going to talk about kind of what that means. And I'll tell you, these exponential churches, they're all led by exponential thinkers, exponential pastors, people and teams around the table that are leading churches and departments that think exponentially. And so we're going to try our hand at this today and learn kind of from them. And so just to kind of get us started real quick, I don't know if you've ever taken this before, but we do have a pastor awesomeness assessment we'd like you to take real quick. And if you could just hold your phone up right now and get that QR code, just go ahead and take a picture of it and push on the place that it takes you. And just click on that form there. And if there's just 2 questions there, if you could fill it out real quick. Did you get it? Okay, and we'll tabulate your scores in just a minute here. Pastor Yuri, you didn't realize you were getting assessed today, did you, sir? Did you all get it? All right. So throughout the day, we'll have some of these different assessments that you can kind of look at, and we'll show you how these kinds of things can be used in your own church. So we all know the answers to these questions. It's kind of rhetorical, but we all know Pastor Yuri is an awesome pastor, and his precious wife is the key to success. So it's kind of unnecessary to do, but we did it anyways. So these are some of the places around the world: Philippines, Singapore, where we're going to go. Russia, we'll take you there, and Los Angeles, will tell you about Jason Lozano's church, and Accra, Ghana, Bogota, some other places. So we're going to start here by looking at this word focusing. This is what they do. They focus. All these churches, one thing they do similar, they focus on reaching and discipling. Their leaders help the whole church. We're going to focus on reaching and discipling those most likely to follow Christ. And we put a little bit different wording here. We create a pipeline. Somebody say pipeline. Imagine this. Imagine if you could get a young person to come to Christ, and between the time they come to Christ all the way up through 21 or 25 years, what if you could create a pipeline of growth? That's what these guys do. It is so fundamentally different. We might use the word discipleship here, but that word is so watered down in America, we don't even know what it means, so I hesitate to use it. They create a pipeline that a young person, when they come to Christ, they get in this pipeline, and it's so full of goodness, it's so full of growth. It's like Red Bull for your faith for the first 5 years of your life. Red Bull, 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 like that. The yes man, Red Bull, Red Bull, Red Bull. They're like for their faith. So by the time they get 20 or 21 or 25, their roots are so deep, they've been multiplying themselves for years and years. And we're not wondering, I hope they hold on to their faith. They're not wondering about that because they've been in ministry for 5 or 6 or 7 years. So we'll talk about how they do that. It's so amazing. They create a pipeline of young adults emerging as a torrent of firebrands of faith, resulting in a multi-generational exponential church. So, any other things that you've noticed maybe in our culture that seem to be exponential, like in the last year or two? Anything you've noticed? Exponential in nature? Something that seems to be like, wow, that came out of nowhere and now it's everywhere. Zoom? Do you know how fast they grew? They went from like 5 million users to over 100 million users, like that. Yes. And said online shopping? Yeah. Say it again? Big pharma. Big pharma, yeah. But it's so subtle, like we don't know it. The only people that know it a lot is those that have invested. Yes, you have your hand. TikTok. Isn't that interesting? What was that? Bam! Millions of people. How'd that happen? Exponential. Yes? Anything else? Did you have your hand up? No, you were just amen. So there are phenomena. Crypto, yeah. And yes.
Home delivery, contact.
All contact stuff, so you don't have to touch, you can buy stuff. Yeah, interesting. Like it almost how the whole pandemic thing forced new innovation of things, right? How about this in the last couple weeks? What? Where's Ukraine? Everybody knows Ukraine. Just because of the war, and now everybody's got, the first war that has selfies in it. Everybody sees what's going on. Like it's a whole different way of thinking. Like what happened to the pandemic? I don't know. The war's on. Already forgot about it. Yes? Bitcoin. Yeah, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. So there are examples of things. You're going to see a lot more here in just a second. So imagine this. I know you're here in Appleton, right? Apple Creek. I know it had apple in it. Okay. Well, but imagine you're on the beach in the Caribbean. I mean, just for a minute, let's go there. Imagine it's like 80-something, warm, not too hot, and you feel the warm sand between your toes. Can you feel it? And the water is just perfect. It's not too cold, not too warm, and the waves are beckoning you, come to me. Now, maybe you don't like to swim in the ocean, but today you're going in. It's irresistible. So you go out, you're swimming around, you're frolicking, having a great time, and before you know it, you look back at the shore and you are like a mile away. And you're like, oh no, I'm drifting out to sea. So you start swimming as fast as you can back to the shore. But as you get closer, you start hearing this thundering crash of a wave, and you're like, what is that? And you get so close, you look to the edge, and you see it's like an 80-foot wall of water, this wave. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. So you turn back around and you're swimming back out to sea, away from the edge of the wave, fast as you can, and it's too powerful. It pulls you in, and you start get thrown around and around. Gasp for air and pulls you back down, and you're like in this tornado, round and around. And you come up one time and you see your spouse and your kids, and they're doing the same thing, trying to swim away, and they're getting pulled under, and then they gasp for air, and they come under, and then you come up one time and you see friends from church, family members, people you work with, they're doing the same thing, trying to swim away, and it seems like everybody's getting pulled under and gasping for air and pulled under, and then you come up one time and you realize, it doesn't look like we're going to be leaving here anytime soon. Maybe we should plan to have lunch up here. Have dinner up here. Hey, let's have a whole buffet up here. Welcome to our new normal. This is our new normal. Imagine the waves of change. It's not just one pandemic, but imagine 10. Only one's a medical one. Another one's economic. Another one's a war machine. Another one's business. Another one's, technology. Another something from Hollywood. Are you following me? All converging all at once, creating waves of change. What's our new normal? People ask, when the pandemic's over, when are we going to get back to normal? The new normal is constant change, only faster and faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. So, instead of being intimidated, how are we going to survive? How are we going to live? What if we became like this guy, Rodrigo, who learned how to surf? An 80-foot wall of water from Brazil. What if we were the surfers? We surf the waves of change. We're not intimidated. We're not freaked out. We're not panicking. We're surfing the waves of change. As leaders of the church, whether it's, what's happened with the internet and everything is that it doesn't matter if you're in a big city or not. The waves of change hit all of us, right? Through media, through everything else. So today we're going to take some surf lessons. Is that all right? We're going to look at the waves of change and go, okay, let's learn enough about them so we're not intimidated by them, and so we can not just survive but thrive. So I'm going to invite you to come on this journey with me into the future. We're going to look at trends that are emerging right now, but they're going to overwhelm the world, but you'll see them before the world does, or you'll see some of the effects. And it's a future not that's where it's inevitable, but it's a future that we can shape. So let me just deal with this for a second, because some people, when you think about the sovereignty of God, we kind of get this idea that's a little bit wanky. We go, well, whatever God wants to happen will happen. Well, that's what Muslims believe. Well, it must be the will of Allah. Somebody got raped. It must be the will of Allah. That's what they think about everything, good or bad. But we know, as Christians, we know there's a lot of things that aren't happening in the world that the Lord wants to happen, right? And there's a lot of things that are bad that he doesn't want to happen that are happening. That's why he says, Jesus taught us to pray, your kingdom come, your will be done, right? We want what you want to have happen. And so as he speaks to our hearts, we can have a shaping effect on how the future unfolds. It's a weird combination, right? We can see trends, and instead of saying it's inevitable, that's going to happen, we go, no, we can see the trend, but hey, the Lord could use us to do something about that, or to leverage that trend for his kingdom. All right? So it's going to be a fun little journey here. Some of the time throughout the day, we'll have questions. Some are for thought. They're rhetorical questions like this one. How do we lead? In the midst of such historic change, how do we lead? Our local churches, people in our youth groups, people in our, within our realm of influence. And what does it actually take to become like these guys, the sons of Issachar, who understood the times? So we're going to take a deep dive and try to understand some of the trends. We can't get to all of them. There's a lot of them. I could talk all day just about trends, but I just don't have time to do that. But we'll talk about a couple of the biggest trends that are shaping us right now, and then we'll talk about what we can do about them. And so let me just start by kind of giving you this frame of thought. So I'm with a group of tribal guys here in Ecuador, the middle of nowhere, Ecuador. And some of you might remember or heard of back in the 1950s, there's a group of 5 guys that went to the jungle to share the gospel, and all 5 were killed. One was Jim Elliott, one was Nate Saint, and 3 others, right? And they were killed by these actual guys right here. So what happened is some of their wives stayed behind to reach the very people that killed their husbands with the gospel. Many of them came to Christ. The whole village came to Christ. Then they started multiplying and going to other villages all over Ecuador. So what a beautiful story, right? Well, Mincaye is the guy on the left. He's like the leader of the tribe. And he actually killed Nate Saint. And Steve Saint, Nate's son, was 5 years old when his dad was killed by Mincaye. Well, Steve grew up in the village. His mom stayed there to reach the tribe. And he grew up as Mincaye came to Christ, calling Mincaye grandfather. It's a beautiful story of forgiveness. His whole life he called him grandfather, right? So later on, Steve brings Mincaye out of the village, and he comes to several of our events to share this beautiful story, right? This guy killed my dad. Now he's like a grandfather. Look what the love of Christ does in our life. So he tells these stories that are really interesting. So when Mincaye first came out of the village, he didn't know any English, of course. Didn't even know Spanish. Only his tribal language. So he goes to Quito, Ecuador, the capital city there, to get his passport and stuff. And he's all freaked out. He goes into a building, goes in an elevator, doors close, open up. We're in a different place. This is a magic box we're in. Like he had no frame of reference. Like what is this? He sees the plane up in the sky, and Steve says, "Hey, Mincaye, we're going to get in that plane and we're going to go to America." He goes, "I can't get in that plane." He goes, "Why?" He goes, "It's too small. I could never fit in it." He had no frame of reference, right? So they were going through TSA. at the airport. Again, those guys don't speak any tribal, just Spanish. And Steve's up front, and he's getting checked, and they're pointing to Minkaye's belt. He doesn't know what they want. Next thing you know, Steve looks back, and Minkaye's pants are down to his, literally down to his knees. Like, he didn't know what they wanted, Everything means something different. He comes to the States, they're flipping through channels, he sees somebody blow up, he goes, oh, that's so sad, that guy died. He goes, no, he's still alive. How could he live through that? Change the channel, there's the same actor. Whoa, it's a miracle. He's trying to explain it to him. He had no frame of reference. Then they turn to a news channel, they see something blow up, they go, he goes, I guess that guy's okay. No, that's a real one. How do you discern the two? So imagine going into a world where everything you see with your eyes means something different. They drive by a football stadium on a Friday night. Everybody's like, run! And Minkaye's like, somebody gonna die? Who's gonna die? Somebody gonna die? No, it's just the game, it's the ball. What? We only get excited like that in our tribe if one tribe's against another and somebody's going to die. Everything he saw, he had to learn to interpret different. I wonder if it's sort of like all of us have been in a tribe our whole life. And everything we see, these trends, these things we're seeing, we need to learn to interpret them a different way and understand the implication rather than, oh, it's just a little war over there. Oh, just a little pandemic here. Oh, just a little, all these things got shut down because of whatever. Like learning to interpret what we're in the middle of in a little bit different way. You'll see what I'm talking about as we continue. Like just a whole different way of the future unfolding. So let's talk about two of the biggest trends, macro trends we call them. And this verse, these verses are not in your manual, but we're going to refer to them several times today. These are the words that were shared by Joshua and Caleb. Remember, they went in with 12 spies, right? And the 10 were like, we're all going to die. We can't go in there. But Joshua and Caleb said, look what they said. They said to all the people of Israel, the land we traveled through and explored is a wonderful land. Somebody say, a wonderful land. And if the Lord is pleased with us, he will bring us safely into that land and give it to us. It is a rich land flowing with milk and honey. Do not rebel against the Lord. Don't be afraid of the people of the land. They're only helpless prey to us. They have no protection, but the Lord is with us. Don't be afraid of them. So note, Joshua and Caleb didn't say, hey, there's no giants there. They didn't say that. They said, there's giants, but our God's bigger. Sometimes when you start talking about data, and we're about to talk about a lot of data right now, people start going, well, brother, you just don't have faith. Brother, can't why do you have to bring all that up? How about this? How about if we don't play pretend? Let's look at the giants. Let's look at the data and go, well, our God's bigger than that. And the bigger the giants are, the bigger our faith ought to get. Because we know our God's bigger than that. Can I have an amen, somebody? So we're going to look at some things that might look like giants to you. Don't let it diminish your faith. Let your faith grow as you see it, okay? So the first macro trend we'll look at here is called the knowledge revolution. So they found a way to measure, this guy named Buckminster Fuller, found a way to measure how long does it take for knowledge to double. Everything we know about everything to double. Nanotechnology, the stars, microbiology, and it used to take 100 years for everything we knew about everything to double, and then 50 years. Now it's every 12 months. Everything we know about everything doubles every 12 months. So imagine driving by the Library of Congress, you drive by a year later and it's double in size. And a year later it's double again. And a year later it's double again. Imagine that. But it's like that for all the knowledge of the world except for the medical industry. Everything we know about medicine doubles every 80 days. Everything we know about medicine doubles every 80 days. What are the implications? Well, watch. So what they do with all that data is they turn it into X's and O's and they suck it into big computers. They call it big data. Then they analyze it, they interpret it, they use AI, and as a result, we get what's called an information-based economy, environment. So as a result, almost virtually every business in the world is rethinking how they do business based on X's and O's, based on data. So for example, you invent things that have never even been conceived before, and they call them disruptive technologies. How many of you guys remember the old days when you used to have to buy a camera and put film in it? Remember that? And then you take the film out and you go get it, developed, and you pay for X amount of copies. Remember that? Money all along the way. Today, you got thousands of pictures in your phone. You don't even know how did I get those pictures? You're like, well, I can't remember those pictures, right? And so they got disrupted. The Kodak and those guys got disrupted by this. So lots of industries are getting disrupted because of technology and thinking about what they're doing in a whole different way. So let me give you another example. How many of you guys remember the Nokia phones? How many ever had a Nokia phone? All those flip phones, most of them were Nokia, right? So watch at this one example here. Look at the top left here. Nokia in 2006 is valued at $140 billion. They get an idea. They want to go into the navigation business. Like we all use right now. Well, it hadn't been invented yet. So they buy this company called Navtech. And watch here, they bought it for $8 billion. And they had like 8 satellites in outer space. They go, we're going into the navigation business. Meanwhile, these Jewish guys over in Israel go, hey, we want to go in the navigation business, but we're not buying no satellite. That's too expensive. So they programmed this thing called Waze. Anybody ever heard of Waze? So they don't buy nav. They don't have any money. All they have is this. They start programming in their garage. And they said, instead of using satellite technology, we're going to use free user information. Anybody that has a phone that has our app will say, hey, there's a cop right there. Or there's an accident right there. And it'll recalculate your route based on user-given information. Watch what happens. Just a couple years later, you see Nokia, 2012 is valued at $8 billion. What? They went from 140, they bought a whole company at 8, and now a few years later, their whole company is valued at what they bought the other one for. Meanwhile, Waze explodes and is purchased for $1 billion by Google in 2013. Microsoft purchases Nokia for $7 billion. You see what happened? Even though Nokia wanted to change, hey, let's get into this thing, they couldn't change quick enough. Change was happening so fast. They're thinking in an old way. Let's go buy satellites. Exponential is right here. It's how you think. And if we don't understand the implications of this, we'll go, yeah, let's go do a new thing, and we'll do it an old way, and we'll get swallowed financially. So exponential is a whole different way of thinking about our future. And so you can see the blue line there is linear thinking. Linear is the old way, like if you have a business, hey, we're going to grow 3% next year. We're going to grow, 4%, 5%. You'd be out of your mind if you tell your board, we're going to grow 10%. You're crazy. No one can grow that fast. That's linear thinking. Exponential is the green, where they're not thinking 10%. They're thinking 10x, 10 times the growth. If you have a business idea now, and you go to some investors, and if you don't have a 10x idea, get out of the room, because we have plenty that do. And we have plenty of companies that have become billion-dollar companies in a year or less. In fact, they've given them a name. Anybody know what the name is? You know that horse with the little unicorn? They call them unicorn companies. It used to take 30 years to become a billion-dollar company. Now they're becoming like within a year, like this. And it's all because of what's happening here with the X's and O's. So for example, we all know these companies, we don't realize, trends is kind of saying what's there, but understanding it's a trend so that we can understand how we fit into that. So for example, Airbnb. Anybody ever used Airbnb? So they have 500,000 houses or rooms they can rent, but they don't own one. They own this. You know how many rooms Hilton owns? Like 45,000. And they own the brick and mortar. See, these guys own nothing except this. But they have way more bandwidth. Same with like Uber and things like that. They don't own the car. They own this. They own this. It's a different way of thinking. It's a technology. It's a data-driven kind of economy we live in. So as a result, you're going to see, they're saying like 40% of the Fortune 500 companies won't even be in business in 10 years. Like that's what, they can't change quick enough. Now some are changing quick. Like even Apple, Macintosh, computers, they start going, hey, something. So years ago, they go, hey, we got to invent something. And they took some of their staff, they made a whole different building and said, you guys go work on this thing. And they put a pirate flag on the top. They were inventing the iPhone. They wouldn't tell anybody what they were talking about, what they were doing. They disrupted themselves. So some are able to do that. Most companies are not able to do that, even if they know they need to change. So now they've got a whole group of companies they call exponential organizations. These are some of them, where they're moving so fast, they're using technology. And so we know Amazon, for example. Isn't it great? You order something, the next day it's there. The other day I ordered something and like it was there by 10 a.m. Whoa! Even Jeff Bezos says Amazon will probably go out of business in 10 years. They can't change quick enough. So what does that mean? What are the implications? Well, this is what we're here to talk about. Like, what does this mean for the church? So companies are starting to think, should we disrupt ourselves? Maybe the church, maybe we ought to think, should we disrupt ourselves? Careful. This is dangerous thinking. We don't change the gospel, brother. No, of course not. We're not talking about changing the message. We're talking about changing the mode. Looking at the wine skin, not the wine. We get so used to our wine skin. This is the way it has to be. We've always done it this way. And that's how things that were full of life become institutionalized and die. Companies that do that, they go out of business. Churches take a lot longer to go out of business because they're like so committed to it, and then until everybody dies in the church, and then they sell it to somebody else. They actually sell the building to somebody. Should we disrupt ourselves? Because that's what smart companies are really trying to do. Some are successful. So let's keep going on this knowledge revolution. See, just think of some practical implications. So today, there's about 4.5 billion people online right now. In about 3 years, there'll be 8 billion. So just if you only knew that, just think about it. It took 30 years to get to 4.5 billion. In 3 years, almost double that. So think about, just for a second, the implications of 3.5 billion more people now a part of the global community. What could you do with that information? You love God, you want to make a difference. What could you do knowing there's 3.5 billion more people who just got connected to the rest of us? The business world is thinking, wow, I got 3.5 more billion people to sell stuff to. They can't wait. There's also 3.5 billion more entrepreneurs out there potentially. They could live in the middle of a jungle, become a millionaire. They don't have to have a factory. They don't have to have anything, right? Just like anybody else in the world. All kinds of implications. 3.5 billion more people are going to see something for the first time on their phone. What will they see? Maybe a sermon from your church, a song that one of you wrote, an ebook, a free ebook that you gave them. I mean, if we understand the implications. It used to cost millions of dollars for somebody to get on a television station all around the world to preach the gospel. Now, it's virtually free. If a 12-year-old can make a stupid cat video and get 1 billion views, can we not use this for the gospel? It doesn't matter how big or how small your church or your city or your town, none of that matters anymore. Just let your mind dream a little bit. 3.5 billion more people. There's a lot of good implications. There's bad implications. Can anybody think of bad implications of that many more people joining the world community via this? Anybody think? Negative implications? Say it again. Okay, hackers, scammers, good. So we know porn is the biggest industry, right? So now, darkness and death can spread at an exponential rate. It's huge. Anybody think of any good implications? Criminals can be found a lot. Yes. Face recognition technology and stuff like that, for sure. Business opportunities, for sure. Some of the thing that, they're kind of secular implications, but they're good. Think about this. How many geniuses have lived that we never knew about? like a Bach or a Beethoven that lived in a village somewhere, that no one ever heard their music because they didn't live around a king that could promote them. Now everyone can know. What about people that could have solved horrible diseases and stuff that they're a genius, but they live somewhere that they were never discovered. They never had a chance for education. So there's a lot of very interesting kinds of things as well. Just keep going here. By now you must have heard of Starlink. Do you know what this is? This is Elon Musk's whole deal of putting 12,000 satellites around the world to give the whole world free internet. So he's got about 2,000 up so far. Maybe you heard this about a week or two ago. The guys in Ukraine, one of the vice premiers or something, tweeted to Elon that Elon had just sent a big rocket to outer space and launched some more and brought it back down. He goes, hey, Elon Musk, instead of just sending out rockets and bringing them back down for fun, how about moving some of your Starlink satellites over Ukraine so when they try to shut down our internet, we'll still be connected. Watch this. 5 hours later, he tweets, done. Then he starts hauling in the hardware through Poland so that they can connect. So meanwhile, I just read this morning, they've had 100,000 downloads of the Starlink software just in the Ukraine alone. So that, this is how dictators rule. They control information. So if Putin can't shut down their communication, they can stay united. So imagine this. Just dream a little bit. So that's, in a practical way, it's helping. But imagine, what if Elon did that over Russia and over China and over Cuba and over North Korea? Imagine, what they did a few years ago in Iran when they started to, people were getting, rebelling against the government. They shut down all their ability to communicate, and it all went away. What if no dictators can thrive anymore because they can't control the ability for people to assemble and communicate? Interesting, huh? Just think of the moment that we live in. There's all kinds of implications. That's what they're going to do. That's how they're going to get to 8 billion, right? Is what they're going to do is, you'll start seeing this. When you get a new phone, give your old smartphone to the world. Because they can't afford it, of course. So they'll get everybody connected. So there's all kinds of implications to this. So think about this. There's a group, you can Google it, called the X Prize. The X Prize, they give a big pile of money to some company for innovation. So it started like 20 years ago, and they said, we want to give $10 million to the first group who can take a rocket, send it to outer space, bring it back, and use the rocket again. Because that's the most expensive part about sending rockets out. So it spurred like 300 groups trying to innovate. That's why all these jet and rockets that are going up, it all started back 20 years ago. They started innovating, galactic and this and that. Well, so every few years they give a different X Prize to spur innovation. So the last one they gave away, $15 million for the first group that could invent how to teach somebody who's totally illiterate to read and write and do math in 15 months with no human interaction, only a tablet or a phone. So 700 groups vied for it. They boiled it down to 5. They beta tested those 5 with 2,500 children in Zambia, and they awarded that $15 million to split it between 2 groups. Read and write, do math within 15 months. Proven they can do it. Watch this. Now they're giving the software to the world. They're open sourcing it. Anybody can have it. What's about to happen to illiteracy around the world? It's going to be virtually non-existent. And you know what's directly connected to illiteracy? Poverty. So what we're about to see happen right before us, free internet, literacy goes away, poverty almost extinguished. What will be the first thing they read when they learn to read? Wouldn't it be great if the church was at the front of the line? The first videos they watch, the first thing, what if their primers on when they learn to read, how they can learn to read better, was all Christian stuff? Are you following me? What if the church is on the cutting edge of the changes rather than, hey, 10 years later, maybe we should get an internet, maybe we should get a website, because this kind of thing. I can tell you, a couple years ago, Google did this meeting, and they're not Christians there, but there's a couple Christians there. They had a meeting for all the, 20 or 30 of the biggest churches in America come to me just to talk about technology. So one of their guys gets up, one of their VPs gets up, who's not a Christian, And he goes around the room and he tells everybody about their church. Oh, Pastor so-and-so, I know about your church, I know about your church. And he knew everything about him. He goes, let me ask you guys a question. He's not a saved guy, right? He goes, why is it that when I go to your guys' website, you think it's so important to tell me how many campuses you have? Do you know there's technology that based on where I Google you from, you can tell exactly where I'm at and which campus is closest to my house? So why don't you just tell me about that campus? That's all I care about. How does it help me? And this is not new technology. It's like 10 years old at that time. These are the biggest churches. You'd think they have the most cutting edge stuff, right? So like, it seems like the church is always behind. Even the biggest, like the best of us. I think it's time for that to change, right? Amen? You don't have to be from a big church or a big city to be on the cutting edge here. And so here, there's all kinds of trends that happen. Have you heard of deep fakes? Where like, do you recognize one of these pictures? Anybody? He's a famous star that they made look like a woman. Nick Cage. So they're doing these deep fakes where they can take somebody and make it look so much like you that you actually need a computer to figure out, is it real or fake? There's all kinds of things. There's the Internet of Things. I don't know if you've heard of this, but it's not just people that are connected, but it's stuff. So how many have seen those Roomba vacuums go around your house? Isn't that cool? Man, they clean your whole house, and they're connected to the internet, and they memorize your house, and they know you have a king-size bed, and so you start getting ads for king-size sheets. How did that happen? Yeah, the little, this kind of, so the Internet of Things is not all bad, though. So there's workout gear you can wear, keep like your heart rate and this and that, like, are you healthy or not? You can get that kind of stuff for your children, especially if they've got some diabetes or something like that. So you can know kind of what their insulin level is any day and where they're at any time of the day. So there's a lot of positive. It's the Internet of Things. Everything gets connected. Your computer, your refrigerator is connected. There's refrigerators you can get now. You can tell you're low on milk. And so you get milk delivered to the next day like you never run out of milk. They call it an auto-magical world. So imagine how great it is to like go to Amazon, you get it the next day. What if, are you ready for this? So they're saying AI is exploding. AI is right now where phones were 15 years ago. AI will be everywhere, embedded in everything. It already is getting more and more. You'll start here. I called Lowe's the other day. They have got an AI answering their phone. It sounds like a computer, but it sounds, wait, is that real? And then she says, oh, what product can I help you find today? This is Lowe's, at my local Lowe's. So she or it is going to go search the local Lowe's and find what's on the shelf and tell me if it's there or not. How cool is that? You don't go there in vain, right? You don't have to wait on hold forever for the guy to answer your phone call and then go check the shelf and then come back, all of that. So watch this AI. They're saying that where it gets personal, all of us will have an AI online, which will be like a personal assistant. So imagine you have every one of us has a personal assistant. You make an avatar of yourself. You can make yourself way more buff than what you are, what you look like in your 20s or whatever. And you give it authority to represent you. So you give it, you can spend this amount of money on this amount of money on this. You give them access to your bank account. So your AI knows everything about you and that your tires on your car are wearing thin on their tread. They won't pass inspection. So your AI goes to the other AIs that represent different tire companies in the region or anywhere in the world, and negotiates the best deal for tires, and you're asleep while they're doing it. You wake up the next day, you got new tires on your car. Auto-magical. You didn't even have to order them. You're like, I'm not getting me an AI, that's for sure. But what if, I'm just going to throw it out there, because some of you might be thinking, but Ron, this is all technology. We're about souls and lives and people, and what does this have to do with them? Travel with me for a second in your mind. So if you're, one of the things I thought was crazy during the pandemic, fast food companies got apps. Now, why would they need an app? Why would Taco Bell need to make their stuff faster? I mean, isn't it already fast food? Want faster food? Why would, like, Starbucks need an app? It's already pretty quick. You just want to get there and walk in and get it. Like, how much faster can they make it? What do you need? Well, what's the next level? Are they going to chew it for you too? You know, and then you get it after it's already chewed? I mean, what's the next level of fastness here? You had your hand up?
Yeah, I was just going to say a lot of this is already transpiring in the metaverse.
Right.
What's already happening in the metaverse, you can already order marijuana within the metaverse and have it delivered to your house and use it through your avatar.
Right.
Because strip clubs, casinos, I mean, the secular world is already there. I've actually had a discussion with a lot of the kind of service in the metaverse. So I haven't heard stories in the metaverse yet.
Some have. They've started. So, yeah, and the metaverse is a whole, it's interesting that, are you all familiar with Meta? Well, it's the thing that Zuckerberg announced. He changed the whole name of Facebook. The parent company is now Meta. And it's basically, it's a fake world that you go into, and everybody comes in with an avatar. And it's like you can live in there. Gamers been doing it for a long time. They live in a fake world. You know, they got these fake avatars, and they compete against people around the world. And so what Mark did is he disrupted himself again. And he's not the only one talking about the metaverse. It's not the only thing that's meta. It's part of that, but it's this whole kind of, it's an online version of your life that you can kind of go and live a pretend life. You buy things out there, you know, exchange goods and services and this kind of thing. And so this whole Internet of Things, imagine AI for just a second. One of the things about AI is it makes customer service a lot better. So, Priceline, I get a lot of air tickets for Priceline. I used to hate if I had to change it. I'd call Priceline. I'm literally like on there 2 or 3 hours waiting. Today, Priceline, they are like amazing. It's all AI. They know everything I've ever done there. How can I help you? Blah, blah, blah. And when they finally need to get a real person on the phone, they get them on the phone. So imagine this. You might be thinking, Ron, we're like technology, we're like what souls, we don't want that technology thing. Well, what happened is the whole culture gets so used to the customer service. They think the message when it's customer service friendly is that that company cares about me. Then they come to church, they go, we're thinking we don't like technology. They're thinking you don't care about me. When Lowe's knows more about me than you do, as far as, I told you that my mother died 6 months ago and you don't remember it, so you say, hey, how's your mom? They may interpret it that we don't care. There's all kinds of implications. One of the things that when they call it, when technology makes something cheaper and cheaper to tell, well, it's almost free, they call it democratization. That is, like, remember you have to pay for your minutes. Now nobody pays for minutes. Pay for your data. Now it's like you just get a data plan, right? It's free or almost free. Our ability to impact the world has been democratized. Like, if we would just dare to think exponentially. Now be careful that we don't want to become like the guys who owned car washes in Argentina. So they're like, wait a minute, technology, no, we're like bubbles and soap and dirt and cars. We don't have anything to do with technology. And all of a sudden they started realizing half their customers are gone. They're not coming in. So they start asking their customers, why are you not coming in? They said, well, we believe the technology of weather prediction, and if it's going to rain today, we won't bring our car in. So they had to wrestle with that. What are we going to do? Well, we're not technology driven, but our customers are. So they decided on a new business model. If you pay so much a month to have a subscription, you can get as many car washes in a month as you want. Anybody heard of that? Started there. So even though we don't, maybe we're not, our goal is not help people become technology driven, but we realize the whole culture around us is becoming technology driven. We got to figure out how it affects, we could say, our customers or the people that we're supposed to minister to, but we haven't ministered to yet. They haven't come to our church yet. How can we leverage it to help us reach them? So let's just stop for a second. Process out loud. What are some of the implications of this whole knowledge revolution? And I've given you some teasers of what's happening in the culture with business and things, but what might be some of the implications that would affect your church, your ministry, the people you minister to? Yes? Right. 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 And none of these have like pat answers, quick and easy, but they're important for us to sift through, like you said. So, same thing. So here's a woman who's homebound in a wheelchair, can't go to a church, but gets saved and her avatar gets baptized online. Who's weeping openly because there's no way I could ever get into a baptism pool. Are you telling me I can never be baptized or have that experience of, so it's a good thing to debate about. Yes?
Comment or two, with research coming out, especially with English, just how negative social media has been and how it's affecting them. How do we, that's something I'm personally wrestling with, how I navigate being in these arenas, but knowing at the same time these arenas are massively affecting their lives in many ways. How do we?
So this is so great because I'm not, when you think about implications, there's two sides. One is how do we leverage technology to help the gospel? The other side is what impact is technology having on our culture that we can lean into and minister to? So for example, young people, their self-esteem, like comparing themselves to the beach bodies, and if I don't have this many likes, I'm a worthless human being, and all the carnage and garbage that goes into their brain as a result. I mean, if you just knew this, there's all kinds of studies out there that say the more time you spend online, the more likely you are to be depressed. If you just knew that, what does that say about our whole culture in America, the whole world? We have a pretty depressed. So that would inform how we're reaching out to people. Other things like, just think of the implications that are just right in front of us. So a kid can have 1,000 friends, but be so lonely he wants to kill himself. Or she wants to kill herself. Because what have they been taught? Facebook taught them, and TikTok, now everybody else. You got followers, if you don't like them, bam, you block them. That's how you treat a friend. So what if we're the other people? Some of you guys remember B.F. Goodrich and Goodyear, we're the other guys. What if we're the other guys? We're not competing with this. We're not teaching you how to have more fake friends. We're going to teach you how to do real friends. Like sit around and forgive each other and choose to forgive, because you got this open hole that you think is going to be filled by 1,000 fake friends, but you just block them because that's what the culture's taught you to do. But Jesus taught us how to have real relationships. So we're teaching them how to do real life. Instead of virtual reality, we're teaching them how to have actual reality, real relationships. So there's a side to which, how can we leverage tools? The other side is, how can we teach people how to do real life the way Jesus taught us to have, in spite of their getting more and more into the fake verse, the fake metaverse and everything else? Yes?
Well, we've had these conversations with church before, just in fact, let's say a choir, for example, we embrace different technologies in schools in the past. Even today, some of them are really successful.
Yeah.
It really depends on the people who are using the tool.
Right.
The tool doesn't matter how you use it.
Good word. And I think one of the things we need to be careful of, because some people, it's the devil. My bet 666 is all over the place in there, all of that, right? And let's be careful, because back in the 1930s and 40s, when Hollywood started to make its big explosion, all the Christians left, stuck their head in the sand. You guys are of the devil. Well, what happened to Hollywood? They just went right down that path. All of a sudden, Mel Gibson comes out, Passion of the Christ. Christians are going, wait a minute, maybe we should make films. And now there's all kinds of Christian film companies. Let's not stick our head in the sand again, just because there's all these new technologies, and pretend like it's just going to be okay. Jesus is coming back any second. Well, what if he doesn't? Let's make sure that we have a voice. Yes, in the back.
Well, one of the things that I've looked at as far as social media is that, we're in the media, in social media, in the internet, to not be conformed by that. Because we live in an addictive society.
Right.
Energy drinks, media, this, TikTok, whatever. So how do we do that and not be conformed to that?
Right.
But bring those out of that and get them into more reality.
That's a great question, because what's so interesting is let's take Twitter for a second. We see the way people use Twitter, and we think that's the only ways to use it. Take pictures of your food and yourself, food and yourself, food and yourself, food and yourself. So you see a lot of Christians doing that, right? I don't know if you heard recently what Rick Warren, he refused to be on Twitter until he realized he could mentor people on there. So he says, I meet famous people every single week. I never take a picture with them, and I never post it. They come to me I don't care about that. But I'll try to put something on there from Scripture, something that will encourage people and that kind of thing. Isn't that interesting? Like of course, right? But when it's the most common way of using something, we think it's the only way to be used. Pictures of yourself doing something. How many likes do you get on your new profile picture? Stuff like that, because everybody does it. But there's a whole nother reason that, if you're thinking about this is an extended form of influence that you could pour into people at whatever level, people you minister to, people that are peers, whatever, encourage people, that kind of thing. So, yeah. It's sometimes it's just hard though. It's like blinders. We don't even realize we have on because it's the only way we've seen people use it is self-promotion. Other thoughts? Other implications? Yes?
Thinking about startups for a second, my son worked there during the pandemic. They started doing the online orders and stuff like that, so they had the online. They couldn't keep up with their own, when they, got forward ahead. The stores were closing. Like one major store, all the people went over there. So they kind of messed themselves over a little bit, and they lost the personal touch.
Yeah.
So they lost a lot of customers doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wonder if that's been happening to the church too, because you have to be careful you don't have, just get involved in some stuff to forget that personal touch. And that's what startups.
Right.
I think that people like that in the beginning of it.
Right. Well, and so, yeah, because if you're, like, we're not in business. If you say we're in business, we're actually in people business. There has to be a personal touch to this, right? And so, yeah, and you bring this up a valid point. So it's not just the church has to deal with this, but a lot of people watch this. So during the pandemic, people got used to shopping online. Shop, 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 shop. And like, wow, how convenient. So the grocery stores around the country are freaking out. How do we get people back in the store? Because the data is they'll buy 6 or 7 times more if they're pushing their cart around than they will online. But you got to figure out what makes it worth it to get in their car, drive down the road, start pushing their cart through. And this is the words they're using. They call it the experience economy. You've got to make the experience so fantastic, it's worth going through the pain, get in your car, drive down, park, drive all the way up there. What is the experience? Because they know they're going to buy 6 or 7 times more. But it's not just grocery stores. It's car companies. You can buy stuff online. They'll deliver it. They'll take it back if you don't want it, like that. So what does a car company do that wants to sell cars to get people onto their lot? They have to think of the experience. It makes it so legendary, it's worth doing that. So the church is not the only one. How are we going to get people to come back into the building? Everybody's dealing with this. What makes the experience so phenomenal, so dramatic, so amazing in the things of God that it's fine online, but I got to go. I know one pastor, a friend of mine in California did this. So during the pandemic, they couldn't meet, so they were just in studio doing every sermon, right? So when they were allowed to open back up, this is what he decided to do. Watch this. I'm not saying everybody should do this, but this is very interesting. So he still did the in-studio sermon for everybody watching online. Then for the people that would come live, he would do a whole different message, whole phenomenal worship experience. People are like, that was amazing. How can I get that? You can't. What do you mean you can't? It wasn't recorded. Didn't stream it. The only way you get something like that is you got to come live. So it's such a live experience that we're not even going to try to replicate it online. It might go out one day, maybe not. Who knows? Kind of thing. So it's just a different way of thinking. Instead of put a camera up and put your service on and that kind of thing. And so I wondered this question. Could it be that the church was always designed to be exponential from the very beginning? How could we have influenced, within 300 years, the whole known world if we weren't exponential? It wasn't we were building bigger buildings. It was people were multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. Again, should we ask ourselves this question? Should we disrupt ourselves? Disrupt our norms of doing things? So, something to think about. I'm going to remind you, because I know this seems like a big giant, There's giants in the land, but don't be afraid of the people. Don't be afraid of the technology. Don't be afraid of all this. Don't be afraid, because we got a bigger God who is much bigger than what the forces of evil or the giants in the land might look like. All right, are you guys okay? You got any more brain space? Okay, we're going to go on to the next macro trend quickly, and see what we call this one the graying of the church, or you could say the aging of the church, where both here in America and all around the world, the church is getting older and older and older. Now this, if it doesn't concern us, it ought to really concern us. So look at some of the data here. Far left, a mega church in America, the average age is 40 years old. At a small church, the average age is 53 years old of an attendee. In Church of England, is 61 years old. Everybody see a trend here? This is a bad trend. Okay, let's just let's look around different parts of the world. So you can see on the far right, this is from Pew Research. The far right here, the median age of Christians around the world is 30. That means half of all Christians are over 30, half of all Christians in the world are under 30. Median age of Muslims is 23. Half of all Muslims are over 23, half are under 23. Now, if you just knew that data alone, the median age of Christians and Muslims, what might be the implication of that? Anybody? Anybody guess? Why would that be important to know? And how, by knowing that data, how do you know that the Muslim population would increase? Well, there's so many young ones. Think about childbearing years. And of course, they're not converting a lot of people, but each guy can marry 4 girls and have as many babies, of course, as they want. So that's why you look at the far left here. By 2050, Pew is saying, first time in history, there'll be more Muslims than Christians in the world. Now just everybody absorb that for a second. First time ever. In spite of all the revival, best-selling books, hey, we got internet, we got an app, we got multi-campus, look. Islam will dominate the world by 2050. Now most of us are going to be alive. In this room, most of us are going to be alive in 2050. What does that world look like? Islam dominates the world. Does the whole world look like Afghanistan? Syria? We have to absorb. Remember the understanding the sons of Issachar, signs of the time, like what's going on right in front of us. Sometimes people, when I travel around the world, they say, Ron, how's the church in America doing? And I'll say, well, America's a land of Hollywood. We can make a guy who's a drug addict, alcoholic, look like the greatest father in the world through the magic of television. And we do that in the Christian world, I'm afraid, too often. Pay no attention to the real data. Look at this big conference we had. Oh, we have this many campuses, and we're like panning the crowds and everything. Meanwhile, this is happening. So what does this world look like? Yes?
They were, it was in 2018 to 2019, they were considered the top social media users in the world. They had the best.
Right. Propaganda selling their foolishness. So look at, here's another example in South Korea. Anybody remember the big revival in South Korea? 1970s, 1980s. They went from 2% Christian to 33% Christian in one generation in a Buddhist country. Who has ever heard of that? However, today, the data is it's 1.7% of the young generation. So this revival came in one generation and left the next. It's actually less than before the revival. It's so sad. It's like you can't even almost talk about it without crying. And this is the state of the world, Christianity around the world, only this happens to be an accelerated pace. They lost it one generation. At least it took us 200 years. It took Europe 400 years to lose it. And you look at almost every single place around the world that's been Christianized, it's getting smaller and smaller. Why? Because they're not reaching the next generation. They're getting older and older. In Korea, you can write this down. I didn't put it on a slide. They've closed 10,000 churches in the last 10 years because everybody just died. in that church, and there was no one left because they didn't reach the next generation. Here's a slide of Pew's research right here. Look at the top left. You'll see this is right here. Islam growing, Christianity growing, and that's the year they eclipse us in 2050. Here's another depiction of it right here. Another way to look at it. Christianity's growing, but not as fast as Islam. Again, they're not converting people, they're just having lots of babies. Here's another slide. You can see between now and 2050, Muslims are growing by 73%, Christianity is growing 35%. They're growing at twice the rate. Now, how many of you know whenever you see data, you have to look at it in context? Let me show you some context. You look at the bottom right here, it says between now and 2050, the overall population growth will grow by 35%. So if you're not thinking deeply, you could go, oh, well, at least Christianity is growing by 35%, population is growing 35%, at least we're keeping up with population growth. But that's not thinking deeply enough, because in some places, like I showed you in Nigeria, they're exploding with Christianity. So most places that have already been Christianized are getting smaller and smaller because they're not reaching the younger generation. So we're literally, some of you guys love missions and unreached people groups, we're creating a whole new world of unreached peoples all around the world, just because we're not passing the baton of the gospel to the next generation. Are you following me? So this is the world we're living in right now. In the middle of all the, you could hear good news, and I don't want to discourage good news, of this revival or that revival, but we have to look at the data. We need a lot more good news. And let's not get lulled, because we'll hear things out of context all the time. So I saw an article maybe a year ago, the fastest growing religion in the world, and it was an article about Pentecostal revivalism growing by 22% a year. That's faster than anything else, except it's such a small splinter, percentage-wise. Even though it's growing 22%, it's not going to overtake Islam. It looks like it's a small group growing at a fast rate. Islam's 1.3 billion, growing at 73%. So you can get lulled if you don't look at things in context and go, and feel, well, hey, the Lord's doing, or I'm just gonna, I have to call out some fallacies that we sort of believe, because we go, well, we know there's, the devil and everything, but, Muslims and all that, but nothing, Church of Jesus Christ, the gates of hell will not prevail against, right? We know that's true, right? And so, but sometimes that leads us to do nothing. How about this? We know the gates of hell will not prevail. That means it will not be eradicated, but we could go through a couple centuries of impotence, diminishing. We did that in the Dark Ages, didn't we? It was still around, but you lived underground. Why would we want a couple generations to fail or to not have a chance to know Christ? But when we have this thing, well, the gates of hell will not prevail against the churches, it lulls us to just be paralyzed. Well, we know we're saved and we're going to heaven, and we're not thinking about, the implications around us. Yes?
With Muslims growing at such great rate, are you're attributing that just to the amount of people that they're having in families, or are they engaging as much in technology as well?
Well, there's technology, but they're not converting a lot of people. I mean, they might, with the whole ISIS thing, do some of that, but they're getting fringe people. They're not converting people in huge masses, but they are, because they're having babies. They'll do stuff like this. This just makes me so mad when I heard this. They'll take the young men in Kenya, and they'll say, go down to Uganda to go to university and marry 4 Christian girls. Have as many babies as you can. These Christian girls, they don't have many husband opportunities. You could argue that maybe they're not very committed Christians, because why would they marry a Muslim, right? Because you got to convert in order to marry them. But they're so poor, they want to have a husband. So they're literally breeding Christians out. Just makes me mad. I don't know about you. So it looks like a big, daunting giant, but don't be afraid. We have a solution. I've seen it around the world. But let me give you a little bit more specific information about here in the States. This is not in your book, but you can take pictures of these if you want, because I just wanted to update it for exactly what's here. So watch the very top here. They're measuring what percentage of each generation call themselves Christians? So you see the top, the silent generation, it's 84%. Baby boomers, 76% say they're Christian. And Gen X, 67% say they're Christian. And millennials, 49% say they're Christian. And you see down below, 38% of Z. So just look at this for a second. In spite of all the revivals, all the things that have been done, all the best-selling books, all the mega churches, all the TV programs, this is what we have in America. So, we had a member of our board who was an executive at Procter & Gamble, real smart guy, he was one of our board members for years, said this, one of his favorite statements, he goes, every organization is perfectly designed to get the results it gets. Profound, right? The body of Christ in America is perfectly designed to get these results. In spite of Billy Graham and this and that, we did big events. We saw 3 million people come to our events. I was like, arguably, the millennials, I was face to face with 5% of the whole generation. Face to face. And we still lost. Because why? An event doesn't win them. It might win those people there, but it doesn't change the whole generation. How could this be? So, if we're perfectly designed to get this, but we keep doing more of it. No, we just do more. What is this? If you're on the wrong path, if you say, I'm going to go faster, you just get to where you don't want to be quicker. Right? No, but if we just did more, we keep like putting lipstick on the pig because it's the only thing we know to do. Maybe it'll be beautiful now. So many of the ways that we've done things we think are just normal Christianity, but we're getting less and less. We're impacting less and less of each generation. Maybe it's time to try something different. So here's what Barna says about it. The same thing, but it looks at it a little differently. In biblical worldview. A lot of people call themselves Christian, but not near as much have a biblical worldview. You can see how that's gone down to where Gen Z's at 4% now. There's another way of looking at it. I'm just trying to give us an informed perspective here of what's happening real time with us. Are you guys all done with that one? I'm going to give you another new slide. This one's not in your book either. Have you all heard of the rise of the nuns? I'm not talking about Catholic nuns. You're like, what? Nuns are taking over? So when they do polls, what religion are you? Christian, Muslim, this, that, or none? The nuns have grown. Look at how much they've grown over the years. Toward Gen Z, 44.9%. No religion. None. So this is what we're perfectly designed to get in America. Here's one more slide about modern stuff, and you'll see they divide this by ethnicities, and you'll see Protestant, Catholic, other, atheist, agnostic, and the orange is nuns, or the nothing in particular, and you can see the percentage of each ethnicity of the Gen Z, what percentage are saying that they're none. 29% of white young people. When I go to an African American church, they're really concerned about the second one here, because 42% are saying, of young black people say that they have no religion. They were actually defying the odds for many, many years. The black young people were staying in the church, and they couldn't figure out why. They think because in pretty much in a lot of black churches, they don't have children's church, they don't have youth ministry, everybody stays in the main service. Babies are crying, this kind of thing. So it's a cultural thing. They become an adult and they feel connected to the pastor. They've always been in that situation. How deep their belief is, we don't know, but at least they were staying in the church. But now they're not. They're saying they have no religion. Yes?
With the nuns, so they're not necessarily atheists, like they might believe that something is there, they just don't identify what it is.
It could be either one. Like, I want no religion, or I might be an atheist. Yes. Yes.
I wonder if some of that has to do also with how we embrace this crazy culture of church and preaching against religion. So, I've had a lot of Christians that are now no longer use the term religion, even though it's the Bible.
Well, that's true. That's true. And so there's a lot of theories. We're asking the why. Why would this be? But we know for sure that whatever it is, we're perfectly designed to get it. So maybe it's time for a different approach. When we talk about what are the possible explanations, let me just take you down a mental path for a second. This is a picture of the first hospital in America. one little house. If you walked inside, this is what it would look like. Or like this. Doesn't look very sanitary, just a bunch of people trying to get better. Doctors doing something. And if you were to get a prescription, like if you had a cough, they might prescribe this for you. Real. Or if you had a toothache, you might get this. It's real. Or if you had to take off some extra pounds, they might give you a whole jar of tapeworms. If you need a little motivation, you might get this. This might be great for your men's ministry, for weak and nervous men. So they had all kinds of antiquated practices. For example, anybody ever heard of bloodletting? Somebody's sick, they just cut them and let the sickness bleed out, whatever. If you walked into a hospital and you saw something like this today, how would you feel? What is wrong with you people? You'd walk right back out. You wouldn't let them touch you. Remember the old days, you ever heard about the lobotomies they would do? Like they take a spike and stick it up in your eyelid and literally scramble the front of your brains if they thought you were like a little mentally off. Scramble the front of your brains and then hope for the best. So isn't the church supposed to be like a hospital for broken humanity? And I wonder if sometimes they walk in and they see what we do and it might look kind of like this. You know, it looks like we're answering questions that no one's asking. We're giving solutions that no one needs. It really worked well for the Victorian age, but what about for us now? It's verbiage, either whether it's how we present the gospel or it's the structures and things that we have in our organized church that feel like, you know, that's answering a need that nobody says they have. It's not healing me. It's like how they may have done it 100 years ago. And so, again, we can actually be relevant to a generation that's changing because we can see that whatever we're doing, the church around the world is getting older and older and older. Maybe we should be open to a new approach. Anybody open to a new approach? So we got challenges. And we got problems that we need to solve. And if I could, I would take you down the path of a whole bunch more trends. We just don't have time for this. Like you'll see, there's so many. Augmented reality, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robots, 3D printing, all kinds of things out there. And it might be a good thing for another time in your church to go look at what the new things that are coming and how might that affect our church. Pastor Yuri? Yes. We can do that, and only if you come back, though. If not, because we might have robots in the lobby, like ushering you back in, so yeah. So how about if we give you an 8-minute break, okay? And use the facilities, and then we'll come back, and we'll go to the next level here. Be sure and get coffee. I heard they have great coffee here. Hey, that was great this morning. Oh, you were so good. Appreciate it. Oh my goodness. I just wanted you to keep going. So one of the things I would encourage you to do is an exponential church is going to have constant conversations about what's coming next. And so some of these different things, and as you start seeing things emerging, there's a whole tools that we learn on how to spot trends. If we have enough time today, we'll go into some of those. But it should be a regular conversation around the table at your church leadership. Like what do we need to care about? What do we need to be paying attention to that might be something that explodes? Or maybe it's just something that's emerging that won't explode, but should we be paying attention to that so that we don't get overwhelmed and have to react to something rather than plan in advance? So what I'd like to do, anybody have any brain space left? Yes? What I'd like to do is we're going to spend a lot of time this afternoon talking about the best practices of these churches around the world that are exponential. Like what are they doing and what are the principles behind them? It's so interesting that many of them are doing the same kinds of things, but they don't even know each other. And they're growing like crazy. They have a mind map or a way of norms, that a normal way of doing ministry. And it might challenge the way you think about the mind map, the way you think about doing ministry, and how do you get from where you're at to whatever goals you have in the church, in your church. So one of the things they teach us in strategic foresight is this whole idea of process mapping. And we're going to kind of talk about, remember we talked about 10X, the exponential thing? The 10X advantage of being process-oriented versus event-oriented. So process mapping is this thing they teach us to do that, how many you ever tried to solve a problem and the answer you had for your problem actually created a bigger problem than this problem you were trying to solve? Let me see your hand if it ever happened. And maybe it was your family, maybe it was in your workplace, maybe it was in your church. And so process mapping, when you think about a process, like if you have a problem, it's not all by itself. It's a part of a system that created that problem. And so if you think about this for a second, we're on page 23 here. Understanding the difference between linear thinking and systemic thinking. Linear thinking is, I'm going to solve that problem, and then that problem, and then that problem, rather than realizing that a problem is always, if it's going to really be solved, it's got to be solved in the context of the system it's a part of. Let me give you a couple of examples. So, there's a famous story over in Borneo in Asia. They had a problem in the 1950s. They had malaria being spread by mosquitoes, and people are dying. So the people of Borneo called up the World Health Organization. You know that organization we've grown to love and admire? And they say, hey, we're all dying of malaria. Mosquitoes, what are we going to do? We'll call you back in a couple of weeks. World Health Organization calls back, hey, we got a solution. We're going to come and we're going to spray DEET all over your country. We're going to kill all the mosquitoes. So they come and spray DEET. They hurry, hurry. Spray DEET, all the mosquitoes die. However, the DEET also killed the hornets that nested in their thatched roofs, in their huts. And the hornets ate the worms that also lived in the thatched huts. So as a result of no hornets, the worms went crazy. The thatched roofs imploded when the rains came. So you have all these millions of huts with no roofs. But wait, there's more. So the mosquitoes died because of the DEET, and the salamanders and wild lizards ate them, but they were immune from the DEET, but they stored it in their body. So when the wild cats came and ate the salamanders, the wild cats started dying. As a result, the population of wild rats exploded, who then invaded the huts with no roofs and started biting the people, giving them bubonic plague. I think that's worse. So they call back the World Health Organization, hey! They tell them the whole story. Just a minute. We have an answer for you. They call them back in a couple of weeks. This is our solution. I'm not even kidding. They flew in thousands of cats with parachutes all over the country to eat the wild rats to get the population back in check, and they had to do something else about the malaria. Now you can see when you're trying to solve a problem without a systemic approach, you can create a lot worse problems. So we've got a couple problems to solve, right? We've got the aging of the church. We've got all this knowledge revolution, the technology and all. We've got a couple of really big giants. But let's think about them systemically, how we as the church can address them. So when you're doing systems thinking, you're trying to optimize everything you do. You're not just trying to do this and that. You're trying to think, if I do this, how will it help the whole system to get better? So systems thinking is a dramatic shift from linear. It's kind of like dominoes, but a little different. See, with dominoes, you know, one hits another, but with the system, it keeps going around and around, it doesn't ever end. So understanding how systems work, you've got them in your church, you have them in your family, you have them in the government. There's always a cause and effect. You do this, and it may affect one thing, but it may affect 10 things or 20 things. And if you could figure out how a system works, then you could begin to anticipate what's going to happen. Remember we talked about anticipatory leadership? You can anticipate what's going to happen. You're not predicting. It's not a gift of prophecy. That's something different. But you're understanding how systems work. So if you do this is how it could change the whole system for the better or for the worse, so you won't do that. To anticipate is better than react. Too much of our leadership is like reacting to this, reacting to that, reacting. And so we have all kinds of things that we're doing that aren't really connected. And so we do lots of stuff in the kingdom, but we keep losing more and more of each generation. All problems have systemic origins. No problem exists in a vacuum all by itself. It's connected to a system somehow. So let's think about that. So let me just give you a couple of, they call these, what we're about to look at is how you map out a system. They call them a causal loop design or diagram. So you're trying to look at how those systems look. So here's one, chickens. So chickens, we know, have eggs. And left unchecked, they'd have chickens and eggs and more chickens and more, and then we'd have an explosion of population of chickens. However, some chickens cross the road. And it keeps the chicken population in check, along with Chick-fil-A and Popeyes and things like this, right? So we have these systems that work together. Now, we get all kinds of systems around us. How many of you have a systemic use of caffeine? I have second-class caffeine today from Starbucks. First class is here, I understand. I hope to try it before the end of the day. But you see the top? Wake up, I gotta have my caffeine. Oh no, I had too much caffeine. I can't go to sleep at night. And then we go, oh no, I haven't had enough sleep because I didn't sleep last night, now I need more caffeine. And we go around and around and around. I know nobody here has ever been on that. How about traffic? Y'all have traffic around here? Maybe like a tractor driving down the road and you get all lined up. So traffic jams, especially in cities. So there's a systemic problem with traffic where it's moving too slow. We need to make wider roads. So you have to close lanes down, causes more traffic. Now by the time you open that up, now we got free traffic there, but you've created another log jam somewhere else and it goes around and around and around. So if you think systemically, you end up with a higher leveraged actions. Like, this is not just going to solve this problem, but it solves the whole problem systemically. Are you following me? So here in Ohio, maybe your government looks like this. You got all kinds of systems and departments, and you might be thinking about your thing here, but it's affecting this system over here and this one over here, and there's all kinds of departments everywhere. So in the body of Christ, we've got this, right? Parachurch and megachurch and denominations and all this kind of stuff, and it looks like it's not coordinated whatsoever because we're perfectly designed to get less and less of each generation coming to Christ. Let's talk a little bit more about how systems work. So during the Industrial Revolution, so we had all these farmers moving from farm towns into cities to work in factories, right? And as a result, like in Chicago, the Great Chicago Fire, well, actually, there were a lot of them in a lot of cities. Because what happened, you have the denseness of population that the city wasn't prepared for. So they started looking at, in Chicago, hey, we keep having a fire over here. This part of the city, again, get the buckets, put it out. Get the buckets, put it out. And they started thinking, wait a minute. Instead of just responding to the event, there's a fire. What if we were to think, we can see there's a pattern. There's always fires in this part of the city. I wonder why. What if, instead of just going over there with a bunch of buckets, what if we put a fire station over there? That would make it easier to put the fire out, right? So they started thinking systemically. Then they thought a little bit deeper. What if we put fire hydrants different on every block? They're thinking systemically, so we're not carrying buckets. We actually can hook up our hose. Then they thought a little bit preventative. Well, what if we had like fire extinguishers in every house? And a fire shot up, people could solve it, right? What if we had smoke alarms? Then we could have an alarm before the fire even started. What if we had sprinklers? Then the fire could start getting put out before we even got there. Are you following me? They started thinking systemically to prevent the fire rather than simply put it out. So they thought of all these different things, what it would take in order to systemically, the goal is not to put out every fire that starts. The goal is to keep people alive and keep the fires from happening. So it is, as we start thinking systemically, we go from event to there's a pattern of these events to, hey, there's a structure or a system that keeps making this problem happen. Now listen, I am just so distraught. Like, I can tell you, I could probably tell you about 10 of what I'm about to tell you right now. Systemic problems we have in the body of Christ in America that we seem to have no solution to. How many times have you heard this? Those kids, they just go off to college and they come back and they just don't want to go to church. How many more decades do we need to hear that before we do something about it? Like, this is not unsolvable. It's not splitting the atom. Like, there are some things that are hard. That's not hard to solve. But it's sort of like we thought, well, we don't know what to do. We keep doing it, and we keep doing it, and it's not solved. Remember the definition of insanity? So watch this. I mean, I can give you lots of examples like this. We keep losing more of each generation. So pastor goes, he has a heart for young people. I'm going to hire a youth pastor. A really cool one. He's got a tattoo and an earring and everything. So the pastor's doing what he knows to do, right? Because that's the system. You hire a youth pastor if you're a good pastor. Don't worry, I'm not dogging you if you're a youth pastor, right? I've been in youth ministry for a long time. But what I'm saying is, watch this, the system we've created. So that guy who's really relatable, but doesn't necessarily have the deepest theology in the world, but loves God, that's good. So the kid goes off to college, he comes back, and he goes, well, that's not my church, that's my parents' church. Because my pastor is gone. That cool guy with the tattoo, he's gone. That guy, the old guy up there, that's my parents' pastor, not my pastor. Because what happens is sometimes the pastor, meaning well, says, like during church, well, let the youth go out with the young youth pastor because he's really relatable to them. So now the pastor doesn't have any spiritual deposit into those kids. They feel no connection at all. Anybody that had a spiritual connection left, and he's at another church somewhere. So I guess I have no church. The pastor doesn't know what to do, so he hires another cool guy who does the same thing. He's actually paying people to help people leave his church. He doesn't even realize it. It's a systemic problem. Because we didn't know what else to do. So, give you another example of a systems thinking. So, anybody here heard of Ritz-Carlton hotels? Ritz-Carlton, one of the greatest, customer service friendly place you'll ever go. So they had a problem. The very first one they opened was in Atlanta, Georgia, and people were complaining the room service is getting to their room cold. So they're like, wait a minute, we're Ritz-Carlton, we can have that. So they talk to the cooks and they talk to the delivery people, we gotta get it as soon as it's there, get it to the room. And they still had the same complaints. What's going on? So they start interviewing, trying to figure out the system, right? So they interview the delivery girl, and she says, well, I get the food as soon as it's hot. I get to the elevator. I have to wait like crazy. Wait. Finally get there. It's cold. No matter what I do, I have to wait. What's going on here? So they go, well, maybe we'll go check the logs. So the engineers go, no, nothing's wrong with the elevators. They're not broken. Somebody lying around here? So they didn't know what to do. So they literally went, and the head of Ritz-Carlton went with the delivery person when the food was to take it. And sure enough, they had to wait at the elevator. So they got to the room. Food was cold, so they decided to ride the elevators for a while. This is what they found. That one of the gals making up the beds on one floor had run out of sheets. So she got on the elevator, went up 2 floors, pulled the stop button, ran out and stole the sheets off her friend's trolley, went back to her floor and did the beds. Well, now her friend just ran out of sheets, so she's going to the elevator, going to another floor, pull the stop button, and stealing the sheets off of somebody else's trolley. So they're playing musical elevators. How did they solve the problem? They bought more sheets for every trolley on every floor, and as a result, the food got to the room hot. Did you follow that? Sometimes the answer to the problem isn't obvious. You have to map out the system to understand what the real solve is. And I think so often in the things of God, like, we got to do this, we got to do that, get these people saved, get these. We have all kinds of things going on, but they're not systemically connected. And so as a result, we end up with lots of stuff, but without a lot of sustained impact. So, what does this mean for us? Here's a bonus activity. You guys can do this at home. In your church, think about a problem that you have in your family or your church and map it out as a system. What are the causes? What's the system that's causing that? And so then you look at the system and go, how can we make the highest leverage move to change part of that system so the whole problem gets solved on an ongoing basis? And it's a fun thing to do, and you solve one, you can solve another one, and another, and another. So let's look at how ministries might be depicted from kind of an event-oriented church versus a process-oriented church, and how they might look. Now, just kind of as a setup, just kind of give you a backdrop. This is not in your manual, but it's just a story. So anybody in, I grew up in California, as I told you. Ever heard of the Winchester Mystery House in California? So it's in the Bay Area, San Francisco area. And it was started by this woman named Sarah Winchester from the Winchester Rifle Company. And she had this fear that anybody that got killed with any of their rifles from their company, their ghost would come and haunt them. So she moves out to California from the East Coast, and she buys this 2-story house, and she's very wealthy, so she starts building on this. Nonstop, she started building on this house, nonstop for 30 years. Building a room, building a hallway, building a room. It goes up to 4 stories, goes up to 7 stories, and end up with like 140 rooms, 40 different bathrooms, but only one of the toilets worked because she wanted to trick the ghosts. No, she had 40 different fireplaces, 10,000 sheets of glass, and she had all kinds of things that didn't make sense in the house. For example, stairways that go nowhere, trick the ghosts. Doorways, you open up a door, and like there's a brick wall there. Today, this is what it looks like. It's down to 4 stories again, and they use it as a haunted house at Halloween time. And I'm afraid that this is a lot what the body of Christ looks like. Lots of building, lots of stuff. Hey, we got a new app. I got a book out here, and lots of stuff that just looks just about as confusing as this, because we got lots of stuff, but it's not really coordinated. It's not systemically woven together to like build momentum of each other. And so we end up look at our church, it's beautiful and all this, and we got lots of hallways and lots of stuff that doesn't really connect well. So this is our chance, kind of rethink whatever system you have at your church. How do we answer some of the biggest problems that you might have in your community, the bigger problems, the trends that we have in the world? And so I want to show you just a couple of examples of systems and how it works in church. So here is the first kind of causal loop diagram for an event-oriented church. What I want to do is walk you around this circle so you can kind of see systemically how churches are working here. Event-oriented churches, most churches in America are event-oriented. That is, they think of their Sunday morning as an event, and everything revolves around that. Not all, but many. So watch, I'm going to start at the right side here. So everybody knows how many people they have on Sunday, or how many people are watching online. If you don't know anything else, you know that. The second thing you know is what the giving is. So we usually know these 2 things. You know, what was the offering and who was there? What was the offering, who was there? Most of the time, it's the only thing we know. Typically, on an event-oriented church, watch this, you'll see the attendance is going down. That's why it's a negative there. And giving is going down. There's a negative there. As a result, one of the first things to go in an event-oriented church is we're not going to invest in the youth anymore. Well, like, they don't tithe anyway. They don't have any money, you know? So, and we didn't give them that much anyways, but even the mop closet, we're taking away from them. They can't meet in there anymore. So the youth, you can see there's a negative sign there. So there's less money, less investment. It's not just money, but it's time. Youth attendance goes down, so parents go, forget it. I'm paying you, I'm giving tithes to have a youth program. We're going to go find a church that does. So they might leave the church. But meanwhile, on Sunday morning, you still have an event-oriented service. People say, come back tomorrow, bring your friends, bring friends. It's all about, some people actually say things like, it's all about I've heard pastors say, our brand happens on Sunday morning. That's what we're about. Whatever, that's an event-oriented thinking leader there. So watch this. So there's content designed to attract, and I'm not saying that's altogether bad. Like, you don't want the content that's designed to repel, right, inadvertently. But if that's all you're doing to try to get them in the building, watch this, see engagement. Typical engagement, there's a negative sign there, it's going down. That is, people are coming, but they're not going deep. Please read your Bible, please. Very few are doing that. And they're like thinking, hey, you're lucky I'm even here, bro. Like tithe and live pure and read my Bible, that's like frosting on the cake. You should be happy I'm even here. And as a result, watch this. This is the worst part right here. See this? The average age of the church is getting higher and higher. See that plus sign? We saw that earlier in the data, right? And it's a negative trend. That's why it's red. So this goes around and around all the while this is going on. It's getting older and older. Now watch this. Left to itself, you would see that trend go around and around, and the church would get smaller and smaller. However, see that top loop there? They call it a balancing loop. It balances out the whole thing. Special events, Christmas, Easter, special concerts, people get saved, they come to the church. It might even grow a little bit. So you're like, whoa, we grew 1%, we grew 5%, that's awesome. We're high-fiving each other all the while. This is happening. It's getting older and older, and it's dying very slowly, and no one even sees it. Remember those 10,000 churches in Korea that closed because they were all old and everybody died? They're dying a slow death and they don't realize it. I talked to a pastor, big church, 15,000 people. He goes, I was telling him about this. He goes, Ron, I have 70 measurements, 70 metrics I look at every single week to see the health of my church, and never even crossed my mind to think about the average age. Never even crossed my mind. So it turns out that people start thinking, we're healthy, we're fine, we grew a couple percent, but they're getting older and older. So people might say, how do you get the average age? Yes. Yeah, this pastor, yeah, 70 every week that he looks at. So some people say, well, how do I get the average age? That seems hard. Let me show you how easy it is. Everybody pick up your phone. Pick up your phone and just scan this and go to it real quick and just do what it says. Someone from the church here know the Wi-Fi password here? Or how I can get into the Wi-Fi? Because just put your number in there, and I'm going to tell you the average age of everybody in this room right now. That's how hard it is to get. Is that right here? This is, which? Okay, just a second, guys. I'm gonna get logged into the Wi-Fi. Where's this one right here?
I think it's this one.
Passphrase. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a second. A lot of conversation going on. What's happening out there?
I think they're giving you a hard time for not being on it.
Oh, I don't even know what you guys got me all messed up. I don't even know where I started. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so much hate from you guys right now. I think this would be the problem no matter what computer I was on.
Do you have a password?
Yeah, we hope we do here. Verifying and connecting.
Connected.
Oh, good, connected. Okay. So I know you're all wondering, you can't wait to hear what the average age in the room is, right? Okay. Oh, it's good. It's showing everything. Yeah. I know you're wondering. I need to get it updated here. Maybe it's not connected to the... Where'd you guys go? Maybe I had to go to a different spreadsheet. I'll find that other spreadsheet at lunchtime and I'll give it back to you. Anyways, that's about, is this it? No, it's not it. So that's about how long it takes to get the average age. One of the things that we encourage churches to do once they start this process is like measure your average age. Like every 3 months, every 6 months. Like this is like the easiest metric you'll ever get. Like how do you do it? Like, because it goes directly into a spreadsheet. And So you can see your trend. You might not get young immediately, but you get young, if you get on a trend where you're a little bit younger each time you measure. So let's just build on, this one is not in your manual, but let's build on what we just saw. So remember the diagram we saw a moment ago. So let me just go a little bit deeper. So how could we're involved in, we the church, been doing a lot of things for youth for a long time, right? And I will say, even we as a ministry, I told you those 30 years we're doing big events. Pastor Erie mentioned we had internship. We would invite interns to come to our program for a year or 2 years, be radical. We had mission trips. We'd take young people on mission trips around the world. Took like 80,000 young people, like 50 different countries. However, even all those things, why they might be good, they still weren't connected systemically to the church. So a lot of times, things that they are good, they seem good, but if they're not connected systemically, they don't long-term help. So let me give you an example. Pastor friend of mine, I'll say, hey, how many people in your church do you think live the kind of Christianity you preach? He'll say, oh, like maybe 6%. And then he says, and then you come and take them all for your internship. So watch this. So here's young people wanting to live radical. They don't feel like they can get radical stuff at their church, so they go off to another program like ours. They come for a year, they come back, and they're a fish out of water. Now what do I do? So it seems good, but it's actually, they flop around on the pavement for a while, join another ministry, do something else, feel like they're giving, and so it's not connected systemically. And so while there are lots of things, even mission trips. I love mission trips, but what happens, they tend to attract people that are more radical, right? If they're semi-radical, they get really radical on a mission. They come back, they're fish out of water. And so people that are average or lukewarm, they go, well, I guess only radical people do that, rather than thinking everybody should be doing this. That is, sharing their faith and things like this. So there's so many systemic things. So watch this. What? See the yellow, the red down below? So typically, this is what's happened with youth ministry in America. I've been submerged in it for a long time, so I can tell you. So even a church that wants to reach youth, typically the only thing they're thinking about is the youth in their church. Let me see if I can find it right here. We're trying to get the young people saved whose parents go to our church. Right? Because that's what they pay for. They're paying tithes to have a youth program. So we're trying to get them saved. Now, and they only think, in terms of data, they think of the 10% rule. If you don't know, the 10% rule, which has never been verified with any study whatsoever, but it's the only thing anybody's ever used to measure anything about youth ministry, is this. Whatever your Sunday morning attendance is, if you have 10% of that number in your youth group, you probably have all the youth that belong to the parents that go to your church. If you have less than 10%, you're not even reaching all the youth who belong to the parents in your church. If you have more than 10%, then you're reaching outside and getting people to come to Christ, right? That's the only measurement tool which has never been verified that's ever been used. Most churches are about 4%. So they're not even meeting the fake tool of the fake data of the fake measurement. But that's the only thing that we do. So you go by the 10% rule. So we're trying to reach only the church youth, not even thinking about outside. The 10% rule, watch this. And if we're trying to do anything, we're trying to catch kids who don't want to get caught. So watch this. If we just get the cool football player saved, then he'll influence everybody else and all the kids will get saved. It hasn't worked for 4 decades. Should we keep trying? If Michael Jackson would just get saved, then the whole generation, how many times have we heard stuff like that, right? And we just keep doing it and doing it. Watch this. And our hope is, excuse me, we can just get them in the building. Get them to the conference. Get them to the youth camp. Just get them there. And so our hope is, get them there, have a big thing. I'm not against big things. I did lots and lots of big things. But our goal just is get them in one time a year. We got them in the building, whatever. And then we'll use anecdotal stories. Youth camp last year, Johnny got saved, and we've been praying for him. That's great. And we have this mentality, though, if it was for the sake of one soul, it was worth it. Really? If you could use the same effort and 10 souls could have got impacted, or 100 souls, But we don't measure things like that. We just like, we assuage ourselves with at least somebody was dramatically changed. That's awesome that one person was changed, but it doesn't mean that we're the best stewards of our energies. So we have this system that goes around and around, and we wonder why we keep losing more and more of each generation. We're not even reaching the ones whose parents go to our church. And it's been happening this way, like the Winchester Mystery House, for a long, long time. So by looking at the system and being honest, we go, okay, what's the best way to affect this thing to impact the young generation? Because you realize it's not about building a bigger youth group. It's about the future of the church. The global church, the American, it's not just about, hey, let's have a cool youth ministry. It's about, what about 5 or 10 or 20 or 50 years from now? What does the church look like in America and in the world? Right now, with the grading of the church, we can see what it's going to look like. It's going to be severely diminished unless something changes. So again, what they teach us is when you're looking at a system, you map out the problem, you go, okay, now what's the best way to affect permanent change in the system? One of the big issues, remember, we have to deal with is this average age number up here that keeps getting older and older and older. See if I can get it up there. And we're trying to change that average age. The only way you can do that is intentionally reach younger. So what I'm going to do is show you here, there's some good news. I'm going to show you what the system looks like, what these exponential churches do, and then this afternoon we'll talk about their best practices, what they physically do. But what I'll tell you, it's a rich land flowing with milk and honey. What I'm about to show you is the picture of how they do it. This afternoon we'll talk about the specific practices. What you're about to see solves a lot of problems in this system at once. Watch this. You don't have this slide, I just give it to you. This is a fresh one. We solved the old babies problem. How many know we got that problem, right? We solved this. 80% of them don't come back to church after they're out of college. We solved the problem of reaching the youth in the church. How do we get those kids whose parents go to our church? Reaching the youth outside the church walls, it solves that issue. It deals with the knowledge revolution and the grading of the church. There's a systemic approach to solving a lot of problems. It's not just event by event by event, like solve a scattering kind of use of energy. So this is what it looks like. Let's walk around this system the same way we did the last one. This is the process-oriented church. So you can see they're thinking a lot differently. So watch over here. We'll start at the same place we started. Attendance size at a process-oriented church is growing. You'll see why in a second. When they're growing, it tends to go up as giving. That's why there's a plus sign. This is right here. There's a plus sign. They choose to take that money. They choose to take they want to change the whole system, so they start right here. And they choose to change the system by injecting investment here. Not just money, time and sweat and attention, volunteer hours, planning. So investment is not just money, but they're investing in the younger generation right there. Watch this. As a result, they have aggressive youth outreach. We'll talk about what that looks like. That's why there's a plus. They put a lot of energy into that. They had a lot more new followers of Christ that are young people. They come to Christ. Watch this. They put them in a radical growth program. It's like Red Bull for your faith. It's like crazy. I'll describe it for you. As a result, they teach them to be leaders. When they've just been saved for like a year, they're like 14 now, and they're becoming leaders of small groups. Watch this. They're released to lead. They're reaching more of their own generations. They've got this little mini tornado around and around. In the midst of the whole system, reaching, discipling, reaching, discipling, reaching, discipling, reaching, discipling. Youth attendance goes up. Sunday, you still have a Sunday service, but it's process-oriented. It's connected to a whole process, not a standalone event. They process content. Watch this. Engagement goes up. See that plus sign? That means people are starting to read their Bible. They're getting deeper. They're not having to be begged to come to church and begged to live holy. They're deeply engaged. Watch this. The attendee age, this is what's most important here. It goes down. See, there's a negative sign. That means they're watching their average age go lower and lower. It's green there because that's a positive trend. You want that trend. It might not be immediately young in a second, but at least if you're gradually growing younger and younger, that's good. Meanwhile, so you've got this whole system. It's growing. They're reaching, discipling. You've got this mini tornado growth right here. And meanwhile, you still have this. You've got this outer loop, this balancing loop. Remember, you've got special events, concerts, Christmas, Easter. You got new followers, and they're joining a systemic approach to growth in their faith and reaching and discipling in a systemic way. So what we'll unpack with in detail is what exactly happens at each step of the way. What these churches that are growing, they're not growing just in numbers, they're growing in depth. One of the things they all do, this part right here, this growth program, we might call it discipleship here, it's like nothing I've ever seen in my life. It's not 4 classes you take after you get saved. It is such a deep dive. They've all developed some version of what I'm about to say, trimesters. Trimester 1, trimester 2. Each one is 12 weeks long. And some churches have already developed like 10 trimesters of growth. I mean, it is crazy. 10 trimesters? That's right. In fact, the church in California I told about, Jason, they call it Bible school. No, the kids are still in junior high and high school or in college or whatever. But have you joined Bible school? Have you joined Bible? It's in addition to whatever job you have you joined Bible school? 10 trimesters of growth. After a year of like maybe they've gone through 3 trimesters, now they're also starting to learn to be trained as leaders. So let me explain what I mean. So we developed, I'll talk about leadership in just a second. We developed a whole, because churches that want to adopt a version, some version that connects to them, we developed a whole year's worth of trimesters. This is called Pathway to Freedom. And first one is, first 4 weeks, welcome to the family. So a lot of churches have something like that. The first trimester, most churches that do something like this, the first trimester is not theology. We think discipleship is, can you prove Jesus is the Son of God? Why is he the only way to heaven? All of that. They're not thinking like that. If you can prove Jesus is the only Son of God, the only way to heaven, but you're so desperately lonely you want to kill yourself, it doesn't help you. So they deal with felt needs. So this first trimester is how Jesus impacts every part of my life. So watch this, because I want to unpack it for you, because it's one thing to have content. It's another thing, how does that content get into somebody's heart, into their soul, into their mind? So this is not a book you read, it's a journey you take. It's something to do in your quiet time every day for 12 weeks. Each week is a different thing. So one thing might be, what about friendships? What does God have to say about friendships? What about family survival, forgiving your family? What about music? What if I don't feel anything spiritually, emotionally? And there's something to do with your quiet time. So watch this. Every single day, scriptures you read, stuff you write down, you're teaching them to do this. So it's a multi-layer teaching thing. You're teaching them to do this. At the end of each week, there's action steps all the way through, but at the end of each week, there's a discussion time, a set of questions for you to do with your small group, with your brother, your sister, whoever you're doing this with. Most of these churches all have some kind of a small group component to it. So what's happening here is you're teaching them to do this as well. Teach them to do this. There's a chapter of the Bible to read every day. What does it be in that chapter? Every day they're reading that. So by the time they're done with the whole year, they've read through the entire New Testament plus Proverbs. So you're teaching them to read through the whole Bible as well. Are you following me? So it's a lot of content, but it's not just content. It's this, it's this. And so this whole Pathway to Freedom series is just one example of the kind of content immersion that they have. Watch this. Watch this. I talked to you about how do you measure spiritual maturity? So take your phone out and scan this right here. This is so we have spiritual assessments that happen every 4 weeks when you're in your small groups. Now just take a look. There's only 4 or 5 questions there, and you don't have to complete this one. I just want you to see the questions on this spiritual assessment. So what we're trying to do is help to see, is what we think is happening in small groups actually happening? It was what we think is happening in people's lives actually happening. Everybody got it? So you can see, for example, on a scale of 1 to 10, how close do you feel to the people in this group? You do the same question 4 weeks later, at 8 weeks, and then at 12 weeks. Because you want to see it getting higher and higher, that they feel close. How vulnerable, on a scale of 1 to 10, do you feel like you could be with the people in this group? You want them to be growing in vulnerability, right? Are you guys following me here? No one's talking about me. How about this? On a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you think your leader connects to your group? What you want to see is the leader connecting better and better, but at the same time, we're doing leadership, assessing themselves. On a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you think you connect to your group? And then you go cross-check and see if there's any dissonance. If a guy says, I really don't know, kids are like, he's off the reservation. Well, you need to go dive into that, right? So you're looking, And then there's some questions, as you can see, that are just fill in the blank. What is Jesus doing in the last few weeks in your life, the biggest things? And does it have anything to do with the content that you're trying to help them digest? So, second trimester is building your whole life on a solid foundation. So that's talking about why did Jesus have to die on the cross? What about your sin? How do you live free? What does it mean to be born again? And then the third trimester is maturity in the Lord, preparing to lead. So the whole idea here is that, back to this picture here, the whole idea is this little tornado here. You're reaching them, you take them on a deep dive, and then you get them involved in leadership. So part of the deal is, instead of waiting until they're out of university to become a leader, what if, hey, everybody gets to do this? May not be on the exact same timetable. How many of you guys played sports in school growing up? How many of you guys were really good in sports? How many of you guys wish you were really good, but you weren't any good? That was me, right? So I'm playing freshman football. We won the championship that year. We were undefeated, and we won the championship. No thanks to me. I played 3 plays the whole season. 3 plays. Count them. 1, 2, 3. I was the littlest guy on the field. In fact, they cut guys off the team that were better than me. They thought I would quit. But I stayed. But I suited up every practice. I worked my face off. I went to every game. I suited up. But I never got to play except 3 times. I wonder if that's how most people in church feel. They suit up every week, but the only people that get to get on the field is like the pastor and the elder. They pray for the elders, so spend people going on a mission trip. But I'm just a normal Christian. I sit in a pew. Well, the assumed close in this model is everybody gets to play. You're familiar with the wording, assumed close? It's a sales technique. The assumed close is like the car salesman. So did you want a blue one or a red one? I'm assuming you're buying one. I made a mistake teaching my son this when he was young. We're on the way out of the grocery store. So, Pop, should I get a popsicle or an ice cream cone? He's using it on me. The assumed close for these young people, this is like normal Christianity. We all seek after God. We all have quiet times. We all are growing. And we're all going to become leaders because within a year, we're going to get you into leadership training. Everybody gets to pray for people. Everybody gets to minister to people. Can I have an amen? Amen. So watch this. How many times have you heard a phrase like this? We don't know what happened. So-and-so was so on fire. They were at church for 2 and 3 and 4 years. They were there at every event, and now they just evaporated. What happened to them? We thought they really had it. Maybe they didn't. Or maybe they became like the Dead Sea. And the Dead Sea is dead because it only receives water. It doesn't give any. So nothing can live in it. No fish, no plant life. We were all designed to be givers, to minister, to give out, to pour into other people's lives. And if we don't have an outlet for that, how many times have we heard this? Go and be a missionary to somebody. We're like, really? Just the stranger at the store? Like, who do I like that? We don't give them a place to be trained and then to release that. So they become like the Dead Sea. They keep receiving. They got sermon after sermon after sermon. And after a while, you just get dead. Because we were all designed to pour into other people. And if we don't create that, because some people will find it for themselves. Most people need a place to do it, where they're set up and they're prepared and then they're released and then they're overseen. So this whole construct creates that. So you end up with that's why it's exponential in nature. Because it's not just getting a bunch of people saved, it's turning them into multipliers. So then they multiply and multiply. Remember exponential? They multiply and multiply. And that's how it becomes exponential. Not just in numbers, but in depth. So we have all kinds of, what I just showed you, this thing. We have all, as people progress in different trimesters, the questions change. So for example, when a kid gets to like a 3rd trimester, when they start learning to be leaders, they might ask this question. I want you to find 3 people this week, 1 parent, 1 teacher, and 1 friend of yours, and ask them this question. What areas of your life have they seen real progress in the last 3 months? So you're teaching them to be self-aware. Find 3 people this month and ask them, what are some areas that I still have some rough edges I need some help with? Becoming self-aware. As a leader, we want them to be self-aware, right? So each trimester, there's different levels helping them to assess themselves. Now, assessing intangibles are not easy, but they're not impossible either. So watch this. A marketer They figured out how to figure out when do the endorphins go off when somebody gets something. Is it when they try the code on? Is it when they go cha-ching and they pay for the thing? Is it when they open the box and go, oh man, that's when the endorphins. So they navigate everything around that experience. If they can figure that out, can we not figure out how to measure intangibles of spiritual growth? And so these are our attempts of doing that. So I'm going to stop for a second. Let you guys ask questions either about the event-oriented or the process-oriented church. Any comments, any questions, anything that you'd like more clarity on or just pushback? Yes?
And the process-oriented when you assume close, do you see that almost forces people that maybe weren't really legitimately following Christ to drop out of church? Like up front, do you see maybe a drop-off?
Well,
Do you see a buy-in?
so this is the deal. Okay, so this, and we can talk very specifically about it this afternoon, about how that happens, but watch this. So you don't start with, guess what, one day you're going to be, I know you just got saved today, but no, the first step is making sure that they're going to be a disciple, a serious follower of Christ, right? And so they do watch, all these exponential churches watch real carefully when people come to Christ, what percentage of them get in a small group, get into a trimester. First, they're getting into the first 4 weeks, welcome to the family, and usually that's free. This is really interesting, like all this blew my mind. Of course it's free the first few weeks, but when they get to the first trimester, they usually make them pay for it. Like sign up, you don't have to sign up till death do us part to a small group, just for 12 weeks. And oh, by the way, it's $10 or $15. It's some nominal fee. Like you're teaching them to invest in their own spiritual growth. Things they care about, they'll do. We don't want to make them into, handout Christians. We were begging them, here's a free thing, here's a free thing. Like, invest in your spiritual growth. If you want Nikes, you invest. You want that new phone, you invest. So anyways, so you're getting them in. And so by the second or third week of welcome to the family, you say, hey, have you signed up for trimester 1? Oh, you got to sign up for it. Oh, it's going to be great. Because at the end of each trimester, I didn't mention this, they each have kind of a retreat, or some people might call it an encounter. It's one day at the church where you have everybody that's in small groups for that trimester. They come and you have a ministry time. You worship and somebody preaches and minister about whatever issues you dealt with that first 12 weeks. So there's a real encounter kind of with the Lord, ministry time over them, that kind of thing. Then they graduate. Next Sunday, the very next day, maybe march them across stage, give them all a certificate. Parents who aren't even saved come, that's so awesome. They don't even know what they're graduating from. They don't even know. But they graduated from something, that they're happy about something, right? And then by the 10th week, they're saying, hey, have you signed up for trimester 2 yet? So there's a big kind of positive peer pressure to sign up for the next. So by the time they get done with the next trimester, they're used to, and this is okay, we've taught them a new norm. Maybe it's not the norm of the old people. The old people, maybe they're not going to do this. They might, but you don't have to feel like if I can't convince the old people to do it, it's okay to have a radical path and a whatever we made them, that's what they are path kind of a thing. It doesn't mean that the whole church has to get on this path, but what happens if, young people will hear a radical message, give your all, they're like, yes! And too often, that's the last radical message they hear. And then they wonder why they starve to death. Over all the years of all these big events we do, I did a lot of devotional books, kind of like this for young people. And so probably the most popular one we did, like 100,000 kids went through this one. It was called 10 Challenges of a World Changer. And it was deep. It was like a lot of memory. There's a lot of memory in here. Interaction with the Lord, stuff for them to, really character to put in their life. And I had more people come to me, young people come to me with that book, all filled up, all scribbled in, every single thing, going, this changed my life. And they came to me like 10 years later, still having the book. So we took the same principles and baked them into these materials. We don't make it easy. We make it full of content so that people have a stability to keep growing in. So that maybe didn't answer all of your question there, but by the time they get to the second trimester, they start the third trimester, they're still not leaders yet, but you're starting to teach, and they see the role of the leader of their small group. And just start thinking, I'd like to be able to influence people like that and help people like that and that kind of thing. So I've got a little signal here I'm trying to get out of. So, but yes, so it is, you don't have to make the assumed close immediate, but by the time you get to the third trimester, you're like, we're going to start training you guys for leaders. And then you're measuring all along the way. What percentage went from trimester 1 to 2? What percentage went from trimester 2 to 3? What percentage goes from trimester 3 into leadership? So you're watching that real carefully, and any place you're seeing that they're not following through or not coming through, you take a deep dive and find out what's going on there. Other questions, comments about the process-oriented versus the event-oriented system? Does this make sense? So can you see that there are these problems that we talked about, there are systemic ways to deal with these. So watch it. I mean, just think about the implications for a second. Some of the things that are very difficult to deal with, like it seems insurmountable. Like, okay, think about this. Cell phone. Smartphone has made our kids dumber. Right? They don't have to memorize. Siri knows everything. But it's worse than that. They don't know how to process. They don't know how to critically think. What does that mean? Well, that means we will be a slave nation. The guy that heads Google right now isn't even from America. They couldn't find a guy smart enough from America to lead Google. What if, watch this, what if a part of this pathway, maybe in the second year or third year, we teach them how to be critical thinkers. We teach the ones who love Jesus. So they become the entrepreneurs, the mayors, the governors, the president. Are you following me? Maybe they're the only ones in their whole generation that know how to critically think. How great would that be if we just saw the process? What about this? Some of the biggest issues that I know, I feel like most Christians feel helpless. Think about the LGBTQ thing. Okay, Susie has 2 mommies. What the heck's a 5-year-old reading that book for? How do you get it out of, I mean, all of that, right? And it's so embedded everywhere. What if we could teach them in the process, we're working on it right now, a pathway to manhood, a pathway to womanhood. We teach them how to see through the lies. All of that stuff. So it's not one little sermon. It's not one retreat. Like, we really teach them to see through the lies so we don't have to convince them anymore. They get it. When they see it coming through the culture, they get it. Now, you know, the way you deal with that topic, LGBT, all of that kind of, is different. Like when we first started ministry in the 80s, like you could do a big event, you know, in front of a crowd and say, you know, you're not supposed to be gay. God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. And everybody would laugh. You can't do that now. You would get thrown out of the building because all those kids either know somebody gay or they might think they are. So later on, we had to start the last several years of doing big events, whenever we would deal with sexual issues like that, divide the guys and girls, and teach it to them in a way, talk to them in a way that's going to connect with them more. So for example, we'd say just to the guys, we'd say, guys, you might be sitting here today and you might think that you're gay. In fact, you might think that you've always felt this way. And so we just approach it different. Now I understand why you might think that. Because ever since you were born, you've had little messages that said, are you or not? Are you or not? Are you or not? You have little cartoons, you got every little sitcom, and so your whole life you've been asking, am I or not? Am I or not? Something I have to discover. So I understand why you might be asking the question. Plus, some of you may have never been hugged by your dad. You've never had any wholesome affection. Your dad never kissed you on the forehead and said, I'm proud of you. And you know, every human needs healthy affection from a male and a female. And if you don't have healthy affection from your dad, you might be craving affection from a man, and it's unhealthy affection, and you don't even know why. You feel like you were born this way. Well, you were born needing healthy affection, but you didn't get it, so you're craving unhealthy affection. So what you're trying to do is help them understand their feelings, but through a different lens. Are you following me? So what if we could teach them healthy sexual perspective? Are you following me? There's no challenge that if you take them deep, on a deep dive in the things of God, you can teach them through Scripture, and it's not just one little sermon. But if you're teaching them a little bit each day, and then they're talking about it, and they're each week, and they teach a little bit each day, they're interacting with God, and you're talking about it each week, where you get them on a pathway to wholesomeness and clarity, without all the confusion, without feeling like we're swatting, you know, gnats. You get that? And it's not systemic in approach. It's just like the problems as they come, we just swat them away. Maybe we do a whole thing on, you know, when I was growing up, when I first got on fire, don't watch too much TV, don't listen to rock and roll too much. Well, today it's all social media, right? How many hours a day? So we teach them to see through that they're a slave to the endorphins that they get when they get more likes. Are you following me? So whatever the systemic issue is in culture, we teach them to see through it so they're no longer a slave. Okay, other thoughts or comments about these systems, either the process-oriented system or the event-oriented system? Go back to that one. See, when you look at trying to solve a problem systemically, you may not have the immediate answers, but at least you can see how the problems are connected, and so that if you get a solution, you're thinking through how it might connect to this and to this and to this. So I'm afraid that this bottom circle here, this red, this is why, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of good things. And I was honest with you, even a lot of good things that we did, but they're not systemically connected to the church, and so they don't have deep roots. I'll give you another example. Billy Graham. Billy, the man, right? More than any other human ever saw anybody face to face for the gospel. However, Billy would tell you, only 6% of the people that ever came forward ever got plugged into a church. 6%. Now, there's nobody more organized than Billy. I mean, he would train the people in advance, get all the churches together. They train. Only 6%. Not connected systemically to the whole church. But when it's birthed from the church, so somebody comes forward, give my life to Jesus. Stranger knocks on the door. I heard you're at the Billy Graham crusade. Want to come to our church? That's weird. That's funky. You're inviting me to go where? I don't know you. That's like a door-to-door salesman kind of thing, right? That's like, is it the Mormons coming? Who's coming to my door? Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's not systemically connected. But when something's birthed out of the church and is part of the system of reaching and discipling, then if for example, if they came to your church and they had an encounter with God, of course they're going to want to come back. But Billy's responding out of, we got to get the generation saved, so I got to do a big crusade. Because somebody's got to get somebody saved, somewhere, that kind of thing. And so it's not understanding how to systemically change the system. We have a lot of people doing something lest we do nothing. And we end with more ministries, more internet ministries, more books being published, more Christian bands, more. Yet less impacted for the kingdom. Yes? It's a great thought. Listen to the principle that she just mentioned. It's a journey. It's a process. Let me just unpack that for a second. So, anybody here ever known somebody that joined the military and spent their whole career there and retired when they're 30 or 40? Anybody after 30 or 40 years? Anybody ever said, yes, I'm getting ready to retire after 40 years and I'm a private? Exactly. Why did you laugh? He didn't grow. Because we have something in our brain that says if you're in the military, you don't stay a private. You go somewhere. But we don't have that in our brain regarding Christianity. Get saved, go to heaven. Get saved, pray the prayer, go to heaven. Get saved, go to church, go to heaven. I mean, we don't have a process. So I'll show you this afternoon how setting in their mind early on, like this might be where you are, but this is where you want to be, gets them to aspire to something rather than just, I'm saved and I'm here and that kind of thing. So it's important because too often when we think like that, we go, well, is somebody a better Christian than another? And we start comparing. It's not about that. It's about helping people to have to eat meat rather than milk their whole life. And that's all about maturity. So, a lot will say more about that pathway of growth. But it is putting that paradigm in their mind when they're young. And it's not, if I could say it this way, when I say Red Bull, I'm not really exaggerating. Red Bull for your faith. Imagine Instead of waiting for somebody to be a Christian for 40 years to get their mind renewed, what if it could happen in the first 3 years? The whole rest of their life has changed. Pastor Jason in California says, when somebody becomes a Christian in our church, the first 2 years is going to like the full-time youth camp for 2 years. That's how intense it is. Imagine that. We all know what youth camp's like, right? Imagine that for 2 years full-time, just deep dive. It's a different construct of growth. There's like spiritual growth hormones constantly being injected to these guys, and that in a healthy way. So, Pastor, are we about ready to break for lunch here? It looks like it. And can you want to give people instruction and pray over the food, what we're going to do for lunch? Well, how's everybody doing? Have you had enough to eat? Is your brain full? Do you have any more space? So what we're going to try to do here this afternoon, we're going to continue, we'll have practical about how to take what we've heard about the systemic approach and look at the best practices. We're going to get through as many of them as we can and the principles behind the best practices. One of the things I'll tell you, as Americans, we have a little... Is it okay if we kind of talk about ourselves for a second? I think we have a little bit of ethnocentrism, where we think if we didn't invent it, it can't be from God. Come on, don't get mad at me now because I'm preaching the truth. And so we get this little idea that if God's going to speak to anybody, it's going to be us Americans. Unfortunately, other people think that around the world too. There's this little saying around the world, America sneezes and the world catches a cold. Even our bad ideas spread around. So for example, the little idea of the cool youth pastor with the tattoo and a guitar, we spread that all around the world. Didn't work here, it didn't work there. And so when the big revival was happening in South Korea, people heard about Cho had 1 million people in his church. They go, hey, let's go figure it out. So they go over to see Cho's church. They go, oh, he has cell groups. So if I come home and start cell groups, maybe I can have 1 million people in my church. So then they come home and start it, and then they go, well, that only works in Asia. So this is the problem. So we want to cheat. We want to copy and paste. Well, you have to take the best practices and you have to wrestle with them. What's not the wineskin, but the wine? What's the essence in there that'll make it work here? So, for example, I was telling you about Pastor Jason. We're going to look at a lot of examples this afternoon, but Pastor Jason in California, when he learned these best practices, he said, okay, we have to be honest about Americans. First of all, we don't like any authority in our life. We don't want anybody telling us what to do. We're too busy to do anything. How can we possibly do another meeting? We like to be anonymous Christians, sneak in and sneak out with nobody knowing our name, and nobody really knows if I came or not. We're not relational. We're not tribal. We're individualistic as a culture. And there are other things that might block us. We'll talk about some of those. But he says, okay, how can I take what I've learned, knowing these things are real about American culture, and still use the truth and the principles behind the best practices and implement them? And he's been successful at doing it. So as you see these best practices and how they actually do them, be careful not to quickly dismiss, oh, it won't work here because it's actually working all around the world, including in America. Okay, so here we go. We're going to dive into several of the best practices, and we can talk about them along the way. So the first one, what I'm about to show you is the second half of this. It's a land flowing with milk and honey. I'm going to show you the milk and honey right now. How the system, how it works out into best practices, and how they're doing what the visual shows them doing. So the first best practice is this: is the pastor is the chief strategist. The senior leader owns the strategy to go after the young generation. Now, this is not in your documents, but you can look up here and see. So Barna and others constantly poll pastors, what are you worried about most? What most troubles you? And you can see here, The very top, maybe it's too small for you to read. Reaching a young generation is 51% of pastors worry about this. Any pastors in here feel like that's something you're worried about, or you give mental energy to, like this is something that we ought to be worried. So next one, declining or inconsistent outreach and evangelism. 50% of pastors, Barna says, worry about that or concerned about that. Pastors, yes or no? Is that? Next one, declining or inconsistent volunteering. That's 36%. Stagnating spiritual growth, 34% are worried about that. You know, Barna says that after 2 years of Christianity, most people plateau for the rest of their life as far as their Christian growth. Biblical illiteracy, 29%. Anybody worried about that? How could you be growing up in your church your whole life and not know who Elijah is? But it's real. And here's another study. Watered down gospel teaching, 72% are worried about that. Anybody worried about that? At least concerned. You can say worry or concern. Culture shift to a secular age. Anybody concerned about that? It used to be more of a Christian culture, at least in name, you know. Poor discipleship models, 63%. Anybody concerned about that? Yes, I see heads nodding. Biblical integrity, addressing social issues with biblical integrity, 58% are worried about that. Prosperity teachings, 56% worried about that. Reaching a younger audience, 56% worried about that, concerned about that. So there are some common concerns that leaders have. I see people nodding their head here that when you think about the exponential model of the church, it addresses probably 70% of these, just like we saw the problems earlier today. So the pastor owning the strategy is the focus word, okay? Because the pastor controls what the local church focuses on. What's important is what time is given to. So I love this passage from Psalms. David says this. He's old. He says, even to my old age and gray hairs, O God, do not forsake me till I proclaim your might to another generation, your power to all those who come. So see what David's saying? He says, I'm old and I'm gray, but I'm still thinking about the next generation. It's not the youth pastor's job. It's not the youth department's job. It's the senior leaders, and I would say the pastor, the elders, the leaders, the staff. It's not a department. It's the strategy. So remember, this is what we're trying to do here, and this is what we're surfing the waves of change, and we're trying to be like Rodrigo here, and we're training a church to be people that can surf the waves of change. So you can say this is what the pastor looks like. The pastor figured out how to put skis on a dirt bike and is surfing the waves of change. He's not concerned about the trends and because he can see above it and he can see the trends and he can see strategies to keep reaching and discipling in the middle of all this. He's rescuing people in the middle of all it. Can I have an amen, somebody? It seems like a burden, but it's not. It's fun because this is your job. And then, of course, they tell you it can't be done, and then they explain to you, oh yeah, this is how you did it. So think about it like this. So this guy you're about to see, Bob Bakish is his name. He's the CEO of MTV. Well, actually, Viacom, which owns MTV and MTV2. They own Nickelodeon and Nick Jr. They own VH1. This guy's job is to get young eyeballs to watch his stuff. He's not young. He's not cool. He's the strategist. So pastors, I think for a long time have had this issue. Well, I'm not young and cool, so I'll just hire a youth guy. Listen, it's going to take people like David, who are old and gray, who say, you know, I care about this young generation, and I'm the strategist, just like this guy. Now, he hires cool guys to be on the TV, but he's the eyeballs and the brains behind it. And they're constantly thinking, instead of delegating a whole generation, the future of a generation to a 20-something, we're like, hey, let's respect the 20-something, but at the same time, let's be the fathers, let's be the mothers, let's be the leaders that like think deeply, strategically. This is the role of the pastors, the denominational leaders, the movement leaders, the deacons, the elders of a church. So instead of thinking of youth like this as one of many departments in a church, an exponential church thinks like this. Next generation, this is our conduit to the future. When you think 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, what we do right now with the next generation will exactly tell us what the church will look like in 10 years or 20 years. Exactly tell us. It's our conduit to the future. It can't be delegated. And each department interacts with this. They interact with each department influences them. Grandparents can be used to mentor young people. A lot of kids don't even know their grandparents. By the way, I didn't mention this earlier. There's so many implications of the trends we talked. Remember, medical information, everything you know about medicine doubles every 80 days. One of the implications of that, are you ready? You can write this down. By 2050, they're saying 100 will be the new 60. In other words, you won't just live longer, you'll be healthy and agile. Mentally, physically, think about that. Well, we'll think of that implication. Well, there'll be a lot of old people in your church that aren't going to die quick, which is not bad. What if you had people that retired and they had 30 years of free time to give to the kingdom? If they were only equipped and mobilized to make a significant difference before they die. That's a whole nother career for the kingdom, right? If we could mobilize them. There's another indication. Now, I'm teasing you with implications, right? So, if you got old people in your church might be getting older and older, but it's not getting smaller, it's just getting older because they're living longer. So it could be a false positive. You think you're doing well, but you're not. Because you got to measure, you got to look at all the gauges. If you're not looking at the average age gauge, then you could still be losing, even though you're not losing membership because they're living longer. So when you're thinking about strategy is the how you get something done. Vision is like, what are we going to do? And strategy is how are we going to do it? So you can say we're in Ohio. We have a vision to get to New York. Strategy, how are we going to get there? Should we go through Miami? Should we go through Sacramento? San Francisco? Should we go through a train or like a horse and carriage? I heard there's a few of them around here. We could go on one of those. The strategy is the how. So often what we think about in the church, we got a vision for this, we got a vision for this. And then the how, we're like, yeah, we're like this. And we're not asking because it seems like that how is the hardest question. How are we going to do it? Who, what, when, where, why, and then how. Like, how do we do it? And we ran out of ideas. How to reach the young people. How to get the next generation. How do we keep them on fire? How do we disciple them? We forgot the power of how. You know, in the entrepreneurial world, in the business world, they keep asking, how? And then when they learn, they say, how can we do better? How can we do it quicker? How can we do it cheaper? How? We forgot the power of how. And so we ran out of ideas, so we just keep doing it the same way, as we've seen. So everyone has a strategy, but how do we tell if it's an efficient strategy? Is it the best use of money and time and sweat? And, in business, they always measure return on investment, ROI. Always. For this much money, I get this much revenue. Do we measure that? We ought to. Because, in church, we get soft. We don't even think about return on investment. We think more like, the Lord knows. He knows how many lives are changed. We don't think about, for the amount of money and sweat and time and effort, how much fruit was really gotten from that. I took some classes and they talked about this report from Harvard that they did on who are the most accountable organizations, who are the most accountable type organizations. What they found overwhelmingly, it's nonprofit organizations that are least accountable. And you would think, how could that be? Because they have 990s, they got to file, the IRS. This is why. For-profit organizations are accountable to the marketplace. If your shoes are lame, no one will buy them. They'll give them bad reviews. You'll go out of business. They're accountable to the marketplace. But nonprofits are not. So for example, usually it goes like this. Say you got a soup kitchen. So you take money from these guys, please donate, and you give your product to these guys. And you talk about how many you served. You didn't talk about the quality of the meal, how many of those guys got on their feet and got jobs and things like that. Like, that's the marketplace. And because you're two different groups, one gets the money and one you're giving the services, no one's measuring the quality of what's done here. They're the least accountable, even though financially they look accountable. Are you following me? So when you're talking about return on investment, we do lots of efforts and then we use that famous phrase, to assuage ourselves. It was for the sake of one soul. But you have to think about it like this. Remember the minas? We only have so many minas. You don't have inexhaustible minas. We only have so many breaths, only so much money, only so much energy that we can give to anything. Are we being the wisest stewards of those minas? And so, exponential churches ruthlessly refine their strategy. They're constantly refining. How can we do it better? How can we do it? How can we do it better and better and better? To make the most of every effort. So think about baseball, Major League Baseball. You guys have a team here close, don't you? It's the Indians, right? Oh, the Guardians. Wow. Okay. Right. The Guardians. So imagine this. So say the Cleveland baseball team is having a bad year. I know it's hard to imagine, probably. I don't know anything about your baseball playing abilities, but I bet you've never seen the owner of the Cleveland baseball team or the general manager out on the street with a bullhorn. Hey! Anybody know how to pitch around here? Can anybody hit? We need some hitters. I bet they're not doing that. Why? Because they have a strategy. They got a AAA team. They got 20-somethings that are up and coming. They're working it out. They're trying to get better and better. And not only that, they've got scouts that go to universities and high schools, even junior highs, to look at up-and-coming people. And then there are thousands of Little League teams all over Ohio, all over the country. They got a process. They're playing the long game. Like, we might not be doing too good right now, but we got a pipeline of people that are coming up. What if the church played the long game? Instead of going, walking around with our bullhorns, a big sandwich board. Somebody get saved! Somebody get that! That's kind of what we're doing. We're bouncing, like we're just doing something rather than nothing. What if we just got smart about the efforts? One of the things I love to say to pastors is if you could take the same amount of money and effort that you're spending right now on youth ministry and on outreach and get twice the amount of impact, how many think that'd be a good deal? And what if you could double it again the next year? There's no question. People, first thing when they hear about a different model, how much is it going to cost? Forget about that. You're already spending money that are in an inefficient way, probably. Do you ever find a verse in the Bible that just makes you mad? This one makes me mad, and Jesus said it. People of the darkness are more shrewd in dealing with their own kind than people of the light. How can it be that a baseball team owner is more shrewd about a stupid baseball team than we are about the kingdom? They got a process, they got a plan, they're playing the long game. We're doing lots of stuff, but we see what's happened over the decades. So let me tell you about Bishop Opoku in Ghana. So he has led the Pentecostal Church of Ghana for 10 years. Now, you can see he's not young and he's not cool. He's a strategist. So he's my friend. I knew him for a couple years before I even knew the story that I'm about to tell you. His right-hand guy, he's so humble he wouldn't even tell me. His right-hand guy told me this story. So he was a pastor for 3 decades before he became the leader of this denomination. Every place he went, the church would explode with young people. Build a youth center, do this and that, and then he becomes the leader of the whole denomination. Now, I said when he became the leader of the Pentecostal Church of Ghana, the whole denomination was just as crusty as that name sounds like. He looked around and he sees there's not very many young people, and he's really concerned. So he says, this is a big ship, battleship, we're going to turn the direction of this thing. Now, if it's hard to turn a church, imagine turning a whole movement, a whole denomination, right? So this is what he does. He's a strategist, remember? Leaders are to be strategists. So he starts training pastors in his denomination to love young people, why to love them and how to love them. So he would do training all over the country because there's a lot of churches that they had. how to love young people and why. And he would encourage pastors to do this. Just find one and start having a Coke with them every now and then, or a coffee. And just ask them questions. Don't try to even disciple them. Just ask them. In fact, just try to see what life looks like through their eyes. That's all. Ask them questions. So what do you listen to? What do you watch on YouTube? What do your friends listen to? What are you guys worried about? What do you guys talk about? And just try your very best to see life through their eyes. That's all. Some have called it reverse mentoring. Let them mentor you on how to see through their eyes. Sorry, it became automatic for some reason. And so you see what he did? He didn't start with a program. He started with their heart. Because he knew that if he could get them talking to young people, and young people would share what they worry about, what they're concerned about, what they watch, they would start having empathy for them, start praying for them. That's the most important thing, right? Then he started dealing with the hard things, like the culture of the church, the whole denomination. So he starts talking to the other leaders. He says, hey, how come we can't have jeans in our church? It's not in the Bible, and it's not in our bylaws. Whoa, some people got mad. They left. Hey, since I got you mad, let me give you another thought. How come we can't have a certain style of music? That's not in the Bible. It's not in our bylaws. So they put artificial barriers up that kept young people away. They start taking those away, those barriers, right? More people left. However, watch what happened. When he took over, he was 50 years old, he takes over the denomination. There's about 1 million people in the whole denomination on a Sunday morning. Fast forward 10 years, there's 2 million people. 750,000 of them are young people. He says, Ron, on any given Sunday, 72% of our attendees are 30 years old or under. Versus the national demographics, it's 55% 30 or under. He's the only leader in the whole world that said that top phrase, we have great hope for the future of our nation. Of course you do. You're about ready to take the whole thing over. Isn't that a beautiful story? You know, young people will go where they feel valued. So Bishop Apoku told me this. He goes, one of the most moving things that happens to me is when a young person comes up to me that I've never met, grabs my arm and says, thank you so much for loving us. I've never met them. I don't know their name. But they know that they're loved because of the system that we've set up where they feel valued. They feel important. That's the power that the leader has to create a system where people go, they put the proper value on the next generation. So what these exponential churches do is they have a model like this. So watch. So they're reaching them when they're young, and they're discipling them and helping them grow. We'll show you how they're doing that. All through here. And then the goal is not just to get them to become a church, but they become multipliers. See that word? So they're either multiplying here or they're sent out to multiply and plant other churches. But the goal is not just to have more people in a building. You're making them into active Christians for the rest of their life. This is their mind map. So you might be thinking, what does this mean for youth pastors? What is their job? I don't have time to go into that, but we do have a whole thought of maybe youth pastors, instead of being that really cool guy, maybe think about if you're in youth ministry or you have a youth pastor or you're going to get one, maybe think of them like the COO of spiritual formation. We are watching people. We're going to get them in this pipeline of growth and watch them grow all along the way. So we've been talking a lot about this whole idea of those most likely to come to Christ. And this leads us right to the best practice number 2. And they're focusing on the reaching. Let's talk about the reaching part. It is a land flowing with milk and honey. I don't want you to forget this verse. You may have not seen it yet this morning. But it is a rich land. So yeah, you're looking at the giants, but you're looking at how big our God is and how rich it is with milk and honey. So best practice number 2 on page 42 is we focus on the right customer. Now that might sound a little crass because we're not a business. We don't focus on customers, blah, blah, blah. But just think about it. Anybody who's a potential follower of Christ is a potential customer, and that is we have the water of life to serve to them, right? So a good business owner is serving their customers, so we're serving people who are in their pre-Christian state. They just haven't discovered Jesus yet. And the right customer is, when they teach you in business school, when you start a business, you can't go after every customer. You have to go after the ones most likely to buy your thing. So if your thing costs $10, but you find a way to sell it to somebody, but it costs you $20 to get that guy to buy your thing, you can't make it up on the volume. You have to find the best customers that only cost you $2 or $5 to advertise to them. Are you guys following me here? You can actually go out of business by having too many customers of the wrong kind. So, business strategy 101, right customer and then make it sticky. So let's talk about the right customer kind of thing here. In the church, we're like looking for like who are those most likely to come to Christ? Who are those most likely to become followers? They're not now, but they're most likely to. And so if you look at the data, this is not new data. This has been around for decades. You see, Barna says here, nearly half of all Americans that come to Christ do so before the age of 13. Half. If you look at the International Bible Society, they say 83% of anyone who comes to Christ does so between the ages of 4 and 14. So look at that right there. That purple, that big stick right there. See that? Now, if you were a business owner and you found out that data, you would focus everything you do around that big stick. Because that's where you know the gold is. That's what's going to keep you in business. So, we've known this data. We, the church, have known. We've heard this. We've seen it in reports. It's been in magazines, but it hasn't changed our behavior. And I tell you why. I think we have this dissonance, and that we know Jesus loves everybody. So we try to reach everybody. We reach very few of anybody. It's like a business trying to sell their stuff to everybody, and they reach very few of their core customers. And we don't know what to do with that dissonance because we know he loves everybody, but how can we stop trying to reach anybody? How about this? Let's look at what Jesus did when he was here in person. We know Jesus loved everybody when he was here in person, but he also prioritized who he spent time with. He spent more time with the 70 than the crowds, more time with the 12 than the 70, more time with the 3 than the 12, based on receptivity. So it's still possible to love everybody, but prioritize based on receptivity. It's all right to do that. Bam, no more dissonance. We can do this thing. So but if this doesn't change our behavior, or like what we do, then we'll keep getting what we got. We'll keep doing lots of efforts and reaching less and less of each generation. Reaching the next generation is not just a strategy, it's the key strategy to the future. It's like, that's what these exponential guys have figured out. We've got to get the young ones if we're going to have a church in 10 or 20 years. It's the key. So, again, David is saying, even to the old age of my gray hairs, do not forsake me until I proclaim your might to another generation. He's thinking about another generation. He's not thinking, I'm fat and happy, I'm doing well, I'll die and go to heaven. He's thinking the next generation, another generation. Got to think about it. What if we end up measuring things differently? Our benchmark for success. You know, when we say, what's the goal of the church? We could go around the room and hear, what do you think is successful churches? What does success look like in your church? What if we had a success that said, okay, our impact of those over 25 is the same as the impact for under 25, as far as the number of people that we're impacting? Or how does it compare to last year when we look at the average age of our church? We talked about that already. And you can see that in context compared to the median age of Muslims, median age of Christians around the world. You know, how does that look? What if we consider a different paradigm that instead of just targeting the young people in our church, what if we were targeting the young people in the region, like really going after them? And we'll especially talk about the 13-year-olds in just a second here, because when you look at the spectrum from 13 to 19, this is what we call, if you're running a race, a relay race, it's the exchange zone. You know, when you pass the baton, you can't pass it before the yellow line, can't pass it after. You can run as fast as you can and still lose the race, right? If you don't pass the baton. So the exchange zone for us, where the baton of the gospel passes between 13 and 19 years old, you can't get to them much younger than 13, at least in America, because our culture, how do you get to children? But at 13, well, the kid is like, okay, what am I? Think about 13-year-olds for a second. They're thinking, what am I? I'm not a child. I'm not an adult. What am I? And if we don't have an answer for them, you know who will? The world will. Based on what social media says. If you look like this,
you're popular. If you act like this, you're popular.
You have this many likes. And they'll get their definition from right here if we're not careful. 13-year-old, watch this. We just talk about 13. It's sort of the bar mitzvah age. In the Jewish culture, like, it's not just my parents' faith. I got to make it real for my own self. It's the sociological, think of it. This kid, 13, and he's looking, who will accept me into their group? Is it the cool kids? Is it the athletic kids? Is it the band? Is it the drug dealers? Like, who will accept me? They want somebody. Usually we're running right by them, trying to get the cool kids saved so they'll influence these guys. Do you know there's been a bunch of research done? The marketers have done research that found out that 13 years old is the branding age. That is, if they can get them to like their chips when they're 13, they'll probably buy them the rest of their life. They get them to buy their shoes, like their shoes when they're 13, they'll be branded the rest of their life. They'll make billions of dollars. So there's this moldability that happens at 13 that you don't see, much later on. So just give you a little more theological chutzpah here. Isn't it interesting that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, almost every time you see them in the Bible, they're always mentioned together after they were lived and everything? Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. And it's as though God is saying, I'm not just here for Abraham. I'm not just thinking about Abraham. It's Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. I'm the generation to generation God. I'm not just thinking about you. I'm not just thinking about your kids. I'm thinking about everybody that's their peers and then all the children they're going to have. He's the generation to generation. He's always thinking 2 generations ahead. So instead of thinking youth ministry in your church or youth group, what if we were to think this is generation to generation ministry? This is like we're speaking and acting like the Lord act. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. We're like David's talking about, until I die, even though I got gray hairs, I'm thinking about the next generation. I got to get the baton of the gospel to the next generation. Isn't it interesting? When they're training for these races, they do it thousands, and they practice this baton pass thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. They do it with their eyes closed. For a race that nobody remembers. Even if it's in the Olympics, you can hardly remember who won the gold. So the exchange zone, we got to ask, what's going on in our exchange zone? Like the 13 to 19-year-olds, and specifically in the part of the world you're in, depends where the sweet spot is. So for example, in Japan, of the 13 to 19-year-old, the sweet spot is like 18 and 19 years old, because they can't get to them younger than 18 culturally, but as soon as they go off to university, they can reach them. Today, around the world, there's about 1.8 billion 13 to 19-year-olds in the exchange zone. Imagine, just picture it with your mind, 1.8 billion, all standing in the yellow zone, and they're all going, pass it to me, 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 pass it to me. We're running by. We got ministries, we got apps that we're starting. We're running, Lord, for you. We're running. Pass it to me, please, pass it to me. If I'm ever going to get it right now, it's the time I'm going to get it. We're running right by them. And then what happens as soon as they get out of the exchange zone, every once in a while, pastor will say, run your way, you're running. You already lost them. We lost half the disease. We don't hope to grab or lose that. Doesn't mean Jesus doesn't love as much, but the time and energy you spend going after a millennial, you could maybe get 10 or 100 or 1,000 disease. It's like we're doing this. They're like 21, 25, and we're like, here, take this baton. They're like, no, I don't want it. Oh, put it, we're trying to shove it in their hand. They're like, no, when I had my hand open, you wouldn't pay attention to me, so I got somebody else's back. Somebody else. I don't want people. Something about us humans, as soon as we get 20, we think we're smart and we don't want to change. We know everything needs to be. Not impossible, just very difficult. So what about here? Let's use Wayne County for a second. Anybody know how many young people are here? This is not hard information to find. I found it for you. About 11,562 13 to 19-year-olds here. So that means right here in Wayne County, about 1,651 13-year-olds right here, right now, 1,651. If you count 12 to 14-year-olds, that's like almost like 4,500. 4,600. Just right here. Hands are open. Somebody's going to put something in there. Values, life. They're just right here. I know some of you guys are from outside of Wayne County, but you can do the research. It's not hard. And that's just a cursory look. I'll show you how the churches around the world, how they do it. So please note, when you're thinking about the baton pass, not all batons are the same. You hear a lot of people preaching on the batons right now, but a lot of times it's the leadership baton. It's a 60-year-old passing it to a 40-year-old senior pastor, which is good. But just because you get a 40-year-old pastor doesn't mean you naturally get the 13-year-olds. You have to be intentional. No matter whether you're 60 or 50 or 40 or 30, if you don't intentionally go after the exchange zone, you won't get them. You'll get a little bit younger church, but you won't get them when they're most likely to come. So this is not, the baton we're talking about today is not the leadership baton, it's the baton of the gospel. This is the message of life getting to the hands of those while they're most likely to grab it. So don't confuse the batons. Yeah, we passed baton, and thinking that you all of a sudden have a 40-year-old pastor, everything's going to be great. It's not necessarily. You're going to have to focus. If we're going to see the conduit to the future, what does the church look like in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? We've got to intentionally go after those most likely to come to Christ. So let me tell you about Pastor Howe in Singapore. So he's 53 years old. His church is 25 years old. Heart of God Church. Average age in his church is 23. So Pastor Howe tells me, he's a businessman. He uses business words. Been leading this. He started the church. And he says, we go after every 13-year-old in our footprint. I go, footprint? What are you talking about? He goes, I'm not talking about every 13-year-old in our church. Of course we're going to reach those guys. But we go after every 13-year-old in our footprint. I said, tell me about footprint. What do you mean? Well, we find out all the schools represented in our church. Doesn't matter how far they are away. If they're from the other side of the island, it doesn't matter. If they come to our church, we find out how many 13-year-olds are in their schools. That's our footprint. We're going after all those 13-year-olds. Now, in most places around that are westernized, I told you the sweet spot in Japan. Most places that are westernized, 13-year-olds a sweet spot. It's that I'm not a kid. What am I? If they've got phones, if they're westernized at all, they're going to be in the zone for us to go and reach them. So that's what he does. So watch what this doesn't mean. Let me tell you what it doesn't mean. You don't gear your whole church to a 13-year-old. That's not what we're talking about. They do a big event a couple times a year where the whole church rallies around going after 13-year-olds. Once or twice a year. And so I said, well, how do you go after them? He goes, well, I can't. I'm in my 50s. That would be weird for me to go after a 13-year-old. But we train our church, and we train the young people how to go after a 13-year-old. I said, what do you mean? Like 4 spiritual laws? Like, what do you do? He goes, oh, no. Relationally. So you go intentionally find a 13-year-old to be a friend with, and then you say, what do you like to do? Oh, I like to play soccer. Oh, that's awesome. You want to come play soccer with me and a couple friends? Of course, those friends are from the church. So they go play soccer a few times. They've developed relationships. They're having fun. Hey, we got this big event coming up at the church. Do you want to come? Well, now the kid doesn't feel strange. He already has friends at the church. It becomes very natural. So they do a big event a couple times a year. Your whole church is not about 13-year-olds. It's about reaching them a couple times a year and then getting them involved in the pipeline of growth, which we'll talk about in a second. So think about it this way. If I were to tell you a place in the river where 90% of the fish are always caught, would you ever fish anywhere else? Like ever? No, we have this great ritual. We like fishing here even though we never catch anything. We have a department for that. We have a budget for it. We got volunteers. We've already staffed up for it. But there's no fish. Too often this is what we look like right here. All the fish are somewhere else. They're not in the part of the stream or the river that we're fishing in. So hopefully we're dealing with some of this conundrum that we have felt by understanding how Jesus prioritized his time and his efforts based on receptivity. It's okay to do this. In fact, I think it's more godly. It's being a wise steward of our time. You could argue there's there's a lot more theological, biblical foundation for this. Remember when Jesus is talking with Peter? He's already risen from the dead. He's out by the lake. He catches all the fish. He says, hey, Peter, you love me more than these? He's like, yeah, feed my lambs. Then he says, hey, you really love me? Yeah, take care of my sheep. You really love me? Yeah, feed my sheep. Isn't it interesting? Peter's the first pastor of the church, and 1/3 of the effort, he says, think about the young ones, the lambs. He's telling Peter, think about the lambs, feed the lambs, think about the young people. Don't just think about, hey, I got a good congregation going here. Jesus is trying to prioritize, even in Peter's mind. People have said, there's a great argument to be made that at least 11 of the 12 disciples were teenagers. You know, for example, when Jesus said to Peter, go get the fish and pay the temple tax for me and for you. Temple tax was only meant for people that are 20 years and older. It would have been only Peter and Jesus that would be 20 years older. Everybody else is younger than that. They didn't owe temple tax. Jesus sent the disciples out like lambs among wolves. You guys are young. You're wet behind the ears. Sometimes you act like you don't have anything between your ears, but I'm still sending you out. So he's reaching them, he's discipling them, he's commissioning them to go. So second best practice is go after those that are most likely to come to Christ while they're open. Now, let's just pause for a second. Any thoughts on how focusing on teens, especially 13-year-olds, how that jacks with or conflicts with the modern church paradigm of church and youth ministry and young people and all that?
The big focus has always been the old people in the church, the Irish, that's how,
So this is a big thing we need to call out, because people say, well, those young people don't have any money to give. Well, they do when they want Nikes. They do when they want a new phone. They either have their money or they go find somebody else's money. Check this out. Heart of God Church in Singapore, over the 25 years they've had about $30 million US given, 95% of it from young people. They teach them how to give when they're young. Remember we talked about what you can teach them in the pipeline? They teach them how to give and like how to make goal. I'd like to give $1,000 or $2,000 this year to the church. And they start doing stuff, selling stuff, a little online entrepreneur thing, this or that, because they love the church so much they want to help support it. They've given $29 million. Don't tell me young people don't have money or can't go find it if you just train them and encourage them. Other thoughts about how this reaching, going after the young people, especially 13-year-olds, how it kind of jacks with our modern church paradigm in America. Pastor Yuri.
Well, I'm thinking about probably in a lot of churches, we've got the older generation in the church who are used to it and focused on them. And so we're really going to have to be a component of getting them to buy in.
Right. And so one of the things that we encourage, that's a great point. One of the things we encourage churches that want to adopt the exponential church model is, first of all, it's not a light switch you just change like this. It's a process. 6 months, and then there's another 6 months. We call that first 6 months Project 13, where they're focusing their team around 13-year-olds. But to your point, there's a really proactive change management strategy with the rest of the church. We're not saying, everybody go reach a 13-year-old or else. Everybody act like a 13-year-old or else. We already got too much of that going on. Anyways. But we employ change management strategies. So for example, we think about if your church was a train, you got 2 rails. One rail is everything you're doing now that works, that's anointed, keep doing it. Well, let's build a second rail. We call it the exponential rail. And after 2, 3, 4 years, it might take over the first rail. But as keep doing everything you're doing, all the adults are on this rail, and you don't make them feel guilty for not being on this. You're not going to get them to do all this radical stuff. It's okay, though. Whatever they are, Pastor Jason told me this. He goes, whatever they are is what we made them. Let them be that. But let's get the next generation and make them radical. Watch this. And as you're starting to implement this exponential model, you give them a chance to dip their toe in if they want. So for example, we're getting ready. You make the big announcement. We're going to have this big event for like 13-year-olds all over the region, or 12 to 14. And listen, you're making the big announcement to the church, video. Listen, only thing we want you to do right now, how many would commit to praying for this event? Just pray. So that's dipping their toe in. They don't have to do one thing else. Just pray. I can pray for that. So then the next week, you ask them to take a little bit bigger dip. Hey, how many of you actually know a 13-year-old that you think might need Jesus? Well, how many would commit to pray for that person? So now you get them praying specifically. Are you following me? So you take really slow, and if they don't want to dip their whole foot in, they don't have to. Just one toe is fine. So but part of that is, the ultimate would be, like I'll show you a picture in just a second. The church in Bogota has 40,000 people. Pastor Andrew Corson, he's in his 50s. He's got 40,000 people in the church, and I got a lot of 60 and 70 and 80-year-olds that weep, so full of joy because there's so many young people worshiping God, even though it's music that they don't prefer. Because they're so happy that the next generation is there worshiping God. But that's a change management issue that we got to walk them down that path. So best practice number one, the pastors, the leaders own the strategy. It's not a department anymore. Number two is that we're focusing on reaching while they're in the sweet spot. And then the next one we're going to talk about here, and then we'll pause a little bit more, is best practice number three. It's a clear and irresistible growth path. So we talked about discipleship. We talked about Red Bull for your faith. This growth path is so full of life. It's a sticky web of goodness that you can get out of, but you gotta want to really get out of it because it's so good, it's hard to get out of, and it's so relationally connected. It's going to be hard because people are going to be pulling you back in, especially at first. So this is the secret sauce. This is what I'd never seen before. I've given you a little bit of an indication, but let's talk more practical, and you guys can ask me lots of questions. So remember, we talked about strategy 101, the right customer, and then make it sticky. Sticky is a marketing word. So how many ever seen a movie trailer, and it was so good you go, when's that movie coming out? You can't forget the trailer. How many ever seen something like that? That's called sticky. It's stuck to your brain. You see an ad, you can't forget it, Super Bowl ads, called sticky. So a business wants to become sticky in that it's not just that you'll go and buy their thing, but you'll come back and buy it again, buy it again, buy it again. That's why they give you those cards. You bet 10 times, now you're a member for life because you've been branded. You're in a habit of doing that. They call their brand sticky. If you have a choice of what to drink, if Coca-Cola is sticky in your brain, you're going to grab a Coke or you're going to grab a Sprite or whatever is sticky to you. So what if we could present the gospel in a very sticky way? So it's so good that they want more and more and more, and that the growth path is so sticky. Now let me just pause for a second here. One of the things that people say is this: it's so hard. You get somebody saved. How do you get them to want to be discipled? How many think that would be a challenge or is a challenge? Like, how do you get them to want to keep growing? Okay, so I'm going to get on a little soapbox here, okay? Is that all right? Because, we have to think of the whole system. How you present the gospel can make a clear and direct impact on whether they continue in the things of God. We use a lot of spiritual sounding words that are not from the Bible, but we don't realize it because we've been using them for so long. I'm about ready to get in trouble, aren't I? No, is it okay? I'm going to go down this path for a second because this is what happened to me. So we start doing these big events, and after about 5 years, I'm like, wait a minute. What am I preaching anyways? How many of you know if you're a preacher, you need to think about what you're preaching? Really think about it. Because I started thinking, these people are coming forward, they're lifting their hands. Whatever I tell them to do, they're thinking that's what they need to do. I better know what I'm talking about. Now, I thought I did. I mean, I've been through Bible school and university and blah, 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 and seminary classes and all this stuff. Do I know what I'm talking about? So I'm saying everything that I've heard, everything I see TV preachers saying, but I'm looking at the Bible going, is that there? Are you ready? So I start talking to some of my mentors, people on our board, like Pastor Jack Hayford was on our board. I said, Pastor Jack, what's the deal about accepting Christ? I don't see it anywhere in the Bible. He's looking at me and goes, well, I was in my 30s, right? He's like, what are you like thinking about this? You're so serious for you're in your 30s. I'm like, no, really, I don't see it. Everybody says, would you like to accept Christ? But I don't see that one place in the Bible. Jesus never said it, please accept me. And there's no sermon you ever see, please accept Christ. But we use it all the time. Now, if you're a theologian, you can get there. You can say, well, would you accept that Jesus' sacrifice on the cross would be your payment for sin? Yes. But a heathen doesn't think that. A heathen thinks, accept Visa, accept MasterCard, accept Christ. Like it's a weird way to use a word. And besides, like for example, if I were to use that about a person, would you accept Pastor Yuri, please? You'd be thinking, why? Does he not have any friends? Like, is he living under a bridge? Come on over, Pastor. You can stay with. Like, are we giving Jesus a break? He's living under a bridge. Would you accept him into your life? Okay, Lord, I'll give you a break. Like, we're giving him a break? I think he's giving us a break. But worse than that, words matter. Acceptance is a passive word. So we end up with a bunch of passive pew sitters because they came with a passive word. How you come is how you stay, unless something dramatic happens in your life. So we get somebody who comes under a passive thing, they become a passive pew sitter, and that's what they think is normal. Watch this. If we get people to come forward for a begging altar call, please come say, please, 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 please. It's like an auction. If they have to beg them to get saved, then you have to beg them to come to church, beg them to read their Bible, beg them to live pure, beg them to tithe, beg them, beg. I came under the begging kind of mantra. Should I go on? There's all kinds of this, and we get all of our Christian words confused. Would you like to receive the Lord? Okay, that's one time in the Bible. Those who receive him, he gives power to become sons and daughters of God. But in Greek, that word means to grab a hold of like a bulldog and never let go. That's what it means. It doesn't mean passive receive. Those who grab a hold like a bulldog, never let go, he gives sons power to become sons and daughters of God, right? We use all these words, or how about this? I can keep going, I got a lot more, because I think it's confused our whole system. If you'd like to have a personal relationship with Christ, we have to change the tone of our voice when we say this. We'd like a personal relationship. Well, stop. It's a weird thing to say. First of all, Jesus never talked about having a personal relationship with him. But he did say, if I come and sup with you, then I'll bring my Father and the Holy Spirit. So you got the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit living inside you. That is very personal. But to talk about it like that is weird. Like, for example, my wife and I, we've been married 37, almost 38 years. If I said, this is my wife, Katie, with whom I have a personal relationship. You might be thinking, I hope so, dude. You're like married. So like, if you really have a personal relationship, are you really talking about it? Or can people tell? You finish each other's sentence. You get a glimmer in your eye. You have a personal relationship with the Lord, personal relationship, I have a personal relationship with personal relationship. We like use that. Whoa, stop. It's a weird thing to say. This is my pastor friend, Pastor Yuri, with whom I have a personal relationship. Dude, you need to repent of that. What's up with that? It's weird about everybody else except the Lord for some reason. Are you guys following what I'm saying here? So how people come to Christ is imperative on if they keep following. So one of the things I started looking at is, what did Jesus say when he was talking about how a human gets connected to his Father? The most common thing he said was, follow me. 32 times in the gospel, 32 times. Take up your cross, follow me. Turn your back on the world. I'll make you fishers of men. Come follow me. Look to Matthew, follow me. Follow is an action word. Follow is something you do. It's not something you sit back, it's something you do. And if you think about, I stopped asking people to become Christians. I asked them to become followers of Christ. I stopped asking people to get born again. Don't you want people to get born again? The goal is not to get them born again. The goal is to get them to become followers of Christ. The first step, they get born again. Because they say, I'm turning my life over to you. I give my whole life into your hand. Bam, you get born again. Wow, the Holy Spirit comes in. Get the freedom from all the sin. The chains come off, and it's only the first step. You just become a follower. There's a whole life of following. And if you invite them to become followers, it's only natural. Don't you want to keep following? Let's follow together. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Because Jesus has something to say about every topic in life. that we've been brainwashed with the world. So it's how we introduce them will have a big effect whether they keep following. See, a lot of times we bait and switch. If you want to know the Lord, all you have to do, whoa, stop. All you have to do? I know we don't want to get into works Christianity, but when we say all you have to do is turn your life around 180 degrees. That's all. Follow Christ and not the world and not cool and not culture, but Christ. That's all. Follow him and not all the values you've learned your whole life. Follow him because he's got the words of life. That's all you have to do. So what happens is we go, all you have to do, pray this prayer, and we act like it's abracadabra. This makes me so mad. Just say these words, say these exact words, say these exact words, say these exact, I'll tell you how. Most of the time, I didn't have time to preach at anybody else's events because we had our own events every weekend, but every once in a while I get invited to another event. So I was invited to a Baptist event one time, and I had a lot of good Baptist friends, but there was a Baptist camp, a couple thousand young people there, and we had a slap your mama, God's in the house, encounter people came to Christ. It was awesome. People were weeping. I mean, they're turning their life, they're crying out to God, and we did this whole thing, and I got done, and the Baptist host got up and goes, now, if you really want to be saved, repeat after me. Like, we just had an encounter with God. I mean, they did deliver, but we didn't use the spiritual sounding words. And we have all these little messages that are Christianese that don't make any sense. Confess with your mouth, believe in your heart, you'll be saved. I confess with my mouth, blah, 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 blah. And we say the words like as if it's abracadabra. Listen, confess with your mouth and believe in your heart. We know that's in Romans, right? But when you're saying confess your mouth, Jesus is Lord, what you're saying is if you're on a witness stand and you have to make a confession. Is he your Lord or not? Okay, he's my Lord. That's what he's talking about. That's what he's talking about. Not like just chant some words. We use John 3:16. I can keep going. I got a lot of these. They've made us so immune and inoculated, I think, to potency of Christianity. No wonder people won't become disciples. Those who believe in him will not perish but have. Do you believe? Well, it's not like I believe the sky is blue and the grass is green. Like, I believe so much he's the Son of God and he has the words of life. I've changed the whole direction of my life and I'm following. That's how much I believe. Does that make sense? So we have so many of these things that soft sell what we're talking about. How about this? Oh my gosh, this makes me so mad. So, because I studied hard about altar calls and how people come to Christ. So, the modern altar call was invented by Finney. What Finney would do, he'd preach like crazy, like throw it down. He goes, now if you want to inquire more about this Christianity thing, come to this room over here called the inquiry room. So they'd go to this room, and he'd go meet with them. And he'd put them on a seat, like on a stage. Everybody else is just sitting around. He would interrogate them. Why? Why do you want to become a follower? Are you sorry for your I'm so sorry. I don't think you're sincere. You come back tomorrow. Next. And he'd do that one by one. And only when he felt like, okay, they're ready, then he said, okay, I'll lead you, and we can pray about this. No, seriously, people come back the next day. The next day. So watch this. Other preachers started seeing Finney going, he's getting people to respond. Maybe I could get people to respond, come forward or pray a prayer. Fast forward, anybody ever heard the name Billy Sunday? Billy Sunday was a very famous baseball player, like Major League Baseball, very famous, but he's a Christian. So what he would do, he'd come into town, they'd have a parade for Billy Sunday. Everybody knew Billy Sunday. They'd all come out to a little town, whatever, and they'd all end the parade at a stadium, and he would preach to them, and then he would say, if you believe in the prayers of Billy Sunday, come down front and I will touch you and you'll be saved. That's how drastic, how different the altar calls came. Today we have any version of those in that spectrum. Think about this. We so much want people to get born again. If we only focus on the born again thing, I think we get manipulative and we get desperate. Because every preacher has an ego. And we want to feel like God's using us or people are listening or whatever. And so we say all kinds of things to get people moved. But think about, I'm just going off on this just for a couple more minutes, okay? Just because we're thinking about making disciples, this seems like the hardest thing. Listen, if you get somebody say, I prayed the prayer And now I'm a Christian. They come back next Sunday and they say, and you say, well, now you got to read your Bible. Wait a minute. That's not in my contract. You said all I have to do. So I did that. Leave me alone. You said all I have to do. No, live pure. No, you said all I have to do is pray the prayer. I got the all you have to do version of Christianity. So it's sort of a bait and switch. Read your Bible. No, you said all I have to do. And it reminds me of the guy who got married. 5 years later, his wife says, you never tell me you love me anymore. 10 years later, she says, you never tell me you love me anymore. 15 years later, she says, you never tell me you love me anymore. And he finally puts his foot down. Says, I told you the day we got married, I love you. If I change my mind, I'll let you know. That's how a lot of people treat Jesus, you know. Come on, I got saved, leave me alone. See you in heaven, you know. Like, what are we inviting people to? So think about the concept of being born again. Let's just use that for a second. So we know Jesus used those words for a reason. So when a physical baby is born, think about, first of all, the sperm and the egg come together, and we call it conception, right? So then this little thing is created in the womb. And then it grows and gestation and all that kind of stuff. And then the birth pains and the baby comes out, and now we're all excited, except the mom had to go through all the pain. I tried to identify with my wife's pain when she had the baby, but, you know, she said I couldn't really feel it like she did for some reason. And so think about it spiritually. The moment of conception is when the human goes, there's God. He loves me. I never even crossed my mind. He sent us something, really? And like it dawns on them for the first time, like, wow. And then they start hearing about becoming a follower of Christ. And what does it mean? And so the gestation part is the counting the cost. Should I build a tower? Am I ready? You know, Jesus talked about these, count the cost, no one does this and this, put your hand to the plow and then don't look, all of that. So the gestation is wrestling. Should I walk away from my old life? Should I walk away? Should I walk away? And then finally, it's gestated long enough, I need to give my whole life. And they're born again. Too often what we do as preachers is we go, they just got gestated. It just dawned on them, there's a God who loves me. And we'll hear altar calls like this. If you know you need God, come down right now and pray. Whoa, stop, don't come. Wrestle with it. Think about it. Just knowing you need God, you might end up producing a bunch of spiritual abortions. People that are miscarrying, coming forward, having not counted the cost. And then we wonder why we get emaciated Christianity. So when I realized this, I stopped. First of all, as a preacher, you always feel pressure on yourself. Like, I don't want one person to die and go to hell. You know, like I even heard people do altar calls, like they'll do it before the worship is even over because they can't stand the thought if somebody stepped out to get a cigarette and they crossed the road, they died and went to hell. Like, we put way too much, like we're the salvation of the world or something. You know, like we got a savior syndrome or something like that. So I stopped putting pressure on myself, going, okay, wherever people are, I want to respect that. Maybe somebody else planted a seed and they got them to conceive. God loves them. And they've been gestating. Those guys are ready to come forward. Maybe there are other people sitting here that it never even dawned on them and they're like, oh my gosh, this is wild. That's awesome too. We'll help them on their journey. Some people might just need to wrestle a little bit more before they're ready to deliver their life into the hands of God. Are you following me? So if we really want people to become followers of Christ, you can't rush the process of birth, a physical birth, right? So anyways, people, when we start talking about discipleship, they go, how do you get them? How do you get them? Well, let's make sure we get them in the right way. We're inviting them to become followers. We're not saying, here's the line, cross over, now you're with us. You know, we started making Christianity all about heaven or hell about 100 years ago. Before then, it was not about that. It was about, are you going to be a follower of Christ? Oh yeah, heaven's going to happen. But that's not the main issue here. Because, you know, what about the urgency to help people that are living in the chains of hell right now? That are living with the pain of all the bad decisions that they and their parents have made and the culture's made all around. What about that? There's urgency right now to get them set free from that. And that's the freedom that you don't have to wait till heaven to get. So, anyways, I'm answering the question, how do you get them into discipleship? So these guys have a plan, and I mentioned it earlier to you, it's like a pipeline. So imagine this. If your church is a factory, what are you producing? This is not in your book. It's just for your own visual pleasure. If your church is a factory, what are you producing? Now, some people say, we're producing places for people to sit. So we build our vats and then build bigger vats and build bigger vats, have double services and triple services and lots of all more campuses because we just want people to come and sit because they come and they listen, and that's great. And in fact, most pastors would say, if you ask them, how does someone get discipled in your church? The only thing they would know to say is, listen to my sermons. Come and listen. But imagine that your church is a factory and you're not just producing a place to sit, but you're actually producing people to put them through a pipeline of growth. So every one of these pieces of pipe represent a class, a trimester, a retreat, a ministry opportunity, and you're piecing these pieces of pipeline together from 13 to 14 to 15 to 16. So this is what these guys do. They think and they reverse engineer. They go, what if we could put a pipeline together that starts when they're 13, that's when they're most likely to come, and we put them through a pipeline, 14 years old, 15 years old, 16 years old. And so while they're in the pipeline of growth, the pipeline is protecting them from all the elements of social media and this and that, and the world. They're teaching them to see through the lies. It's taking them over perilous moments where they might drown or get tripped up. And the pipeline keeps getting bigger and bigger. Why? Because you're reaching more and more. Now say you're only focusing on 13-year-olds. But that's okay. Because does anybody remember how many 13-year-olds we have right here in Wayne County? Say it again. 1,600 and what? 52. So now you don't want to hog them all to yourself. I mean, there are other churches here, so maybe you're not going to get all 1,600 in your particular church. But what if you got 200 a year? That we're going after them. That means we might have to reach about 800 a year. In maybe you do a big event. I'm just going to throw out numbers, right? I'm going to show you how it gets exponential. Say, okay, we're going to make a goal. We're going to do an event twice a year. We got 400 here and 400 here. You fill up the building, whatever building you have, or somebody else's building. You jam them in there. 400 crazy 13-year-olds, right? And how do you get them there? I don't know. You give something stupid away. Give them a jet ski. Give them a car. Like, what? Yeah, get somebody to donate a car. Anything that rolls, they'll think it's the coolest thing in the world. Even if it doesn't run, they're like, at least I got a car, man. Get them in the building. And actually, we have whole marketing tools to help pastors, help churches to do this. Watch this. So you get 400 there, and you have the pastor, somebody minister, preach, bam, throws down the gospel, all for the call. And of the 400, maybe 100 come forward. I'm going to give my life to be a follower of Christ. And I'm going to be conservative here. Of the 200 that come forward, maybe only 100 of them say, okay, I'm going to join discipleship. I'm going to get in the pipeline. I'm going to grow, because I'm hungry. I'm doing everything I know to do right, but we only got half of those who came forward. So that's 100, 2 times a year. Are you following my math here? So you had 400 2 times, half of that's 200, half of that's 1. So watch this. So you got 100, and so that's 200 13-year-olds. In a year, they turn 14. So now you go do the same thing again, 200 more. In a year, now you got 215-year-olds, 214-year-olds, 200 more. You see how it becomes exponential? Do the math for 10 years. How many do you have? 200 each year for 10 years. How many are in the pipeline? 2,000, right? 200. Like, this is not impossible. This is not like, crazy, you're crazy. See that pipeline? That's how big it has to be. Because if all you have to do is focus on the 200, on the 13-year-olds, and whatever the math might be, you can do it however, it seems best, but you got to start with something. What if you could pre-program, this is what these guys do. What do we want them to look like when they come out of the pipe? When they're 21, when they're 25, and then reverse engineer it. That's what they do. Just like a university or a high school. They call it, in education, they call it scope and sequence each year. What do you want them to learn by the end of the 13th year? By the time they're 14? By the time they're 15? Are you following? It's not like, wow, we hope they could turn out all right. No, we reverse engineer it. We plan it into the pipeline, and we measure all along the way. Does this make sense? Listen, what I'm telling you these aren't my ideas. I just discovered them. They're out there. They're already doing them. I just found people all around the world that are doing it and going, I'm telling you what they're doing. I'm not telling you what I invented. I'm just telling you what I found. So, if you could engineer what's coming out, wouldn't you want to do that? So, think about it this way. Remember I talked to you about paradigm of military? What about this? So one of the things that we do in the Pathway to Freedom book series is we give them this construct. Say like and I don't know if this is in your book, but you can take a picture of this. In physical life, there's a process. There's newborns, there's infants, toddlers, child, preteen, all the way up to senior citizen. And there's things physically that are normal at each stage of life. What if, spiritually, we help them identify what does a newborn look like spiritually, an infant, a toddler, what's norm, what freedoms they have as they get more mature, what more responsibilities they get. So like, for example, physically, with a newborn, that parent, he made a poopy. Everybody's so happy to show all their friends, they get bronze, it worked. Now, if your 13-year-old is pooping in their pants, you're not proud of that. You're not bragging to anybody, you're not getting bronze or anything, right? Because that's not normal. So what we do spiritually is to go, okay, and we understand as a newborn and infant, you might make some mistakes. You're going to go back to some of your, but it's not the end of the world. You're still a new person in Christ. And we're going to help you grow so you get stronger and more mature. Pretty soon you'll be able to minister and pour into other people and this kind of thing. And, we don't want you to making the same mistakes when you're, a teenager in Christ as you did when you were preteen. And then we describe spiritually each step of the way, and then we ask them to self-identify. Where do you think you are? Now, if they've just come to Christ, we know they're going to talk about, I guess I'm a newborn or infant, right? But you've just planted something in their mind. I don't want to stay there. You've given them a construct. So then at the end of a trimester, you ask them to self-identify again. Where do you think you are now? You see that? You see, we're helping them to see that there's a trajectory that you ought to be on. So think about it like this. How many have heard of the eighth wonder of the world? Compounding interest. Where interest are earning interest, and it's like you can't even control it. What if we could do that spiritually? They say it's a similar thing with education, that as just physical, regular education, when somebody, the difference between going to, say, only living with a high school graduation degree, your earning power, your impact might be here, but the more education you get, college, university, arguably, it may not be so true now because there's all kinds of other ways to impact, but your earning power is going to be way at a whole different level the rest of your life. Well, think about spiritually. What if we could put them on spiritual steroids for the rest of their life? It might look like this. So here we go. So imagine 13 and 14 years old. We talked about this a little bit, but we're doing hyper growth here. Now watch what you set them up for. The rest of their life, they're way up here in terms of impact, in terms of being mature. And so now let's extrapolate it for the rest of their life. And you can see for the rest of their life, if this 13 and 14-year-old, they're set up to grow like crazy here, the whole rest of their life, they're multiplying, they're impacting, they're planting ministries and churches and disciples all over the world. So it's just a whole different way of thinking about how are we growing people in the things of God. So some of the things that we do, I've just visualized this for you, is the first year, it's a deep dive on felt needs. The first trimester, deeper dive to live in Christ, even deeper to become trained as leaders. And so there's a steep curve. And versus this other path here, regular growth is just come to church, keep coming, die. And rather than you're on a trajectory of growth somewhere. So again, this is not a mystery. Wow, we don't know how to people. We're seeing people grow in Christ like crazy around the world. And now we've got these trimesters, but we got about 10 more trimesters in process. In fact, we're working on right now. See if I have it here. The Pathway to Leadership. So to help 14, 15, 16-year-olds become leaders as well. 2 trimesters, the 10 vital virtues in leadership, the first 5 and the second 5, to help churches train their leaders. So the whole exponential model is you don't only have college age or older leading the high schoolers and the junior highs. You're teaching, you want to teach the 14-year-olds to lead the 13-year-olds, 15-year-olds to lead the 14-year-olds, The initial phase, when you first implement it, it's not going to be quite like that. So you're going to have to recruit 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds that are already part of your church and take them on a leadership journey so that when you introduce the big event, these guys have already been trained to start leading small groups. So that's part of the change management. You get the guys that are already in the youth group to buy into the new model that's about ready to hit. So again, it looks like this. In terms of a visual, we're going to get them when they're young, and we're going to take them down this pathway their whole life, this pathway of growth, because we don't want them to accidentally show up or not show up at church. I was telling somebody this at lunch. If you taught them, and they become a leader of a small group when they're 14 or 15, and now they're leading that group, they're 15 and 16 and 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. They've been leading a small group, they've been teaching for 6 years. You know how well you have to learn something in order to teach it, right? Their roots are so deep, they're not going anywhere. And at least they're not going backwards in their faith. They're solid. They've been, built and groomed and developed, and they've been involved in life-changing ministry for years now. So, if you were to think about it, these are some of the things that they all do. Kind of mentioned them all. At the end of each trimester, they have, like I mentioned, like a little retreat or an encounter service for the day where they have a real interactive time with them and the Lord. And so it might look like this. This is what we're building. This is what the Exponential Church is building. It's a factory. It's a world-changing factory. We're building world changers. We're building followers of Christ that are deep in the things of God, that are hungry to multiply their lives into others. So let me stop. We've talked about 3 of the best practices here and how they answer a lot of these chronic issues we've had with youth and with the church in America. Questions? Comments? Feedback? Who said that? Okay. We're going to hold you to it. Do you think it's possible to do this like here in America? Will it work? Would it work in Ohio? Really? The problem is, usually the people an age or two older than them are discipling them in the wrong things.
One thing that I see around in our community, there's a lot of Amish and Mennonite youth that are very committed to their own families and their own churches and all that. And I'm trying to visualize how that would look outside the walls of the local church and even the community. Even while they're still part of their own religious culture, how that community can possibly be a model too.
Well, see, thank you, Pastor Eric, for bringing that up, because, in every town or city or culture, there are challenges to implementing this. And you have to wrestle through those things. And just because they're challenges, you might not get the answer right off. It might be the second or third or fourth iteration. Let me give you a couple of the challenges that some of these churches have faced. So in Singapore, again, Pastor Howe, it's Buddhists there. Mostly all these kids that are getting saved, 5,000 in the church, all their parents are Buddhists. Like all of them. So kids start getting saved, Buddhist parents start getting mad at the church. Maybe like the Amish parents might get mad at the church, right? I don't know. So Pastor Howe and his team are like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We can't stop reaching kids, right? Is that the only option? Let's think deeper. So they go, okay, what can we do? So the reason they're mad, you're talking about 3,000 years of Buddhist tradition, right? So that's one thing. I don't think anything we're going to face is going to be harder than that. Arguably, maybe Amish is bigger than that, but or more powerful. I don't know. But the big thing they're angry at is education, because Chinese are really big on education, like crazy big. Like their whole family name will be shamed if you don't. In fact, they'll tell their kids. They're 15 years old, 16. If you don't get into this university, you will shame the family name. I will kill myself, and my blood will be on your hands. They tell their kids that. Kids can't stand it. They jump off the buildings and kill themselves. They can't stand the pressure. So watch this. Kids start getting saved, coming to church, and parents are mad. You're taking my kids away from their studies. How do you deal with this, right? So this is what they came up with. They go, okay, let's start mentoring classes for these young people on how to study for university exams. So they know how to study better, number one. Number two, let's train them who they are in Christ so their self-identity is not based on what university they get into, but who Jesus says they are. And number 3, let's teach them how to have peace when they take a test so not full of anxiety. Now these kids start getting better grades. Now the Buddhist parents start loving the church. They're Buddhists and they love the church. Our kids get better grades. So then they get a better idea. They go, hey, Mother's Day's coming up. Everybody invite your mom. We're going to do a big celebration for all the moms and honor all the moms. So everybody invites their moms. They give them flowers. They do a banquet. They do a ministry time to the Buddhist moms. Buddhist moms start getting saved. They do the same thing at Father's Day. Buddhist dads start getting saved. Are you following me here? It just became a real beautiful thing. But every culture will have its own challenges on how, I don't have the answer for that, Pastor Yuri, but wrestling through what would make it a blessing for those parents. And, try this and try that and try this. Because we know the kids are hurting. They're probably not buying into maybe some of the stuff they've been taught. They need some spiritual life. And so we wrestle with how can we reach them and make their maturity something in faith that's of value to their parents. So, but it's not, all of this is not without challenge. But compared to the alternative, we keep getting less and less percentage of each generation. At least it's something.
Part of my reason for bringing it up is I think our vision has to be greater than growing the numbers of our own church.
You want to expound on that a little bit?
Well, hopefully, 13, 14, 15-year-olds at least are going to be better students in their Amish schools. They're going to be better, more productive citizens of the Amish community. They're going to be actually a greater blessing to their Amish parents, etc. And we can actually help impact the culture beyond their own.
Good word. And there may be an interesting way, so every one of these churches implement it a little bit different. So let me give you an example. Like a lot of the churches, they will do their small group and trimester either before or after a service on Sunday, because their biggest challenge is once they get people to a place, get as much done as you can there, because it's hard to get people back and forth. However, that's coming on a Sunday morning, which might jack with Amish norms and things. So maybe you do it differently. You do it when you do Wednesday night or whenever night of a youth service. You have small groups before or after that. They're growing like crazy. They're in the pipeline, but then so they stay connected relationally. They stay connected to growing their faith. But then on Sunday, they still are a part of their church, and they start having the influence you're talking about there. So it doesn't mean that you have to force it, come to this building on Sunday or else you're not a part of us. Good. Other thoughts about these 3 best practices?
Kind of have a question. Maybe it's called here too. You said 13-year-old and how do you deal with it in this culture? How can 13-year-olds have any kind of technology part of it, or not supposed to have technology, be able to access that? But the 16-year-olds do. When they turn 16, the big thing, when they turn 16, they're allowed to have technology and stuff like that.
You're talking about the Amish?
Now on,
Yeah, yeah.
So they're the age spectrum kind of changed a little bit. They're out of school by that time, by that time, 16 years old.
Well, I don't think the reaching is contingent upon whether they have technology or not. In fact, you might find that they're even more ripe before they get the technology, because your technology is distraction tool. Distracted from everything, because it's almost like we've been entertained to death. We don't even think about important issues because we got so much here to distract us from real issues. So, and in fact, one of the reasons why we took these tools and made them into old-fashioned books, because we could put it all online, but there's something about, first of all, we want people to be vulnerable when they're writing, what is God speaking to you? And if they think that somebody might be reading it online, that's a little bit, maybe they won't be as honest. But it also becomes almost like a spiritual journal to them. like their growth kind of pathway and that kind of thing. So it's not, reaching them is not contingent upon technology, although it could be if they're online, if they're on social media, you could use that as a way to get them to an event, for sure, but it's not the only way to reach people. Obviously, people were reaching people before there was technology. So I would say, you know, again, there are a lot of cultural issues that I don't know the nuances of, but those are all the things you guys bring to the table and go, okay, with all these realities, how do we reach them and how do we get them in a pathway of growth kind of thing? Good thought. Yes, sir?
Do you see greater results when churches, you know, before they would implement something like a program there, where the adults go through the program first, or how is that?
Well, interesting you should ask. So we had some conversation with some people at lunchtime around this. So
when you're talking about reaching young people, you have to divide. Are we reaching, impacting kids who belong to parents of church, or are we reaching people from the community? So there's been an argument for a long time that says, you just get the parents that are in church really on fire, and they should be discipling their kids, well then, a lot of problems go away. The problem is, it's hard to teach one body here. I mean, it's steep climb. You're going to hang all your chain on that steep climb. That's a lot of continue. So it's not an either or necessarily. And so, for example, should we be training parents to decide what they did? Yes. Should they go together? In fact, I encourage parents to grab two, one for you, one for your kids, and go through it together. Because most parents don't know how to decide what they did. So instead of asking, I'm so wise, and all this, how about we just go and do it together? We'll do it together. It'll help parents a lot more than what they think that they'll do with their kids. However, most people you're going to reach, their parents want nothing to do with that. They don't know much about it. So you have to be prepared to take those kids on a journey that their parents have never been on. And sometimes, this is the worst thing you have. It's the parents that are in the church that are lukewarm, whose kids get more on fire than they are. You know how many times you hear somebody just, kids on fire go out, parents are like, hey, you want to drink? Just come back to the house and we'll drink it all right. These parents are Christians! Hey, I know you should be having sex with your economist. What are you talking about? Christian parents doing that. Kids getting too radical, wanting to turn over their parents. Like, what are you giving too much spiritual passion to our kids? We just want them to do the right thing. So that's probably the worst scenario, where those parents, and in that situation,
to some degree, you have to teach the kids, you got to be smarter than your parents. Even though they'll allow you a condom, let's be smarter than that. They'll allow you to drink, let's be smarter than that. Let's do it the Jesus way. So there are minefields out there. It's not without minefields. Yes, Pastor?
Well, I was sitting here and I'm thinking of this, and you showed the diagram of like 13, 14, 15, 16,
Yeah.
What you're doing is a generation of compromise that has been before us, have lost those generations. You are now creating and setting up the next generation, that generation to generation. If you create these leaders now at age 20, when they're getting ready to have kids, they're bringing that up.
Exactly.
And it's going to continue.
Exactly.
Versus dying off like that now.
Exactly. And the other thing is, remember we talked about the pipeline getting bigger? If you had like 200 kids a year, imagine this, 10 years, there's 2,000 in the pipeline, but half of those are adults now because they're 18 to 23. So you've just created the kind of people you wanted to come out of the pipeline. So I could tell you, let me just give you some more stories about these different groups, here's Pastor Howe. You can see his auditorium only seats 800. Let me tell how he does it. He's got 5,000 in the church. How does he do it? Well, so his first service, they do Saturday and Sunday services. First service is for 13 and 14-year-olds. Next one is for 15 and 16-year-olds. Next one for 17 and 18-year-olds. Next one 19 to 21. Next one 21 to 25. Next one for 25 and up. He does the same sermon for all services. He preaches them all. If a guest pastor, guest speaker comes, preaches all sermons. He just gives a little different illustrations for each. Now, not every church does it like this. This is how he does it, just because they have constraints. So one of the things they do is a couple times a year, people get older, right? They move to the next service. So now the 13, 14-year-old service is half empty. So then they rally the whole church around, let's go fill it back up with 13-year-olds. It's not every day, it's a couple times a year. Another thing that they do that's very distinct, they all have some kind of small group component. The way they do them are a little bit different. Like for what they do is they put them in a small group. This is really interesting. When they're in junior high, keep them in the same small group all the way through junior high, senior high, and university. This is the premise. They figure if they could preserve their relationships, they'll preserve their faith. And they do. Now these kids, they're 20, 25, they're in each other's weddings, they're godparents to each other's kids. And think about this. They're learning how to do life with a cohort of people. Some of the most difficult years of life. Thinking about calling, sex, boyfriend, girlfriends, romance, all the confusing things, but they got people to pray with, do life together with, right? And so they're not like flipping out and feeling lonely and all of this. Think about this. So one of the churches we're working with in Texas, they had a discovery. So they had a big event. A bunch of people came to Christ. They had about 95 young people in small groups in the pipeline, right? After the first 4 weeks, they did the metric, they did the measures. And I came back and met with them. They go, oh, Ron, something amazing happened. I said, what? Like, we've been trying for a couple years, and it hasn't happened until just right now. I said, what? They said, well, these young people that are in the small groups, we didn't even ask them to do this. But they started hanging out. They're going to eat together. Somebody in their small group has a sporting event. They all go and support them. We've been begging them to do this literally for 2 years, and we could never get them to do it. But now they want to do it, and no one's even telling them. I said, you know what we've just done? We've just socially engineered their friendships. We just taught them what real friendships are. They're vulnerable. They care for each other. They pray for each other. So of course they're going to do things together. How many times do we say, go make Christian friends? And then we don't tell them how or what or where or anything like that. Isn't that beautiful? So it's really real. That just happened in Texas. Yes?
When they do their small groups, what is the size of that group? And then if they were to invite friends come with them, they're the same age, do they let their friends join the same small group, or do they limit that?
So this is really interesting. Different churches do it different ways. Okay? So, for example, I'll show you this. In Bogota, Colombia, this is Pastor Andrew. I was telling you about they have 40,000 in their church. So what they do is they don't keep them in the same group forever. It's like a 3-year thing, and then they go to another group. But what they do is similar to what you said. They invite friends, and when it gets to a certain size, they split it. And then it grows again, and they split it. And they're constantly raising up leaders. You're either a leader, or maybe you're an assistant leader that you've been through the training process. So when the group gets ready to split, the assistant leader takes that group, and then they get another assistant leader. So it depends on what you're doing, kind of a thing. One of the things that I'll tell you about Pastor Andrew here. So he's got 40,000, but this seat's only 3,000. He's got 2 other auditoriums that are about this size, and his biggest problem is while that service is going on right now, there's 2,000 young people in a line around the building waiting to get into the next service. There's like 5 services on every campus all Sunday long. Wouldn't it be great to have that problem? Young people around the building waiting for the next service. Great problem to have. Now, here's another way to think about it. So Jason in California, he does this trimesters, but he also does a family group. It's a different thing. So watch this. He has 10 trimesters. This is how he does it. Not everybody does it the same. And he does those on Sundays. So he's like 5 services during the day, and he'll have trimesters taught, all 10 trimesters, before and after every service. So in other words, they got 10 classrooms. People will come to whatever trimester they've signed up for. They'll be didactic. Somebody will be teaching for 30 minutes, and they break up in small groups for 30 minutes. So some kids will double dip. They'll come before, stay for the service, and then stay afterwards for another. They might be at church for like 5 or 6 hours. They're crazy, right? But then he does something else. That's the trimesters, but this family group, this is really interesting. This isn't distinctly for young people, but it can work anywhere, I think. He goes, if you want to host a family group in your home, you're an adult, they go through training and whatever, and it's simply, it's like a church service, and you invite all your friends and neighbors. They come, and it's like a little church. They have worship. They do a 10-minute version of the sermon the pastor preached last Sunday. They roll it in as a video. They take an offering. People give the offering on their phone to the church. Right? They do an altar call. Ministry people get saved. They afterwards have a meal. People that get saved at a family group, they go, oh, That's awesome. Do you want to join Bible school? And they get them to come on Sunday so they can start going through the trimesters of growth. So they end up having way more people in all their family groups than they actually have on Sunday morning, like 30% more. So everybody does it, and like with Jason, his is so multi-layered. I had to go several times to even get it because all the lingo I didn't understand and all of that. So they got so many different layers of small groups and things. So there's different ways to implement it based on your culture. One of the things, for example, that Jason had to wrestle with, they don't have to worry in Singapore about, you can put a 12-year-old on a bus and go all the way across the town, not worry about their safety. It's totally safe in Singapore, but you don't do that in LA. Like you worry, you don't put people on, especially kids, on public transport, they'll get kidnapped, right? So their big thing is, their challenge was transportation. They didn't have the Buddhist culture, but they have transportation, right? So that's why they had to organize around Sunday mornings. You know, people coming early or staying late, because at least you've just cut your transportation issue in half, because you don't have to organize and get somewhere else, you know, a second time during the week. So everybody's got issues to deal with, but I'll tell you what, it's better to wrestle those problems to the ground than try to figure out, oh my gosh, now they're all adults and it's going to be very hard to ever reach them for Christ. And I know there's a little bit of this, we don't want to totally let go of the millennials or older Gen Zs or whatever, but at the same time, we have to go, we only have so much energy, we better focus on the right ones. Other questions or comments about the first 3 best practices? Any rebuttals? Rebukes? Are you guys tired yet? Okay. You want to take a quick break and we'll come back? It's not G12. I know the G12 people. I know Pastor Castellanos. It's the other big church there. And, well, it's the same concepts. So G12 had been accused of being a little authoritarian, you know, and I know a lot of people in G12, and they never come across to me like that, but maybe it's because I'm not in their small group. But so Andrew's Stu Presencia church is his church, and so they're a lot more. When you think about small groups, it's easy to go, we don't want a bunch of little pastors of small groups, because people think of them as pastors, because then they'll splinter off because they give them too much authority. So there's lots of different ways to do small groups. Andrew's is just life-giving. People want to be a part of these because they're growing so much. And so one of the things that we've tried to bake into the materials that we put together is that the person who's leading the small group doesn't need to be a tower of spiritual maturity, just mature enough in their character, and that we care a lot about that. Just mature enough in their character. They don't have to be able to like teach all the teachings. They've already been through the teachings. They've gone through a small group thing where they've applied it to their life. So they're helping other people apply it to their life with the group discussion questions of the content that they've already been through because they've been through that trimester before. So anyways, you don't have to worry about that because you still have, like I mentioned, like the COO of spiritual formation who's watching the whole thing and watching how the leader's doing, how are the kids doing, and all this kind of thing. Okay? So you guys want to take a quick 7-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll give you some more best practices and talk more practically about how, if you wanted to do this in your church, what we would do, okay? Can we do that? And we'll come back for our final session here. Translated right now. Trimester 1 is being translated right now. I'm going to be in Mexico next week, treating the church. Okay, team, we're going to come back together here. So we're going to go through a little bit more content here and then start talking about what does it mean for your church. And I want you to come up with every possible barrier that you might think, as we're talking, every possible barrier you might think to implementing, and then we'll discuss those, because that's what you do with barriers. Many times, this is what I learned, when you take a barrier and you wrestle with it, that's where you get a breakthrough idea. When you refuse to wrestle with it and you just assume it's the status quo, we can never get through that, well, that's what you end up with, is status quo. So we're going to start here with, let's see, we're on Module 7, page 55. We're going to jump through a couple of these real quick. So when you see this picture, how many of you guys see the white faces? How many see the table stand? How many see them both? Okay, good. How about this one? How many see the old lady? How many see the young lady? How many cannot see the young lady? How many cannot see the old lady? So, how many have seen this before? How many had a hard time the first time you saw seeing one or the other? So it's something about paradigms and perspectives. How we're conditioned, what we've seen, have we seen it before? Did somebody explain it to us? What we've seen on media, what artists we've seen, what we notice first, or what we think impossible. No way, there's no old lady there. No, there's no young lady. You just can't see it. That's what paradigms do. Okay, here's an easier one. How many see the white legs? How many see the black legs? That's an easy one. Okay, here's a little exercise. Everybody hold up your pointer finger, close one eye, and I want you to hold it right where the horizon is between the brown and the blue, right across the center where that computer is. Look at the color of the top and the bottom. Now take your finger away. Now put it back up. You see how it jacks with your eyes? They're actually the same color. Because the way you perceive things, when your finger's not there, it looks like it's a different color. Perspective, perception, is all about what is your angle when you're looking at something. Who's right? Perspectives play games with their brain, plays games with their eyes, okay? Now, I want you to look at this one. Say the color that you see, not the word that is written. Do it out loud as fast as you can. Ready, go. So you feel like it's like playing calisthenics with your brain and your eye and your lips and all that kind of stuff. How you see something. You know, they do all these studies, people that witness the same exact crime, and they all have a different story based on where they were when they saw it. They'll swear to things. It's a battle of perceptions. How you perceive church ought to be. How you perceive youth ministry ought to be. How you perceive discipleship ought to be. And we have these battles of perceptions. One of the things somebody mentioned during the break here, we were talking about, remember I went on my soapbox about how you bring people to Christ? Think about this. Instead of using, we've all heard the altar calls scaring people out of hell. Pray this prayer, you're going to hell. What happens is that becomes I don't want to go to hell. So it becomes this heavy guilt thing. Well, after a while, you get tired of the guilt. You get tired of the weight. You can't stand it anymore. And so you go, forget it. So when we're asking people to become followers of Christ, are we getting them to run from hell, or are we getting them to run towards Christ? If they could just get a glimpse of how much he loves them and get in hot pursuit of him, you never get tired of that, because then you get another glimpse and you want to pursue more. Anyways, it's a whole perception or perspective. Are you running from or are you running to? So perspective is how we perceive what's real. We think that might be the only thing that's real. It's our lens to reality. So, for example, you might start implementing some of this, and maybe even while you're sitting here listening to this, but in your mind you're thinking, but we always have youth on this night, or but we've always done this, or because we think that's the only way it's to be done. It's our paradigm. So our perspective for paradigm, it creates our paradigm for life and for ministry and what we think is real, or the only way we think something can be done. So it brings up this topic of confirmation bias. How many of you guys have heard of confirmation bias before? So confirmation bias is a phenomenon that we all have to deal with, whether we know it or not. It's the phenomenon of we're all biased, and to something, we don't know what it is. Some of them we might mentally know, some we might not. So we as humans tend, when we get new information, we tend to use that new information to just reinforce what we already believe is right or wrong, or the right way to do it. So for example, Fox News, CNN, they're diametrically different, right? But they'll take the same story or the same data, the same study, and they'll use it to prove their point. Even though these guys will say it diametrically opposes and proves this is wrong, they'll say the same thing about the same data. They have bias. They're blind and they don't know it. So we need to be careful as we're learning about these new concepts of how we reach and disciple, that we're not guilty of our own confirmation bias. Like we just used what we just heard to confirm what we already think anyways, so we just keep doing whatever we were already doing. So in this, I want to just encourage you. I'm going to call them out here. Some paradigms that are not very helpful that maybe we need to deal a deathly blow to. All right? Here's one. Ready? Youth group versus youth movement. So group, we've all said this for like a couple generations. We got a youth group. You got a youth group. The problem with the word group is you could be a kid that just came to that church and you've been there a year or two, and people are going, but you're new to the group. You're not really part of this group. You weren't raised in this church. And so even the word group can feel like it's isolating somebody that's actually been there for months or a year, feel like they're not a part of this. But it's worse than that, because a group is so often it's like the youth pastors in front of the group trying to start the car. Come on, you guys, get on fire. Come on, love Jesus with all your. It won't start. It's like youth pastors standing in front of a whole group of 007s. They're all double agents, and you don't know what side they're playing on today. Living for the world, living for Jesus, living for the world. They're acting like good Christian faith, but they're really living for the world. Youth group, too often, is like this forced camaraderie. Parents bring them, like going to the dentist's office. Go and make friends and have fun. And you know it's just going to feel like pain. And so as a result, young people have this idea. I have my church friends, and then I have my real friends. It's two different groups. It's like a social prison that we force them into and try to get them to like all their life. So that's youth group versus this youth movement, which is a torrent of life and freedom and life-giving Christianity, and it's contagious, and they just can't wait to share it with their friends, and like it's a sticky web of goodness, and you just got to be there. It's just amazing. Big difference between a youth group and youth movement. Another paradigm, a youth department. It's been departmentalized versus youth are the focus of the church. So youth department, too often, it's like that stepchild that lives in your basement you forgot you had. You still want food? Here you go. Stop bothering me. That's the youth department. Here, you need money. You going on that retreat. You're on the camp. You need money for what? And it's like that thing you got to do because the parents expect you to do it. It's the irritating needing for help all the time. It's the idea of keeping kids occupied in a good, clean way. It's sort of a Christian version of the Boy Scouts. Just keep them off of drugs. It's like taking a dog to a kennel and hoping they get trained, but they get no training throughout the week. It's sort of what it turns into is a behavior modification training is what we're hoping for. We're teaching them how to be sin management people rather than people that are really transformed. So the youth department versus, we've already talked about it, I'm just reiterating, it's a different paradigm. Youth are the focus. This is our conduit to the future. This is how we're going to get there healthy. We've got to focus as a growing church on the next generation. Think about focus for a second. Now, how many of you guys are married? Now, all of us learned when we were young, as soon as we got married, doesn't matter how busy you are, you better stay focused on your spouse. Can I have an amen? Doesn't matter how many jobs and part-time jobs and hobbies you have, even how many kids you have, you better stay focused on your spouse or you're going to be in big trouble. You can be busy, but you better stay focused. Don't stop focusing on the important things. Driving. Now, we all know we can try to multitask. We're on the phone, we're doing this and that, we're doing algorithms, whatever we're doing, but you better stay focused on the road. You better stay focused on where your car is and what's in your vicinity. Doesn't matter how many things you're trying to multitask with. You got conversations going, you got the radio going, you got everything else going. If you don't stay focused on the road, you're going to have a catastrophe happen, right? We've all learned this. Sports. Many of you guys are sports people. You're playing with a team with the ball. You better focus on where that ball is. Where it is or where it needs to be. Doesn't matter how tired you are. Doesn't matter how many cheering fans there are. You better stay focused on the ball or you're going to lose the game. If you're a pastor, if you're a preacher of any sort, you better stay focused on your content instead of too many rabbit trails, because if you don't, no one's going to keep coming back to hear you. You're just going all over the place. Focus is very important. If you're a pilot trying to land a plane, think about this. Say, but 99% of my gauges were perfect. But the one gauge that I didn't look at, it was the fuel gauge. It doesn't matter if you have 99% of them all perfect. The one that was going to get you to your destination was out of gas. And I'm afraid that in the church, we've had all these gauges we're looking at, but the one that's going to take us into the future, the average age of our young people, is out of gas. But you could say, but 95% of my gauges were great. You still crash if you've got no fuel. We got to stay focused on the right things. So the exponential church paradigm is, okay, we're going to focus on the next generation, not because we want a cool youth group, not because parents are paying for it, but because this is the only way we're going to get to the future with strength. We've already talked about this one, but I just want to call it out. The paradigm, reach everyone versus reach those most likely to come to Christ. In reach everyone, you kind of like, it's like taking a drop of acid and dropping it in the ocean. No one's going to feel it. No one's going to get poisoned by it. No one's going to taste it. And it's sort of like reaching everyone is like asking everyone, like if you weren't married, everyone you meet, you want to marry me? Want to marry me? Want to marry me? Want to marry me? Instead of going to the most likely candidates. right? In your age group, maybe, somebody that actually knows you, that kind of thing. We sound confused and desperate, and that's what a lot of the church sounds like, confused and desperate, versus reaching those most likely to come to Christ. So we're constantly lasering in, focusing in. Who's in the exchange zone? And by the way, Jesus never said love everyone. He said love one another, one to another. Literally, that word means love one another, one at a time. So it's transferring this paradigm, youth is just one of many, into this one. We know they're the most likely to come. All the data shows this, so we're going to focus on them. So, quickly here, let me run down to another best practice here that, again, it's going to give you some perspective here. Anybody ever heard of that little saying, what gets measured gets done? Businesses use that all the time, right? So this is best practice number 4. And you can see that would be on module 9, page 71. So we use this as an acronym, AGILE, the Agile dashboard. And these are 5 measurements that typically an exponential church pay attention to that event-oriented churches don't. A, in the Agile, is the average age, as you might have guessed, right? They're constantly measuring the average age, and then they compare it against the other, average age of church attendees, median age, and all of that kind of thing. G is the growth track. So that whole growth track, 13, 14, they're watching the growth. How many are in it? Are they really growing every 4 weeks? What are their metrics? What are their measurements? Is what we think happening in the growth track actually happening? I is inspiring future fit vision. That is, remember we talked about surfing the waves of change. So you're looking for the next thing. We're like, how are we going to surf that? How are we going to get on top of that? How are we going to make sure that we can help people see through the lies of that? And rather than pivoting after the pandemics everywhere. L is the leadership development of young leaders. So they get them in the leadership pipeline and they watch. How are they doing? How are they growing? How are they doing? So for example, Pastor Jason in California, he says, Ron, this is how many groups I have right now. 6 months I'll have this many more groups. 12 months I'll have this many more groups, because he knows exactly how many people are in the leadership pipeline. Isn't that cool? Because he knows how many leaders he has will in fact impact how many people are going to be in those groups. And the E in Agile is the exponential planning and engaging the whole church. So you're forcing your mind to think this exponential muscle, you're working it out, you're thinking, okay, how do we engage the whole church in the process of change management and get them to love it and to embrace it. And so here's some of the actual explanations of those that we don't, I'm not going to take time to go through, because I want to get into some final thoughts to get you thinking about what you do when you leave here. Now you'll see here, what gets measured gets done, page 73. Most people want to get graded on effort, not on actual progress. So usually when I talk to leaders, I've been talking to old people about young people for a lot of years. I start talking about some of the data. They don't want to see the giants. No. And they'll say, Ron, do you know how many young people we had at camp last year? Do you know how many came to our annual youth conference? They might say, a denominational leader say, do you know how much money we spent on in our denomination for youth? We spent $1.5 million last year. And they want to talk about their efforts, not the results. Any job that you do that, you get fired. It's true. So measuring the intangibles, we've talked about it a little bit ago, like how kind of we do that, and I could go off more on that, but I can tell you that they're not impossible to measure. They're important to measure, the intangibles of spiritual growth. So again, we're aspiring to be the sons and daughters of Issachar who understand the times, and we know what Israel should do. Here's just another rendition of that dashboard, another way of looking at it. And I'm rushing through here because I want to get to some, we're getting down to the last hour here, and I want to make sure that you get some of the goodness of the final thoughts here before we And so best practice number 5 on page 76 real quickly is pastor and church leaders find a Joshua. Remember we talked about the Bishop of Poku in Ghana, how he encouraged them all to find somebody? So think about this. Remember this verse right here? Generation rose up that did not know the Lord. In context, a generation, after that generation was scattered to their fathers, there arose another generation after them who did not know the Lord or the work that he had done for Israel. This verse was written right after Joshua and Caleb died. Now, think about this. This is about 27 years after they came into the promised land. Remember they came into the promised land? The Jordan River dried up. They walked through on dry land. He said, stack up those pile of rocks. Don't ever forget the miracle. They walked in, conquered all the lands, killed all the giants. He actually gave the 11 tribes their lands, and then Levi didn't get their own lands. And then they died. They saw all the miracles. They conquered all the nations, all the big armies, and then they died. And literally, you see these rocks right here? They're still there. They're the rocks that they piled up right next to the river. Said every time you walk by, don't forget the miracle that happened. Apparently, they're walking right by these rocks and did not remember the miracle. How could that be? How could they see so many miracles and they forgot all about it? Even their parents talked about it. They didn't remember the miracles of their fathers. This is only 67 years after Moses came through. Remember the frogs and the hail and the Red Sea? Only 67 years. All those people died. Now their kids had all their own miracles and they still didn't remember. How could that be? Apparently, whatever Moses did for Joshua, Joshua and Caleb had not done for the next generation. If you look carefully, you see Joshua showing up all the time around Moses. Going to Mount Sinai with Joshua again and again. Tabernacle with Joshua. Sometimes Joshua's hanging out inside the tabernacle after Moses left. Remember Aaron and Hur? They, the sun stood still. They're holding up Moses' hands. Joshua's leading the battle that day. He's been mentoring and pouring in. So Moses died. He's like, we're in good shape. Joshua knows. They saw lots of miracles. So did Joshua and Caleb. Miracles apparently weren't enough. Go find a Joshua. Go find one this year. And just teach them to go find a Joshua next year. Then you go find another one. Just go find one Joshua. Joshua-et. Just doing that, it becomes exponential. You know, 20 doublings is 1,000,000. So just go find one. Reverse mentor. Let them teach you. Because if everybody in leadership, everybody around the table here, you'll love better, you'll pray better, you'll empathize better, you'll know, you'll understand better, just go find a Joshua. So it's not a program that we do, it's something that's been birthed in our heart. So, I'm going to give you one more kind of deep dive little exercise of brainiacness that they teach us to do in strategic foresight, and then we're going to talk about practical things that can be done. And let me go right to this. Now, one of the things they teach us is we're looking at trends and the possible implications of trends. We're on page 85 here, is to look at what are potential critical variables. Now, what I'm about to show you might look like some giants. That's why you got to remind yourself of this verse. It's a rich land, but also you're going to see some of the rich land. So they teach you to take the critical variables of those trends. What are the most important critical variables? And then plot them on axes. So watch how we've done this. So we've taken these two critical variables, that is leadership engagement. Are the leaders of the church, the pastors, the leaders of the church engaged? Are they really engaged or not engaged? And what about church members? Are they really engaged or not engaged? So this is what it looks like. You plot it out and you have 4 different potential stories or scenarios. You'll see right here, this is low leadership commitment. Over here is high leadership engagement. Like pastors, yes, we got to do this. Here's the church, low church engagement. Up here, high church engagement. So right here, it creates 4 different scenarios. This one is the probable future. This is the leaders are not engaged, the church is not engaged, and we come up with this scenario called Teamy Titanics. Let me just describe it for you. Imagine you wake up in 2050, and every news site you hit, it says thousands of cruise ships have hit icebergs all over the world, and they're sinking. It's on every single headline. There are thousands of people on each of these ships, and they're all sinking really slowly. And the biggest tragedy is all the captains of all these ships have been warned. There's an iceberg. There's an iceberg. You're going to hit it. They're like, yeah, right. We're fine. Now they've hit the iceberg, and they're sinking. But they don't realize they're sinking because it's coming. The water's coming in so slowly. So, of course, all these Titanics, all these cruise ships are, it's this denomination and that denomination and this mega church and this movement over here and this parish, and they're taking on water, but it's so slow they don't realize it. So what are they doing? They're having a worship convention. They're having a teaching convention on the deck. Oh, they've just released a new book. They got a new CD that came out. All the while, slowly and slowly, they're taking on water and they're becoming untenable. Thousands of them by 2050, sinking. Imagine that story. They're all full of old people, and even the old people don't want to be there. So this is what our Christian institutions start to look like. They hit dry ground. They're going nowhere because the leaders weren't engaged and the church wasn't engaged. We saw by the trends earlier, if something doesn't change, this is the most likely, the most probable scenario. But I have great faith. Anybody else have great faith in this room? I think something's going to change. Watch this. So the next one is this. Up here, it's a possible future. And the possible future is leaders maybe are not engaged, but the church is like, yes, we got to get them. And we call this one diverse dinghies. And this is where the church people get so excited. We've got to reach young people. They start reaching them and trying to get them on fire, and they're rescuing them into these little boats. And come on, come up here. This is like what the Jesus movement looked like. The adults got excited, but the pastors didn't. Pastors were like, get those kids away, those long-haired, tattooed, we don't want them with our church kids. Had nowhere to go. So they're in all these little dinghies. They start cults. They weren't discipled. They didn't grow. But the adults are like, we got to do something. These kids are perishing. They're trying. Do something lest we do nothing. This is the high church engagement, but low leadership engagement. So the third scenario is over on the bottom right, plausible future, where this is where the leader is like, yes, let's do it. Church is like, we hate those kids. And and we call this one tired tugboats. So this is what the church, this is the church. We got this department, we got that department, we got this program, and here's the pastor. Come on, you guys, we need to get those kids, we need to love them. We don't want to, we hate those kids, we don't want them in our church. No, come on, you guys. That's the pastor. And after a while, he gets tired because it wasn't designed to pull it like that. And as a result, this boat, this institution, with all the waves of change that was never built for this kind of weather, doesn't survive. So finally, this is what we're praying for, is this top right, where the church is really engaged and the pastor's engaged. We call this one jet-powered surf boats. It's a preferred future. So imagine this. This is the pastor. These are the deacons and the elders. Okay, we got the waves of change around. We're not worried about these. We can see how to ride around these. We can ride the waves of change. We can leverage that to impact people's lives. And they've created strategies that look a lot like this. So we found out that there are boats in Australia that they actually surf with. They put a group of people, 5, 6 people in a boat, and they go out over the top of the waves until, just like on a surfboard, till you get sufficiently out far enough, and then they have figured out how to surf in a boat all the way back into shore. So imagine, these are your kids on fire for God. You've rescued them, they're on fire, they're in small groups, right? But we figured out how to attach a jet-powered engine to these boats. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the church of the future. We're rescuing people. We're getting them on fire. Here's your own boat. You become a leader. You're only 14. Have your own boat. This is fun, sailing into the future. We're not worried about all the waves of change. We're discipling. We're having a blast. It's a little dangerous, but it's okay. How many are excited about a future like this? this is where we want to go. And I'm telling you, the land is full of milk and honey. I've seen these churches doing this. It is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And so I'd like to encourage you to consider taking a journey with your church, with the people that you lead. How might that journey begin? Well, I could tell you this. You don't flip a switch. Whatever normalized church is right now for you, you don't just flip a switch and all of a sudden it happens. So let's just talk about what might happen, the next steps. First of all, it's a process of implementation. Before I tell you how to implement it for yourself, I need to engage your heart. How many of you guys are prayer warriors? You don't mind praying for something big? I'm going to stretch your faith right here because I need as many people in faith as possible. So what we're praying for is between now and 2030, if we could get 1 million churches to embrace some version of the exponential church around the world. So watch what could happen. Between now and 2030, by 2030, we could impact 100 million of the next generation, but it gets better than that. Watch what happens. Remember these graphs we saw earlier, the Christian growth and the Islam growth by 2050? Well, watch this. If by 2030 we had 1 million churches here, look what could happen over the next 20 years. You still have 20 years of exponential growth. Look what could happen. We could still eclipse Islam by 1 billion people. Can you see it right there? Take a picture of this with your mind. Don't forget this. We need you to pray for this. There's a way out of this collision course, but it's going to be a whole bunch of people thinking a lot differently about how we move forward. It's not just me. I'm telling you, they're not even my ideas. It's what I've seen around the world. It's real. It can really happen. So I'm inviting you to be on this journey. We're inviting people right now because we've just kind of kicked this off in the last year or so. I finished my doctoral dissertation. In fact, I have copies of it here. If anybody, it's in a book now called Faith at the Speed of Light. We've got some in the back. If some of you like really geeky people want to learn about all the trends and all the case studies, all 10 churches around the world, all the data's right there, all the best practices, and in infinite detail. But we're looking for churches that want to be part of an early adopter. Like, we can see it with our mind's eye. We can see it in the eyes of the Spirit. We can see what, this kind of growth. We can see it can happen, and it can happen right here in Ohio. So we've got some churches, as I mentioned, the church in Nigeria. You don't have to wait till your church is barely alive. Hey, let's try something new. These guys are at the top of their game, but they know they're not reaching. What I found is a lot of pastors, they know they're not reaching the next generation, but they don't know what to do. Now we know what to do. We don't have that excuse anymore. So, I'm asking you to imagine, once again, can you imagine it even better? You walk up to your church, you're about an hour early, and you see all these hundreds of kids praying in small groups all around. You walk into the lobby, can you see them? They're all over the place, they're crying, they're praying. They walk into the auditorium when there's worship, and they're worshiping like crazy, and they're pouring their heart out, and they're the first to respond to the altar ministry. Can you guys see it even better now? I'm telling you, I've seen it with my own eyes. And it's happened week after week, year after year after year. It's happening, not just at big events like we used to host. It's happening in churches that are exploding in size and in depth, because leaders have been trained and they've got a healthy ecosystem of growth and discipleship. So we call this first 6 months of becoming an exponential church, we call it Project 13, because obviously you're focusing on the 13-year-olds. So how do you do it? First thing is you put the plan together. So one of the things that we are doing with a limited number of churches that I'm personally coming alongside to help them put the plan. Like, how do you take these concepts and put them into a plan? What happens month 1, month 2, month 3? And then there's the implementing of the plan. How do you actually implement it? You don't just flip a switch. It's a process of implementing, and then continuous improvement. Every business does this, continually improve, except the church doesn't. The church doesn't do it until it starts to die. It shouldn't ever be that way again. We just need to continually improve. You might say, how do we improve on the gospel? We don't. We just improve on how we communicate it and how we get people deep in it. So this is what the implementation process looks like. There's 4 phases. Phase 1 is the quiet phase. It's the first 3 or 4 months. So you get a team of 5 people. We call them the Project 13 Task Force. 5 people. We have job descriptions for each of them. And they start working in a quiet phase, planning, 2 or 3 months. We're planning, we're working, we're planning. We're learning all the research in the area, how many young people are in the footprint, what's the date we're going to do a big event. And then number 2 is the public phase. We announce to the church, we announce to the world. Guess what? We've got answers for a young generation. One of the advantages, pastors, is that parents in your community, and I would say even in the Amish community, when their kid becomes a teenager, they're worried. Because they're like, oh my gosh, I got a teenager. What am I going to do? They're pulling their hair out. What if the church became the problem solver rather than just the preacher? We know your kids are lonely. We're going to teach them how to have real friends. We know your kids are hurting. We know your kids have all this influence from the world. We're going to teach them how to be wiser than that. You're doing a big event to help with a specific felt need. So you announce to the world, you announce to your church, and then the next phase is the deep impact phase. This is where, right at the altar call, when people come forward, you start the deep part right then. That is, listen, I know you just come to Christ, you just surrendered. That's awesome. See these young men, young women behind you? They're only a couple years older than you. We've trained them. They've been training the last 3 or 4 months. And we want you right now, just go break up into a group, just for 5 minutes or so, right here on the auditorium. And just, we're going to show you how we keep following Christ. And you break up into small groups, because what you're trying to do is take away the fear. Small groups, that's weird. No, you just do it right there. It's just five minutes or so, sitting around in a circle. What's your name? We have a little form they all fill out, just like one of the ones you clicked on here. So we get all their information. No more of this fake Christian, and did they give you your name? All that. No, you're going around, and what's your name? Well, can I pray for you? And so it's just a quick conversation there. You bring them back together after they're all done with those small groups, and you give the big thing away, whatever you're giving away that night. So you keep everybody there, but you're taking, and they say, one of the things we do is we do this every week. We go through stuff. In fact, you give them one of those books, or something, a 4-week welcome to the family kind of thing. And we meet together. We celebrate each week, but we take our faith seriously. We're going on a deep dive. How many want to keep going? And so, the next phase is the deep impact phase. This is where, now the group you just divided them into is not their permanent group. The next day, you're doing all the sifting. Put 13-year-olds with 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, all that kind of, you put them in the same group with gender specific. And then you get their small group leader, full court press, making sure they get to the next week's meeting. Are you following? The first few weeks, you're teaching them a new norm. They become followers of Christ. You're teaching them a new norm. This is what we followers do. We meet together. We're serious about God. We celebrate every week. And then, so the deep impact phase where you get them in small groups and you're measuring all the intangibles all along the way. And then there's the continuous improvement. We have a 12-month blueprint to exponential. What happens every month for the next 12 months. I already mentioned this, but the task force members, we have job descriptions for each. So there are probably already people on your team, but you're just asking them to do something in addition to what they're doing. Very specific. Month 1, they do this. Month 2, they do this. Each one does something a little bit different. So this is what the first 6 months look like. So the first month is researching. You're researching yourself. We're teaching churches how to learn what is the perception of youth ministry in your own church, the good and the bad. So we understand that, but also what's going on in your community. What's the biggest challenges? How many people are online? What are they doing? The second month is we're preparing. So now you've learned, now how do we personalize these principles and prepare a plan? Then there's the launching. There's the public phase, like I mentioned. We tell everybody, we invite everybody, and then we really specific about how we help you to market. Listen, we did all these events, like literally 650-something events over all the arenas and stadiums. We always showed up. We always knew exactly how many people would be there. Because there's a science to marketing, and we teach churches how to do this. How do you know how many people are going to show up? None of this, man, I hope they show up. We put the sign out. Is anybody going to come? We got to be smarter than that. We teach churches how to use marketing funnels and things. So we could get within 100 people every week. We knew exactly how many people were coming. We'll teach you how to do that as well. We call it penetrating the footprint. However big your footprint is, you want to know how much are we penetrating that footprint? Like what percentage of those 1,600, like how many they actually know about the event? How many actually clicked in to follow? How many, got enough information they want to register? How many want to bring a friend? This kind of thing. And then there's initiating the hyper growth once the event's over. So that's where we're really going. And then there's the looking at all the assessments from all those months, all along the way, and then improving the process for the next time around. Because back to this one, This process right here is a 6-month process. So you literally complete this process 2 times a year. Are you following me? And so the 6 steps are what happens each month of that. So we developed this thing called the playbook, which is very specific steps, month 1, month 2 for each of those 5 members, and all the measurements and metrics for each month, things you want to be measuring. So metrics, like you've already seen this one before. Here we got a whole bunch of these, like probably 15 of these for each month that we use to see where people are, like this one. How do you get old people to pray for a 13-year-old? Well, you just, hey, click in right now. If you know the name of a 13-year-old that needs Jesus, why don't you just put their name in there, and we're going to put it on a prayer board. We're going to get the prayer team praying for them, as long as you pray for them as well. So you're just getting them a little bit further, take a little next step. So I want to ask you to consider being one of the early adopters. What will happen is we're going to take all the information from the early adopters, all the data that we're giving from all these measurements, and we've got a couple different groups that are looking at how we can make this into a very easy to use software user interface so that pastors can just do it easy and turn on a plan. We're going to take all the learnings from all the early adopters so that thousands can do it very easily. But it's going to take some people with courage to say, let's be the first ones to jump out and do something about this. So at the end of this 6-month intensive intervention, as it were, where I come alongside, I can only do this with a handful of churches. You will have done your first big event for 13-year-olds. You've chosen and deployed your first group of leaders. You deployed your first group of discipleship curriculum, and you've trained the leaders for small groups and things like this. So one of the things I want to personally ask is if you would really pray. I know there's several churches represented here. Like, not just is it a good idea, but is this something the Lord's going, we've got to do this for you. You know, it's not without challenge, but I think the alternative is a much bigger challenge. So before we close, and I'll open it up for more questions and thoughts in a second, I'd like, if you would just pull your phones out one more time, and do this. Not that. This one. If you just pull this up real quick, I want to get your thoughts and comments about what you experienced today. If to just take 3 minutes, if you could, and just fill that out, and we'll have a couple closing thoughts. Go ahead and do that now, if you would. I know you're just about done. There's some of you getting done. Can anybody think, so you've kind of got an overview of this. I know I've gone quickly. There's a lot more details in the books and things if you want, but anybody think of any barriers? Like, what would be the 1 or 2 or 3 biggest barriers to implementing a model like this in your church or in the culture here in the community? Yes? How would you do it if you can't get the whole rest of the church on board? Well, so the most important parts of the church is your key stakeholders. That would be their senior pastor, of course, elders, deacons, whoever, whatever your structure of leadership is. And you don't have to get the whole church on board. Remember the 2 rails? Let them do what they're doing. That's great. They don't even have to even know about it. They'll just know the fruit of it, and they'll be, oh my gosh, this is so great for my kids, you know? So I wouldn't even try to get them on board, just let them dip their toe in. But you have to get the leadership has to be part of it, for sure. Yeah, because most times adults won't get it. They'll just go, I think it's another program. They don't need to get it at first. But what'll happen, watch this. When you have your first big event, and all these young people come to Christ, and then you show a video the next day on Sunday, look what just happened. This many, and you give a testimony, all the people in the church, that's so awesome, man, look what we did. We did it, because we, the church, did it. Even though maybe all they did is pray, maybe they, gave tithes and things like that, and that made it possible, but still, it's a win for us, the whole church. Other barriers, reasons you think, man, I don't know if I could do this. I don't know if we could do this. Anybody? So not having enough people on the ground that are dedicated to the process, okay? So good. So remember, it's identifying the barriers that you wrestle with and go, okay, if we wrestle with it enough, we can find a breakthrough. That's how every invention's made, you know? And so that's a valid concern. At first, you're looking, of course, for the elders, deacons, and the pastor, but then the 5 members of a team, and that's where you start. And one of the things we do in the 6-month process is really heavy on change management. And maybe you may or may not understand what that means, but like any big company that tries a big change initiative, most of them fail if they're not wise about how they initiate change. So we got a lot of books and videos and things to help people walk, especially the senior pastor, walk down the path of change management. So you take people with you rather than just kind of, hey, let's do this, and nobody comes. So there's wise ways that you can kind of engage them. Other thoughts? Like barriers on things? Well, maybe, yes. Okay.
Like, how would we actually initiate contact with those 15-year-olds? What things would be put on and how would we use them?
See, I love this. This is like the total, thank you for bringing it up. First of all, the great thing is if you're outside of this Wayne County, you have even a bigger footprint. Hallelujah, there's more, right? So the question is then, so if they're not in public school, how do you find? Well, this is one of the things you solve for, okay? We need young people to intentionally engage other 13-year-olds. Where are we going to find them? You know, I guess they're homeschooled, so are there homeschool gatherings? Are there other places, malls, wherever young people might be hanging out? Like, so you brainstorm and we go into this, not trying to street witness, but trying to develop relationships, right? And so every single county, every single culture has its own issue, but like, that's part of the process of implementation. You list down, what are all the barriers to this area? What are all the barriers to this issue? And then you wrestle with it. And you may not have the answer right off the bat. Let's try this, let's try this, let's try this. And then bingo, there it worked. And the whole idea is we're going to learn from everybody that's doing this so that we can give all these ideas to, the body of Christ kind of thing. Yes?
Just as our church is pretty similar in setup, and one of the things we did is we had one of our closer communities that we didn't actually have any students coming from. So I went into the school and talked to the principals of both the middle school, well, all of them, just asked them what their biggest need was, and then they let us know that more than half the kids there were on food programs, and they believe that half of those kids were only going to pay for after school.
Oh, wow.
They asked us to start a food program, and we started bringing, as Steve, we were busing in like 50 kids from our church kids we would have had no other contact with regarding that outreach. So sometimes it's going off and going what can we do.
Great thinking. Yeah, because all those schools, they feel the pressure of they're trying to educate the kids, but there's this whole other side that they can't influence, the parents and the family situation, and the church can come alongside and do that. Other issues, why you think, I'm not sure if this would work. This is a barrier we'd have to figure out how to overcome. Yes, sir. Well, this is a good question. Again, it's part of the change management. You want to get the leaders and the elders bought in first, because you look at the trends, look what's going to happen if not, and then it's little by little. It's change management. Okay, so if you give them a little glimpse, like, look how many people are in the pipeline. What, really? And so it's and then maybe after a year or two of that, you say to the whole church, let me show you a glimpse of our future. And you show them, because we'll show you how to put I did a kind of a visual 10-year, what that could look like. We'll actually put a real one together for your church, a 10-year spreadsheet, the implications of what it could look like. And you could go 20 years if you wanted to. Like, you'll see what it means in terms of, because what will happen after the first and second iteration, you'll have a clear picture. We reached this many people in the pipeline. Now you've got real data. If you extrapolate that out, what that could look like. So it's a lot of good news. Just get a couple good iterations behind you. So the one thing that for so long, when I've talked to pastors, not so much youth pastors, because youth pastors, like, they're in the middle of it. They can't tell what's working or not. They just know lots of stuff's going on, and they'll always tell you about finally the breakthrough they've had. But with pastors, there's been a lot of hopelessness for a long time, because they've been trying and trying with this iteration and that iteration of youth pastors, and it's not working, right? But when you start sharing a model like this, finally there's like light in their eyes, like, oh my gosh, there is hope for the future. It's not just a brainstorm, it's what's actually working. It just takes a little work to implement it. So just before we pray and conclude, let me just give you some final thoughts here. Some of you might be thinking, what could I possibly do right now? Well, I've mentioned this. I brought some of these with me, Trimester 1, Pathway to Freedom. And one thing to do, I would encourage you, like parents that you have that don't know how to disciple their kids, well, have them, instead of, disciple them, like, I'm so wise, learn from me, just say, hey, let's go on the journey together. And so, anyways, we make these available. You can get them online if you want. You can buy them at a discount here. If you click on this and just fill it out, and we'll ship them to you. We brought some. You can buy a couple if you want, but if you want to get 10 or more, we'll give them to you they sell on Amazon for $15, but we'll give them to you for 10, just to give you something to do now. You'll have them within a week or so shipped to you, or unless you want to take some with you. But that's one thing you can, some practical thing you can do, or maybe you have a group of kids that you think are more serious, start taking them on a journey in preparation for everything else. If you embrace this idea, it starts with like daring to dream. Wow, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could do that. Like, just maybe. And I pray that if nothing else, you got sparked today, like just maybe Wayne County and neighboring county, just maybe. There's a dream, and there's pieces. You just keep connecting the dots, put them together. And then at some point, you take the leap and you go, let's jump off this thing together. Me, my team at your church, the 5 members, let's jump off and take the leap of faith. It's not totally, it's a manageable risk. It's a risk because it's out of the norm, but it's a manageable risk because other people are doing it. And then once you take the leap, there's a fight where you've got to wrestle the thing and fight through this problem and this barrier, and you wrestle and you wrestle and you wrestle. But it's okay. It's a fight that's worth fighting, because there's souls and lives on the other end of that. And then you start seeing some progress, and it doesn't come easy, but you climb. At least you're going up, right? You're going up the mountain. You're not just like doing stuff, and you're not on a conveyor belt anymore. You're actually going up, and then finally, you hit the apex. You get to the top of the mountain. You've made it to the top. You've done your first event. Maybe you've got your first group of young people in the pipeline. You're like, oh my gosh, it actually works. And maybe it's not as many people as you want, but at least it's something in the right direction, right? And then you learn from that, and you reiterate, and you learn from that, and you reiterate, and you get better and better. And before you know it, you've gone through a few iterations, and this is your new church. You're sailing into the future with all the waves of change, no longer intimidated, no longer shut down. What's going to happen? What about the future? We don't worry about that, because we're having a lot of fun. We're taking a lot of young people with us, and we're teaching them to take their own generation. So I wonder if I could just take a moment and just pray with you guys and pray for you, and that the Lord will really speak to you guys here in Ohio about what could be done with the young people here. So Father, right now we just come to you. We've heard a lot of information. We've seen a lot of scripture. We've seen a lot of examples. Lord, I just pray that you would just clarify what you want clarified in people's hearts. Lord, what you want to do through them and through their church and their ministry. Lord, let us not be intimidated by the giants in the land anymore. Lord, let us have the passion and the power of the Holy Spirit and the wisdom of God to go and reach and disciple, and then reach and disciple, and then reach and disciple. Lord, I pray for my brothers and sisters. Lord, they've been so patient and so gracious. Lord, I just pray that you would speak very clearly how to go forward from this point on for each church, each ministry represented here. Lord, let us be the ones that bring you the greatest honor and the greatest glory with our lives. Lord, let us be said, let it be said of us when our lives are over, Lord, 2050 or whatever after that, Lord, that we left the world in a better shape than we found it, Lord. that we left the kingdom full of young world changers who are ready to give the gospel to their generation. We pray this, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen. So, Pastor Yuri, thank you for hosting us. You want to come and give some closing words? And thank you all very much for being with us today.